I was in Barcelona for the very first EPT. I remember the excitement of something new.
I thought it was something special from the very first one that we played, because a big televised tournament was new in Europe.
This is a big part of my life. And I remember everything from the first tournament.
Every single winner had their own sort of little story to tell. And they changed his life.
Playing the EPT and winning one of the first ones, that set my path in life really for poker and my career.
I went there as a 21-year-old unknown kid, and that propelled me into the man that I am today.
EPT is all where it started for me.
Antonius victorious.
It's something that I think everyone who plays poker should experience.
There is this community around the EPT, and everyone feels part of something that has legacy, has prestige, and is loved.
I think it's a testament to how great the EPT is that it's been around this long.
In a tournament, it's pretty rare to finish first of an EPT main event, and this feeling is too much for me. I explode.
There's no doubt, it's just one of the most prestigious brands. It's something that everybody would want to win.
It's really hard to think about one day better. It was the best day of my life.
I can't believe that I've won this.
I can't even explain what happened that day. I've never even come close to that feeling.
Okay, I'm in the rush. I'm in the zone. Nobody can stop me.
Winning was magical for me, and that changed my world.
So it's incredibly nice to be part of the EPT history. Main event will always have a special place in my heart.
I think it probably will last another 20 years.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call. Livery is the champion of EPT San Remo.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
I have no words, James. No words.
Giuliano Bendinelli bounces back. It is Simon Vinciac who takes the trophy. Goat man, the goat man.
This part, this right here, never gets old.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona and the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are back in the birthplace of the EPT for the start of our main event coverage. It's day 2 of the 5K main event, and that means we still have 6 days of live cards up coverage coming at you. It's James Hartsgen alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Day 1A is in the books. Day 1B is in the books. Registration is just closing. We will know the number of runners and riders very soon, and then we will kick off day 2. Chances are we will only hit the bubble on day 3, a slightly shorter day today, and then we will follow the tournament through to its conclusion on Sunday, live every day at 12:30 local time, except on final table day when it's at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. We'd love to hear from you. Use the live chat if you're watching on Twitch. Use the live chat if you're watching on YouTube. And of course, check out other EPT-related content on X, Facebook, and on Insta. Hopefully you've enjoyed the first 2 days of live coverage. If you missed yesterday, you missed the final table of the Super High Roller. 6 players coming into the final day of the 100K, and Patrick Antonius, the first player out, losing an early flip.
Okay, good game, guys.
Next out was Santosh Sivana. He ran ace-queen into 9s. No help on the board. He busted in 5th. 4th place finisher, well, that was Jesse Lonas, knocked out by fellow American Seth Davies. Start of day chip leader Sean Winter bluffed off most of his stack against Seth, and then he hit the rail on the very next hand. That took us to heads up, and it was quick, it was brief, just 2 hands. Kyan Mokri defeated Seth Davies to win back-to-back Barcelona Super High Roller trophies. An incredible accomplishment for Kyan Mokri. Today, it's all about the main event. And these are the chip leaders coming into day 2. Looks like we're going to have about 700 players in the room. Obviously, there is a long way to go. A lot of poker to play between now and Sunday. So don't expect these guys to make it to the final day. Blinds are going to be 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante when we get the action started in the next few minutes. Players arriving, including the reigning champ of Barcelona, Simon Vinciac. He's going to have a seat on the main stage today. There is Lena 900, Nicholas Usted, World Series finalist, an online beast, also made that deep run in the Super High Roller. Ramon Kilias, the inaugural PSPC winner. Masayuka Sawa, Joe Stapleton's nemesis. We've got one of our Spanish commentary team, Willow, playing an EPT main event. He's at a table with Peter Yorkner, two-time EPT Paris finalist. Spraggles. Ben Spragg himself, just bought in, just re-entered at the start of day 2. There he is, huge bucks, Broncos, Luca Pagano, and he's going to be at our secondary feature table. But the lineup on the main stage, we have 2 former EPT champs, 2 former Barcelona champs. I mentioned Simon Witziak. We also have Tom Middleton, who won here in Barcelona in 2013. The other player I want to draw attention to is a serial qualifier. He is a satellite beast, and no surprise that it was Dara Okani who won a gold power pass to get his seat in the EPT main event here in Barcelona. He's also going to be at the feature table for the start of play today. It looks like we're going to get cards in the air. We will confirm the exact field size. We will confirm the exact prize pool a bit later on today. Looks like 1,975 total entries, with 700 plus players still remaining. And hand number 1, blinds 1K, 1,500. With a 1,500 big blind ante. Action has been folded to Uladzimir Luchko.
Congrats to all these players for making day 2.
Round 2, hit the hole. Tom Middleton on the button with Queen 9. He raises, makes it 3,500. Gassan Batar in the small blind, 7-5 of clubs. He calls. Dara Okani folds the big blind. We're going heads up to the flop on the first hand of day 2 of the 2024 EPT Barcelona main event.
A call out of the small blind with 7-5 suited. This guy's my hero.
Queen, Jack, Deuce with just the 1 club. This is all MIDI.
Feels right.
95% equity. And action goes check, check. No club on the turn. It's the ace of hearts. That means Batar is drawing dead. So I'm going to check it back a second time.
Not a card he really wanted to see when he checks back top pair on the flop.
And ball pairs on the river. Barry Greenstein makes his first appearance of the day. Joe having flashbacks to the bathrobe incident.
That's right.
And a delayed continuation bet from MIDI. Tries to get a little bit of value. Batar snap folds. And Tom is going to have 56.5K after that hand, a below average stack. The average right now being 83.5K. By the way, the plan is to play 4 levels today. So it will be a shorter day than usual. 4 full levels, and we'll come back tomorrow. And that means we will not hit the bubble today. That means world famous bubble coverage tomorrow during the first half of the day.
We haven't had early bubble coverage in a long time. It's usually pretty late.
Late on day 2.
Yeah.
But by only playing 4 levels today, we'll push it into day 3. Which means we'll use today to see as many of the players in this field as possible.
Right? Yep. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no problem.
This is Simon Diaz from Brazil, and he only has 12 bigs. He is all in with ace-8 of diamonds.
Buenos dias.
Round to the blinds, Dara with king deuce in the small folds. Simon, who took the title here in Barcelona last year. King 9 of diamonds. So the shove gets through, and Diaz is now going to have 14 big blinds.
Such a demoralizing place to be on day 2, 12 hours from the money. you know, when you're doing this near the bubble and you're like, well, if I double up, I can maybe squeak my way in. But just knowing you're so far still, such a long way to go. Ugh.
Day 2 of 7, by the way. Always a longer main event in Barcelona because of the huge field size. It will not conclude until Sunday. A lot of poker to be played between now and then.
Do we know all Team Pro members who are still in? Yeah. Thank you for your question. 7-5 suited. Doesn't play the Jack-9 from the cutoff. Hey. Hey.
Dara with aces on the button. Starts the hand with 23 bigs. And he's going to min raise to 3,000. King Jack for Simon Witziak in the small blind. That's a call. Ryan Mandara has folded the big blind. The flop is queen at 6-5. So luckily, Simon hasn't connected massively with this board. Couple of backdoor draws.
Should be very easy. Continue / value bet for Dara.
The folds, and Dara shows the aces. So reminder that we have not one but 2 feature tables here in Barcelona, and the secondary feature table is headlined by an EPT legend, Luca Pagano. He made the final table of the first ever EPT back in 2004. In fact, he made 2 final tables that season. And Luca still to this day has made more final table appearances in EPT main events than any other player, but still hasn't won a title.
It's impressive considering he doesn't play that many of them anymore.
I think I'm right in saying that Georgios Karakousis is an EPT runner-up.
London, that's correct.
Second to Robin Ulatalo in London 2013. Also at this table is Alexander Shilko. We saw Ramon earlier on. He won the PSPC in 2019. Shilko won the second PSPC last year.
Not a runner-up.
So Shilko opened with deuces, and Luca has 3-bet with jacks. And his 3-bet is met with a fold. So Luca chipping up there. We don't see Luca much on the EPT, but we spoke to him before the start of play today and obviously asked him how it feels to be back in Barcelona, where his poker career began 20 years ago.
It's a great opportunity for me to be at day 2 here in Barcelona after 20 years. I like to make jokes about my first result here in Barcelona. That was 20 years ago. So let's try to make another final table here after 20 years. So far, so good. We are kind of on an average stack, a little bit below. Day 2, we cannot win any tournament during day 2. So the strategy here is to survive, try to accumulate some chips, and try to go to day 3. To be part of this 20th anniversary of the EPT, for me, it's a great memory. It's a great opportunity to meet old friends, to reconnect with them, to check how the young generation is growing. And I see a lot of young guns playing great poker, so I guess that it's up to me to get to their level now. But listen, it's great. 20 years after, I see great shows here, great poker, great entertainment, great fun. So guys, this is the place to be.
Great to have Luca here in Barcelona. Bumped into him at the Irish Open. He was in Dublin this year for that and said he would not miss this for the world. He was always going to come back.
I don't want to get too weird, but do you look at Luca, and obviously he's aged. We've all aged, right? We've all been on the tour, if not for 20 years, 10, 15 years. Do you ever think back on that stuff and go, did that ever even happen?
Some of us still remember. So back to the action at the main feature table. This hand was raised by Simon Witziak pre-flop, and he continued the flop for 3,000. It went check, check on the turn, and we've got to the river. Jack's still ahead. Luchkov with just a pair of 10s to go with the 7s on board. And Luchkov is going to lead river.
I mean, I guess his read's right that Simone doesn't have an ace.
4,000 into a pot of 16,500. I mean, I'm a nit, but curiosity would get the better of me here. I'd find myself throwing out 4K, and sure enough, Simon Witziak is going to win this pot. Jack's still good.
Probably thought he could value bet a deuce.
Well, we did catch up with Simon before he took his seat at the feature table today. Grabbed the reigning champion and asked him about the possibility of defending his title and how it feels to be here on day 2.
I feel super lucky to be here today. You know, being at day 2, it's not that easy. Even if it's on 6-day event, we can think that the first steps are easy. It's not. So I was really grateful to be here, and I feel so special. Yesterday when I saw the video going through the 20 years of EPT, it made me feel something, you know, emotional, because I didn't know what happened before. And for the record, I was down to 15K, and after this video, I'm up 200K now. So it's like a symbol, you know? It's like we are part of history now. You know, it's not like just a win, it's like you are in the walls and you will stay here forever. So it means that when I see all these faces through the 20 years, you know that it's people that you will recognize forever. So again, really grateful to be one of them, and I hope it's not going to be the last one.
Jeez.
I mean, we did see a pretty incredible accomplishment by Tonka at the start of this festival, making his way through a 7,000 plus player field 2 years in a row. Making the final table of the Australia's main event 2 years in a row. I mean, for Witziak to go back-to-back final tables in the main, it's not inconceivable, but it is improbable. So Dara opened from the hijack with ace-3 suited. Luchkov has 3-bet from the small blind with king-queen of hearts.
I mean, ooh, lays it down. How big was that re-raise? 10,000, that's pretty big.
Yeah, he more than 3x'd it. Is the old adage true that you should still re-raise more if you're the out-of-position player?
I think so. But ace-tray of spades, it seems kind of tight to lay down. I guess Dara really doesn't have a ton of chips to play with right now.
Yeah, it's tough, hovering around the 25 big blind mark. Of course, 90-minute levels now that we've hit day 2. The day 1s play on a 60-minute clock, and then all future levels, 90 minutes. Round 2, Simon. When he's seen one of his cards, the Queen of Spades, he's raised it to 3,000, and it's been folded to Tom Middleton, the other former Barcelona champion in the big blind. He's going to defend. Trey deuce suited. (10-10-6). Well, whatever Witziak's other card is, we know he's ahead right now.
It's clearly Queen 10 of spades. Clearly.
Check, check. Way ahead now. In fact, Middy's drawing dead.
Wait, what about... Oh, wait, no, you're right. Wait. Okay, no.
Check, check again. 7 on the river.
This is masterfully played by Witziak with the queen 10 of spades, just waiting for Middleton to bluff 3 high.
Yeah, I mean, Midi cannot win at showdown, so he's going to try and bluff Witziak off his hand. Gets cold.
Almost.
What was Simon's other card? It was the 5 of spades. So just a pair of queens, did not have a full house. Over to the secondary feature table. Luca Pagano in a hand against Michael Kill from Luxembourg. And Kill has just turned the nut flush. Luca with a set of 8s. Oh, sick cooler. In the very first 15 minutes of day 2 of an EPT main event. And Luca is the effective stack here. Got 28K in the pot. Luca's got 43K behind.
Yikes.
And Luca betting the turn with his set. Not only does Kill have the nut flush, he has a redraw to the street flash.
Oh boy. All right, well, Pagano set his own price to see the river. There's some cards that can save him, including another spade might have saved him, but...
Well, this feels like overkill, if you'll forgive the pun. He now has a straight and a flush, both of which are beating Luca's set. And considering that it is a straighty flushy board, can Luca avoid going broke here? He's got 31K behind and there's 53 in the middle.
He doesn't have to go broke, but he is.
Yeah, Luca is all in, gets called, and sadly we are going to lose Luca Pagano from the EPT 2024 main event.
Good game, sir. Good thing we ran that interview.
That's a very Luca hand, by the way. Flops a set and then gets done on the turn by a flush.
Would have been really cool to see him make another final table.
So back over to the main feature table.
Thank you.
No problem.
Luchkov, the pre-flop aggressor, raised to 3,000, called by Dara Okani in the big blind. And on this Queen Jack 8 2-heart flop, Okani has checked to Luchkov. Luchkov ahead right now with 10s, but huge draw for Dara. This is a post-flop flip.
How much is it going to cost him to see the turn? Just 2,000. Really good price.
There's the call from Okani, taking us to the turn. Just the 3 of hearts. That's the flush for Dara Okani, the second nuts.
My guess is with that sizing on the flop, Luchkov didn't really like this board to begin with. There's not a lot of good case scenarios when you get called there and the heart comes off. And another one.
Pairs on the river does not change the outcome of the hand. Dara elects to lead 10,000. That is a pretty horrible board for 2 black 10s.
Yeah, it is. I just don't see any conceivable way you can make this call.
So Dara Okani chipping up during the first half of this first level of day 2. Now playing
How's it going? You good?
28 big blinds as a new player takes his seat at the feature table. It's Robert Hydorn. German player who we've seen many times on the EPT. And he's a decent stack, 60 bigs, which is the average right now. 89K to be precise, but yeah, 60 big blind average at this point in the tournament.
What a great structure.
Box side by side for roughly 2 seconds. This box here. Then show them to the camera, put them back in the box, and you're free to continue.
He knows what he's doing, but good to go over the rules. The guidelines, I should say.
Where there's an Okani, there's often a Lapin, and David Lapin is watching on YouTube. He says, let's go, Dara. I'd like to think that if you were playing on a feature table, I'd watch the stream and say nice things.
I think I lasted exactly 1 hand the time I made it to a final table that was being streamed.
Gassan Batar raises the button with ace queen. Ace 10 for Dara Okani.
You know, a lot of people change their name for Hollywood. I feel like if I was in poker, I might not go by Batar.
Dara thinking about potentially raising here.
He's in a really weird spot here. Obviously, like Batar is going to be opening, should be opening way wider than just the hands that have Dara dominated. This is like a good spot to just pick up the blinds and the dead money, quote unquote dead money from Batar.
10,500.
So it is a 3-bet to 10,500. Simon Witziak in the big blind. Has jacks.
Oh my goodness.
I'm on it.
Yeah, he's just got both players out chipped in a major way. Can absolutely do this.
Oh, this so sucks for Batar.
I mean, I think he can obviously ship it against Okani, but this looks so strong.
Yeah. Calling it off here with ace queen when there's still a player to act.
Yeah, and I think Witziak is going to be stronger than jacks here a lot of the time too when he does this. Maybe not though. Maybe he just plays it more for chips if he's stronger, but
now, of course, the shot clock does not come into play until day 3.
I think obviously you're not that happy about ace queen here, but it's yeah, you can just lay it down. Is it ever going to be ace jack? Is it going to be 2 6s? Not really.
All into call for Dara, who can fold and leave himself with 22 bigs.
It can feel like a move here, given the dynamic, the button raise, the small blind 3-bet. Calling it off with ace-10, though, does not feel like a doke move. That's a painful fold, given that Dara put 10K in, leaving himself just with 33 now.
Simon Witziak, the reigning champion, chip leader at this table, 242,500, 161 big blinds. So again, total field size still to be confirmed, prize pool to be announced. Looks like 1,975 total entries, which would mean a prize pool of around 9.6 million euros. Payouts will be revealed later today. We do know there's around 660 players in the field right now. And that number will go down reasonably rapidly as we see one of the short stacks in the room, one of the short stack at our feature table, all in for his last 18K.
Dara with ace-5. Don't see a call off here either.
No. Witziak in the small, folds, as does Mandara in the big.
So we've got Mandara and Dara.
Yes, indeed we do. Sadly, we no longer have Luca Pagano in the EPT Barcelona main event. After busting from the secondary feature table, he was subjected to the inevitable exit interview.
I'm definitely planning to come back to play the EPT. It's always great fun, even if getting busted like today is part of the game. I know, I've been doing this for 20 years, so I know what it means to play poker. So I'm back. So I'll definitely come play more EPT in the near future.
It would be great to have Luca back as a regular fixture on the EPT. It's been too long. And chances are we won't have to wait very long at all to hear his dulcet tones again.
What are you hinting at?
Let's just get through this hand. We've got Batar with King-9 in the hijack.
Race. Yeah, buddy, let's go.
Free, race. 3,500.
Batar likes to V-pip.
Mandara, King-Jack in the small blind.
Does what Batar would do. Oh boy. Domination, domination.
So the key hashtag fun fact about Ryan Mandara, we obviously have Dara Okani, an Irish poker legend at the table. Ryan Mandara is also part of Irish poker folklore because he was the 2018 Irish Poker Open champion.
It's very confusing, all of this. Luchkov can definitely put... Yeah.
6-7. Player is all in.
Yeah, Luchkov shoving from the big, and unlikely that Bitar and Mandara will put any more chips in this pot. There's the fold from the original Razor, and there's the fold from Mandara. What I was hinting at, Joe, is that we do have a guest commentator with us on the live stream. We watched him in action earlier on today, as we just referenced. Sadly, no longer in the main event, but the tournament's loss is our gain. Luca Pagano, welcome.
Hello, Ciao James.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
Luca, how the hell are you? Other than the tournament.
Yeah, under the tournament, great.
I meant this in the nicest possible way, but I did say that your bust out was a very, very Luca Pagano hand.
Yes, I'm back. I feel I'm very back, James.
To flop the set and then get done by the flush on the turn, it's like, I've covered so many EPTs where it's like, that's happened to you.
Yeah. Well, probably it's also because of my style of game, I guess. So unless there is some very weird situations, I don't easily get busted in, unless it's a cooler. I do like and appreciate how the new generation play, these GTO kind of guys.
Yeah.
I think the GTO is definitely giving some important tools to understand more or less what's happening at the table. But I still believe that when you play live, you have to understand the situation, the players, you have to pick the right moment. There is much more than just a very simple, which is not simple, game theory.
It is not simple.
So my memory's not what it used to be. What was the last EPT that you actually came to before this one?
I have to say that I show up very briefly in Prague last year. So that was, let's say, 6-7 months ago. But before that, it were kind of 3-4 years.
Yeah.
So I went into some sort of a sabbatical period of my life with poker. I focused on esport. That's something that I'm still focusing on. But I think that now is getting the right opportunity to start connecting the dots. And guys, I have to tell you the truth. After 10 years of poker, I needed to take a break.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah. No, a lot of, I can tell you. But after 3-4 years of break, I feel that I'm regenerated.
Cool.
I wanna, guys, everyone that I've been jumping to you have been keep asking me about when I'm gonna win an EPT. And listen, I have the next 20 years to keep on trying.
You gotta be in it to win it, pal.
Yep, exactly. For the next 20 years, I'm going to be here. Are you going to be here for the next 20 years?
I don't know how to answer that question, honestly. Let me hold on. Let me think of the political answer. I should be so lucky to have that sort of job security to be here for another 20 years.
Very good answer.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
I mean, again, it's a question I've asked so many people, and we asked John Duthie on the podcast the same question. Did you ever envisage that this would get to 20 years? And of course I bloody didn't. No one thought that this thing would be around 2 decades later.
And to grow up to this level. Because one thing is to carry on with your business for 20 years.
Yeah.
That's something that you can manage somehow. But to keep on growing for 20 years in a row and to get the EPT up to this level, that's something that honestly nobody could have expected. I mean, we as a player, we were just hoping that the EPT could have grown for such a long time, but we didn't see this coming. I think that we are entering into a new, let's say, renaissance period for poker, especially for live poker. I think that people after COVID wanted to get back into live action and playing poker and have fun and traveling. And I think that is to travel the circuit at APT is one of the best way to, well, spend time with your friends, playing a little bit of poker, enjoy and visiting the most beautiful city in Europe.
It's also one of the few tactile things we still have, right? It's not on a phone, it's not on a screen, you're touching cards, you're touching chips. Once you start feeling poker again, it gets inside you a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that at the end of the day, if there are players like myself, but it's not just myself, there are plenty of other players that are playing poker for more than 20 years, it's because when you get passionate about poker, that's something that you cannot really move away. It's going to be part of your life. For people, it can be a job. For others, can be an opportunity to spend some time and have fun. But eventually, poker is going to be part of everyone's life. So we have to accept that. And also, all the bad bit stories.
The wounds have had time to heal.
Yeah, exactly. But guys, don't remember. I mean, remember that all the times that that's an interesting term. In the meantime, remember not just the bad bits that you get, but also those that you give to the opponents. Which I don't, by the way. But anyway.
So picking up the action here, it was a pre-flop raised by Dara Okani. He continued the flop, and we have a very interesting turn card. And the river is the 7 of hearts, which does not help Dara. So High Dawn is good here.
Finkel is High Dawn.
See 8 checks.
Is there any point in Dara doing anything here other than checking back?
He definitely have to be turning his hand into a bluff. And has some showdown value at the 9.
So Dara drops below the 20 big blind mark now. Playing 18 bigs. High Dawn playing more than 60. Every now and then, Luca, we will replay a hand from that first final table here in Barcelona, a final table that you were at. My favorite moment from that final table, it's not the winning moment, it's where Stevic pulls off this ridiculous bluff that somehow works, and he shows the bluff at the end, and it just speaks volumes to poker in 2004 that everyone at the table, including yourself, gives him a round of applause. It's all kind of very like, oh, well done, sir, good bluff, well played.
Yes, it was definitely an interesting hand, which, I mean, at the time definitely left an important mark in the business.
Great to have Alex Stevic back with us here in Barcelona. He came back in 2013 when we celebrated the 10th anniversary, and here he is again in 2024. And I have to say, both of you look really good considering you've aged 20 years since 2004.
Thank you, James. Yeah, I mean, I'm not supposed to be the one to say that, at least for myself. Definitely I can talk for Stevic. There have been a lot of players, people making fun of myself, watching myself next to the pictures of 20 years ago. And some people told me, man, how do you look like now compared to 20 years ago? And the ideal answer would be, man, you don't look any younger as well. But it's fun to have this type of conversation, because that, at the end of the day, it means that we have been around for 20 years at least, which is a good thing.
It is a good thing. Absolutely. That's a very good way of looking at it. So this was Mandara raising with the queens, and it's a big blind defend from Tom Middleton, who has paired his 5 on this 8-5-3 flop. Facing a continuation bet of 5,500. And he calls. Seven of diamonds on the turn. Mandara now near enough a 9-1 favorite.
Tom did not go for the re-raise with ace-5 suited pre-flop.
C1 bet, 6,500.
This hand would have played out a lot differently, I think.
Yeah, it's not easy to get out from this hand. Yeah.
Mandara calls Middleton's turn lead. The river card.
Boom.
Is a 5.
Man.
Trips for Midi.
So funny, because I was about to say, not knowing what this river was going to be, is that, you know, queens do have to be careful on a board like this, playing against a big blind. And now Middleton, I was like, Middleton can maybe bluff him off it, but doesn't have to.
Perfect bet.
Don't think I can fold.
perfect bet from Middleton. Definitely the opponents cannot really put him on a 5.
So sick.
And yeah.
Gets paid.
Ryan Mandara pays it off. That is the full double up for 2013 Barcelona champion Tom Middleton. "11 years since Midi won the trophy here in Barcelona. One of 2 former champions we have at the main feature table today. And we spoke to Tom before he took his seat, before play started on day 2. Very keen to know how he feels about being back on the main stage, under the lights, with everyone watching his every move.
Yeah, it's always exciting to play on the feature table. My friends at home and my girlfriend get to watch it, so they're always excited. I think it's always special to come play at EPT or any of the big tournaments. I remember like watching EPTs on TV before. I was like playing a bit bigger, then so excited to go play my first one. I think London 2010 maybe, and then obviously incredibly lucky to actually win one. I've not got loads of chips, but I think I've got 50k, which, you know, I'm not like push fold, so I can play some hands, so hopefully it goes well.
Hit the hole.
I mean, as long as we're talking about former champs, Luke, I know that you've never actually won one of these, but the records. You know you have a record.
About final tables?
Yeah.
With no trophy.
Who cares, man? That's really impressive.
I do care.
All right, I know. I probably would too,
Well,
but
2 of those final tables came in the very first season, and the first time I met you was in Deauville in early 2005. You were one of 3 players who I kind of felt I got to know at that event. The other 2 were the late John Gale, and the third was an 18-year-old kid who just had a deep run in the PCA that year and made the final table in Deauville, called Justin Bonomo.
Yeah, I remember playing with him at the table. That was, and he was already doing crazy stuff at the time. So I already saw that was going to be a guy that he could have been a great player in the future. So listen, I think that those players that are coming from the early stages can definitely still can bring something important into the industry. I think that at the end of the day, it's all about sharing thoughts, strategies, but also experiences, which in poker is key, in my opinion.
I think it's wild that your record still stands, considering you haven't been participating all that much.
Listen, I gave them almost 4 years.
Right?
Time to 4 years time to recover, and they didn't make it. So now it's time to.
And now I'm back, baby.
Exactly. Exactly, to extend the record.
I don't know if this is a genuine question from Anonymous Poker. Can you use a calculator to count how many big blinds you have, or is that RTA? You can. You can't, however, at the feature table, because we don't allow players to have electronic devices. So you have to do mental arithmetic.
I think you could have like a piece of paper and a pencil if you needed to do it longhand.
But when I'm playing live, I am terrible at mathematics. I am constantly using the calculator app on my phone to work out how many big blinds I have. Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
funny. I just take a guess. Like it's somewhere between 20 and 40.
Yeah, there's a big difference between those 2 stack sizes. I mean, at the start of the tournament, if it's like between 80 and 150, it's going to play the same. But no, once it gets kind of below 50, I'd like to kind of know.
Not the way I play. There you go. There's some maths for you. 242.5K. What is K?
Kilometers. Simon came a long way to play at this feature table.
161 big blinds.
Do we have the price, the payout yet?
No, payout's not announced.
I'm very curious.
Yeah, so basically, prize pool, we kind of know from the number of entries, right? We know it's going to be around 9.6 million, but how that breaks down and what the winner's going to get, still to be determined. But yeah, I mean, that's something else that's kind of changed over the years, is that now we pay 15% of the field rather than 10%. More people make the money. It's also
I super agree.
Kind of a much flatter payout structure. You see just the min plus cash is a couple of hundred extra euros as you move up, and Still, to this day, all the big money is up top. You've got to really get to the last two tables, ideally the final table, to get that life-changing score.
Which is fair, but I also believe that it's very fair to flat out a little bit the prize pool, the payout. I think it's very important to support also the occasional gamers that had the chance to qualify online, come here, and to finish in the money. So.
Yeah. So we have the all-in from Simon Diaz. He came in as a short stack, got one shove through. This one has been called, but he has got it in good. Sevens against fives. And sevens holding on this.
Dara getting beat up today.
Flop. Yeah, this is going to leave Dara super short, by the way. He's going to have 5 bigs left, unless he can spike a 5. And he's going to need to hit on the river. Just 2 cards for Diaz to fade. Sevens hold. And Diaz doubles up. That is going to give him 25 big blinds, and yeah, Dara super short, very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone! That was a weird one. I'm going to take a break.
Thank you, Joseph. Diaz, part of the Samba poker team. We have seen a fair few members of that team in Barcelona, including at the final table for the last couple of years. Big scenes with Brazilian players at the FT in both 2022 and 2023. Well, we may have lost Joe Stapleton from the booth, but we still have Luca Pagano, one of our EPT OGs. And Nick Walsh now joins us on stream as well.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me. It's a real honor to be in the booth with you, Luca. And since the first time that I met you yesterday, I have yet to wake up and not go, Luca Pagano, big bucks, Broncos.
I know that.
You know how I'm a stickler for detail?
Yeah.
It's huge bucks.
Huge bucks. Sorry, I apologize, James.
Yes.
No, keep me honest at all times. That's how it works.
As someone who did his own rendition of the EPT rap.
Still my favorite and way better than the original.
The lyrics are ingrained in my head.
You guys have been killing me for 20 years now.
I have to ask. What was it like to be immortalized in a rap
song
about poker?
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. Not one of the best highlights in my life, but still one of the important ones.
Well, he hasn't heard my version. Mandara opening under the gun with the James and Joe, the JS and JH. Diaz has flatted with King Jack of clubs. Round to Vitsiak in the big blind with 5-4 off. And we have gone.
Yeah, that's
three-way to the flop, and that's
an okay flop.
That's a pretty good flop for King Jack, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's an above-average flop for King Jack.
Yeah, and also I guess that it's not going to be that easy for Mandara to get out from this flop. Let's see.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, not only sort of second pair with the jacks, but also blocking King Jack very heavily as well. It's difficult to put your opponent on that hand when you hold jacks.
Enough with this blocking nonsense already.
I was about to say, it's just a further indication that blockers aren't real.
Yeah, thank you. He can't have a jack because I have 2 of them. Spoiler alert, there are 2 other jacks in the deck.
It's like we're playing PLO, but nobody knows the rules.
So 3,000 apiece, ace of spades on the turn. Now this is an interesting card. So Diaz now has the Broadway straight, but Mandara has picked up the flush draw.
Yeah, I wonder if perhaps this was an opportunity to maybe raise flop with King Jack. I mean, you've kind of got so much of it. Being a little bit trappy makes a lot of sense too, but when we are at this stack depth, you got to wonder if maybe a little bit of aggression there might make it easier to get the chips in the middle. As played, though, on the turn, I'm assuming we're going to see a bet here in position. Yep, there it is. And look, jacks, it's a double non-blocker situation. It's a double blockers aren't real situation. You got you're blocking the king jack. You're also blocking the spade flush with the jack of spades as well.
Do you agree with the size of the bet?
You know what? That's a good question. I think it would have been better to size. No, actually, I like it. Never mind. I take it back. It's very geometrical, right? Sizing exactly to shove less than pot on river feels good. How do you feel about the bet?
I probably have the bet a little bit more, honestly.
Yeah, I think probably I would have gone more like 10K or something in that region, maybe 11. But it is enough to have less than pot behind, which is kind of the name of the game here.
That river card does not help Mandara, but he kind of got screwed with queens, and now he's been screwed with jacks. He should stop playing pocket pairs. That's my strategic advice.
All right, Samba Poker. I think we probably run it here, Luca. I think you still go for it with the king jack. I don't imagine you're that scared of spades, really,
no, I mean,
based on this action down the streets, right? So 24K behind, 34.5 in the middle. And yeah, makes sense. Story checks out. Yeah, as you alluded to as well, James, Samba Poker, man, what a force, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, one of my favorite people in the world managed to make a final table representing Samba Poker. And also a fantastic queen high call as well when we saw him there.
Fabiano Kowalski.
That's him. Well done. Yeah.
So Diaz came into day two with just 12 bigs and has run it up to 40 bigs. Meanwhile, we have got Dara Okani on life support right now. He's just played through the blinds, so he's only got 4 bigs. Blinds are going to go up in just over half an hour's time. We'll have the break first, and then on the other side of the break, we'll escalate those blinds. In the years that you were pretty much playing every single EPT, Luca, when you were at Reg on tour, when you were repping PokerStars, what were your favorite places to go?
Barcelona.
Always Barcelona?
Yeah, Barcelona. Honestly, I was already here before the EPT. Barcelona was already kind of my place where to spend most of my summertime. And then I have good memories. Listen, guys, it's the best place where to play some poker and to get busted, right? You have something pretty cool to do here. So Barcelona is my place to be. But also Cyprus, I've heard great things about. Monte Carlo is another cool place. Prague, it's another place where you want to bring your wife or your girlfriend. It's a very romantic place.
Was there anywhere you didn't like going? Were there any destinations, whether they're still on the tour to this day or not, that were like, oh God, that one?
Yeah, I mean, there was. Am I supposed to say that?
You're not on the company's dime. You can say what you want. I'm interested in your objective analysis of the tour.
Listen, there were some location very difficult to reach.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. So it's cool to have a nice location where you can easily land with a flight and have also proper vacation. So don't make me say more.
Queen of -6 on the flop. Dara Okani all in and at risk, and has to fade kings, jacks, and 10s.
Oh.
And that jack on the turn has sealed Dara's fate.
Great pub quiz question last night, actually involving a member of the feature table at the moment. Chat, James, don't say anything. I know you want to. Can you name Thomas Middleton's online handle? His online PokerStars handle. I will give a prize to the first person in Twitch chat who answers.
I will tell you, I've said it a few times today.
Okay, well, who's been paying attention?
No one, probably.
Johnny Watford, that's you. You win. You win. Send me a message. I'll send you a prize. You guys can find me at these addresses.
So, Dara Okani won his way here using a gold power pass. Sadly, he would not be cashing in this EPT main event. His chips now belong to Tom Middleton, who is playing 82 big blinds. The two former champs at this table are the two biggest stacks, Witziak and Middleton.
I absolutely love Mitty. He is one of my favorite people, and I'm very pleased to see him at our table, as well as some other big names.
So he was also involved in one of the most controversial incidents in EPT history when around 2012, 2013, and I'm not going to pretend for 1 second that there weren't deals on the tour before that, but they were always conducted behind closed doors and were not necessarily facilitated by or endorsed by the tournament staff. When the decision was taken to make deals public and publish the actual results,
right, which I prefer, yeah,
and to have Toby Stone and his team oversee and facilitate the deal, and we said, well, we'll have it play out on the feature table. We'll see the negotiations.
Yeah.
We'll have that happen. Let's just see what plays out in this hand, by the way, because Mitty's got kings, and Luchkov has paired his 5 on this flop.
Yeah, top pair here. This is a pretty dreamy spot for kings. Out of position against a very aggressive opponent. I'm assuming we see a check here. Do you think this is a spot we can lead sometimes, Luca? I don't know. At this stack depth, it feels a little bit weird to have leads.
Yeah, you can exactly. You can lead here to understand more or less where you're in the hand. You can get some extra information.
Yeah, so we see the initial pot here is about 9.5K, and there's a lead of 2. It's so hard not to have a raise with kings at this point, right?
Yeah,
on this texture, it just smashes the big blind range.
Absolutely. Especially, okay. No, I would definitely here come up with a raise.
Yeah,
especially because it's a scary, can be a scary board somehow.
So that seems like an above-average turn for 9-5 offsuit. What do you think, Luca?
No, I agree. I definitely agree on that.
Expert analysis. So he kind of had a small lead. It was almost like a blocker bet on the flop, right?
It was more a blocker bet.
Yeah.
And
now we find ourselves here. You have to imagine we size up. So the pot is about 13.5K now.
Definitely.
I mean, you have to imagine as well, if you have 9-5 offsuit, that maybe 2 overcards in a club draw probably raises quite often on the flop. So you kind of feel really good about this.
Here, I guess he has to bet at least 10K, 10K at least. That's less. Okay.
So Luchkov bet 2K on the flop. 4K is his turn lead.
Wait, sorry, did that graphic change, James? I thought it was 4 deuce 5-5 for a moment.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Okay, cool. Okay. Apologies, Chad. I didn't see it was a jack. I thought it was a 5.
Board bricks out for Luchkov. King's still good.
Yeah, so when he doesn't turn trips, another sort of blocker bet size.
Check. Check, check. Kings are good.
That's interesting. This was a strange spot for Mitty, I think. You know, I think not raising the flop is cool. Obviously, on the turn, we thought it was trips. It wasn't. It was jack 5. But I think when we see 2 sort of blocker bet spots, you know, I wonder if perhaps we could have gone for value on the river.
No, he definitely has missed a couple of opportunities to get more from his opponents. Definitely here on the river. I think that where probably he misplayed. Let's say that he took a different direction, was more on the turn. I understand that on the river that could have been a scary card, but it was a value bet.
Well, there is last year's runner-up, Jout Sidenstrik. I'm just going to take a look around the room at some of the familiar faces competing on day 2 of this EPT main event. That is Wolfgang Poker.
Good for poker.
Now, the reason why we need Luca here is because Maria Ho is unavailable for commentary duties today. She's playing the EPT main, made it through day 1A, as did another one of our colleagues, Griffin Benja, made it through day 1B. So both Maria and Griffin playing today. We saw Steve O'Dwyer in the Super High Roller. He's looking to win his second EPT main event. Sadly, Andre Akari, who made last year's final table, has just been eliminated. And there's another player who's been KO'd, Jesse Lonis, 4th place finisher in yesterday's Super High Roller. So back to the story about Tom Middleton. Apologies for the dramatic pause. So the deal negotiations are taking place between the final 4 players. They come to terms, they agree a deal, they shake on the deal, and then Mitty goes off and starts talking to a number of friends, including Fraser McIntyre, and they offer him insurance. So he turns down the deal, having initially agreed to it. And understandably, some of the other players, one of them in particular, was particularly aggrieved. So that led to what I guess you could call the MIDI rule, which is now players have to stay at the table, and they are allowed to have one friend, one advisor with them when they negotiate.
Yeah, I've changed my opinion. I hate him now, so thanks for that, MIDI. Just kidding. No, I think that makes sense. I really like that rule. I think that's fantastic. I like that we enforce that kind of thing. Makes it much more visible. People can get behind that. I think it makes the whole deal negotiation thing a lot more palatable. For people that don't like deals, I think it's a lot better to just see what actually goes down.
So it looks like we have fewer than 600 players at the tables now. The clock's showing 597. And this is going to be blind v blind. Robert Hydorn in the small with 10-7. Raises small to big, and the fold from Diaz with 8-3 off.
Yeah, James, I got to give you some props. If you guys weren't in Barcelona last night, we did the EPT quiz in the Players Lounge, and James was the host. Did a great job wrangling the wild ones out there, James. Well done.
You're welcome. I have to give credit to Howard Swains, who did most of the hard work, because Howard was the official question compiler. Howard actually put together 100 questions about EPT trivia, which I pared down to 35 for the quiz last night. But the good news is, great believer that all good content should be recycled, reversioned, repackaged. Those questions will appear at various points in the next few days on the stream. So some of our loyal viewers who've been watching over the years, who like to know their EPT trivia, will want to play along for fun. Bitar has opened under the gun with 7s. Witziak with ace tray of diamonds.
Repackaged like a box of Pierce Brosnan 007 James Bond films with supporting, what was the name of the magazine, James? The official magazine of the 007
It was called 007 magazine.
There you go, yeah. Do you still have a VHS player, James?
No.
Really? I so thought you would have just had one just for special occasions.
No, I have not had one for years. Can't remember.
You had a Blu-ray at some point, though.
I still have a Blu-ray player, yeah. I have a lot of discs on Blu-ray.
Do you feel like you can see the difference when you watch Blu-rays?
From,
you know, generic non-Blu-ray, super ultra, 4K, whatever it was supposed to be?
So I actually think that 4K streaming, and like, if I buy the digital version of a movie and it's 4K HDR,
for now,
I think that is superior quality to Blu-ray.
Yeah.
However, standard HD, I can definitely see the difference on packaged media to a digital file.
Yeah, that's a good point. The shift over to just everything being, you know, Super HD or whatever we call it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I mean, I haven't actually bought a movie for years now. You know, it's
you wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't steal a handbag.
No, it's the fact that I don't necessarily kind of collect them now, especially when they pop up on Netflix or Amazon Prime or Disney Plus.
Yeah, no, sure. I got a library on Prime or something for sure. It's just easier.
No, I am. Look, as someone who has worked in the media his entire life, I'm very, very against piracy.
That advert just lives rent-free in my head forever. Yeah. You wouldn't steal a handbag, so why would you steal a film? All right, takes it down, raise and take it. So, Luca, I have to ask you. Obviously, you've been working heavily in the esports markets, you know. And you don't have to answer this if it puts you in a weird situation, but what is your favorite game that you still play today?
I'm a League of Legends player.
Yeah, League of Legends. I think that's a great game, but I feel like I came to it a little bit too late. I feel like it's the same as chess for me. People are like, why don't you play more chess? Like, it's a great game. I absolutely love it. I think it's great.
But we can make it.
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah. And I sort of go, when I'm playing against somebody that's been playing since they were 2 years old, I just feel like I'm massively behind. I feel that way in League of Legends as well. Is there some sort of a coaching academy for League of Legends players somewhere? Yeah?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I also try to went through some kind of coaching. I have some players, some very good players that I try to get something from them. Pretty much important. At the age of 46, don't play video games. Or let's say, play video games, but let's manage your expectation.
46. You look so good for 46, man. You're taking care of yourself.
46.
Yeah, but when it comes to League of Legends, no chance. Get out of here.
No
Absolutely not. All right, so we've seen a raise here from Hydorn in the hijack, 3.5K.
So the raise called by both blinds, Bitar in the small, Witsyak in the big. Three-way to the flop, which is Jack 8-5. That is top 2 for Bitar.
How do you feel about this small blind defend here?
I'm not a big fan, honestly, to these situations, unless you know that you're going to flop top 2.
He's flopped 2 pairs.
No, exactly.
No.
That's the big difference.
As I keep saying to everyone, guys, in poker we have to play results because results are the only thing that matter.
Exactly.
Also, I would have led out here, honestly. I would have led on the flop with your pair.
Yeah. So Witsyak catches a piece on the turn.
Now I can check raise with the hope that someone hit his king.
Yeah, it strikes me that the king is a good turn for a lot of the in-position players in particular, but he's going to find a bet here now, and 5.5K into 12. So okay, let's assume we like to play Jack 8 in the small blind, and you miss the flop bet, you miss the flop lead, which is fair. I think probably you want to lead bigger here on the turn to try and set yourself up for a river shove at some point, because now you
have a problem.
Yeah, 49K behind, 23 in the middle. And I think, honestly, this is such a fantastic turn to get value from some King X.
By the way, can I just clarify, that was a terrible call in the small blind pre-flop. And this is going to demonstrate why you should never, ever, ever call with Jack 8 off in the small blind.
Yeah, exactly. Bitar checks, and I think the king just has the easiest value bet of all time now.
Also super important to have a feeling about how your image at the table has been perceived by your opponent.
Right.
Because otherwise, I mean, here we are trying to simplify the analysis, but when you are at the table, you have way more information that we cannot judge from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Witsyak is in my pot, I'm terrified anyway, so. There's the bet, 7.5K into 23. I mean, this is just so begging for a call.
He's called it. I mean, he snap called it.
Yeah,
it's going to call. So, that's the problem because he didn't bet on the flop, so he doesn't know exactly where he's in the
Yeah, sure. I think just as a general rule, though, guys, if you're looking at the solves, etc., usually if you miss a flop something, whether you're out of position or in position on the turn, you size up, right? That kind of makes sense.
Yep.
Including when you have delayed C-bets, right? So you want to have a sizing where if you miss a bet in position, you like to size up on the turn approximately sort of 3/4 pot or pot. And the same goes in this spot, but also in a multi-way pot when your hand is this strong and the turn is so interesting for the initial raiser, I think you can go really big here. Unlucky there on the counterfeit, but Simon Witsyak's going to pick up another pot, and Does this guy ever lose? That's the question.
Well, he's playing nearly $250,000 right now, which equates to 164 big blinds. Blinds going up in 18 minutes, by the way. Tom Middleton's still the second biggest stack at the table. No one's super short, but Ryan Mandara is playing fewer than 20 bigs. Average stack, by comparison, is 100K, so only 2 players at this table have above average stacks. Looks like around 580 players remaining on day 2. Chances are during the next session we might get the field, the prize pool and the payouts confirmed and announced. Ace Queen, we have had an under-the-gun raise from Luchkov. A reminder that a bit later on today there will be an EPT 20 free roll celebrating the 20th anniversary of the European Poker Tour. We have a free roll every single day, $2.5 grand in W Coupe tickets in the prize pool, plus a $109 bronze power pass going to the winner. So a bit later on, when we get closer to registration opening, we'll give you the password and we'll tell you what time the tournament is starting. Be a bit later today, and remember, this is available on the following licenses: EU, Bulgaria, Denmark, Estonia, Greece, Switzerland, and UK. If you don't see the free roll in your client, chances are it's not available in your part of the world. Ooh, it's all strawberries out there. That means Mandara has street flash potential.
Royal flash.
A little bit for everyone, except for pocket 6. We're gonna have some good action here, I guess. Okay. I guess
4,000.
Bitar betting his straight draw and pair of 10s. Mandara is going to go all in.
Yep, seems good. I mean, it doesn't get more combo drawy than this, really.
Honestly, I didn't like the check of Ace Queen.
26,500.
I'm kind of surprised Bitar finds a bet here at all in a multi-way pot like this anyway. Bottom pair with the wrong end of the straight draw on a 3-heart monotone board feels dicey, but we also saw that, like, you know, looser call with the Jack-8 too. So keep an eye on Senor Bitar here. Mandara's got great eyes.
And he's going to win it uncontested. So he's hovering around the 30 big blind mark now. And Bitar becomes the shortest stack at the table with fewer than 25 bigs.
No, I understand that was a kind of dangerous flop, but I don't see how Ace Queen would have check fold.
Yeah, maybe it was because we went multi-way, I don't know, something like that. A little bit concerned about betting into so many players.
So the seat vacated by Dara Okhani is being filled by Oscar Saron.
Hi.
And Oscar is bringing a stack of 89K to the table, around 60 big blinds.
What's your second favorite esport, Luca?
My second favorite, well, I'm a very big Beat Saber fan.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I didn't realize that was an esport.
I like to call it esport because at the end of the day, it's really a kind of a sporty type of game. So that, honestly, that should be very considered as esport.
I think people underestimate how physically intensive it can be. It's a real sweat, you know, you really get involved.
I personally injured.
Is that how you look so good? You've been playing lots of Beat Saber, that's how it keeps you trim, keeps
absolutely,
you...
Absolutely. I've been in great shape. I also injured my shoulder.
Playing Beat Saber,
playing video games, don't laugh about.
Drawing attention to the fact that Luca is now in his 40s.
46s.
So Vitsiak's button raise is going to meet some resistance here from Vladimir Luchkov, who's got jacks.
Yeah, I think this is just a pretty straightforward 3-bet situation. Luch Cow here, 42 big blinds. Witsiak, obviously, our chip leader with 161. So I expect this to be like, you know, 12K?
Show to the camera too. Is the camera here? You have to do this plus show this.
13.5 gets a quick fold from Simon.
I know it sounds like we're splitting hairs here, but I feel like just the extra 1.5K there are probably kind of unnecessary, quite expensive, actually.
Well, we're heading to one of the outer tables where Ramon Kalias is in a hand against online qualifier Marcin Baranski. Interesting story about Baranski, I'll tell you after this hand. He has bet the turn. The board is Jack 6-9-5 with 2 diamonds, and it's the 10 of hearts on the river, so it is a straighty board. And having bet the turn, Baranski checks the river. Ramon bets 6,000. And Marcin Baranski makes the call. King 10, the hand for Ramon, and it is good. So let me tell you about Marcin Baranski. Are you familiar with the couch to 5K challenge?
Yes.
The idea that anyone could just get up the couch and very quickly train to run a 5K. Well, this was the couch to 5K challenge that Marcin Baranski set himself. He was watching the live stream from EPT Monte Carlo and thought, that looks cool. So a week later, he played a €5.50 satellite on Stars and managed to work his way through the steps to win an EPT Barcelona package. So that's what he did. He was sitting on his couch, played a €5 sat, and then won a 5K package.
Incredible.
Couch to 5K.
Incredible. I'm actually going to tell a story now, James, and it's kind of a subtle brag, but it's not so subtle because I think it's actually just really heartwarming. I sat down to play the VIP tournament with some of our VIPs here, and a gentleman joined the table, and he goes to me, "You're Nick Walsh," and I said, "Yeah," and he goes, "You encouraged me on stream to play Spin and Goes years ago when you were still OP Poker Nick." And now I'm the #1 Spin and Go player in Spain. So my life completely changed because of you, and now like everything's fantastic. So I owe you everything. And I went, that is the most heartwarming story I've ever received at a poker table.
So when he said I owe you everything, he cut you in for a percentage of everything he's winning?
I did hit him up afterwards for the 10%, but that, you know, that's still to be determined. I'm not sure if he's going to honor it.
So Luchkov is in a horrible spot here, having turned 2 pair. High Dawn with the flush. $1,500 apiece, and that 3 of clubs has not changed the outcome of this hand. The pot will go to High Dawn, assuming it goes to showdown.
I think you can bet here 5K as a value bet, 4 or 5K.
Yeah, I think it's important also that we size up a little bit because we want to have some. Sorry, we want to have some bluffs here as well, right? So it's important that we don't have this sort of, you know, teeny tiny bet because it just looks way too strong. Unless perhaps we balance it the other way. Maybe we do actually bluff that way at the same time, but. Generally speaking, on these boards, if you want to rep diamonds, we want to be bigger, and also we want to get paid more. So it makes sense that we sort of go 3/4, full pot, something like that, and we just keep it nice and polarizing.
Aaron 1212 on Twitch, please be aware we have a very strict rule regarding bad lookalikes. You have to draw a lookalike between a poker player and someone who is famous outside of the world of poker. You can't just say this poker player looks like this other poker player. Violates the rules. That's right, Tom. Rules are rules, and we have a ban hammer. Nine minutes on the level. 9 minutes till the first break of the day. Round 2, Witsiak in the hijack. He folds. Now on Luchkov on the button. Now on Hydorn in the small blind.
Just played call for Hydorn with a6.
Yeah, and looks like DS will check his option with 10-7.
I do like sometimes to do the same thing with a6. With a6.
Well, it's worked out. Hydorn, huge favourite here.
Maybe you can check call.
Yeah, it's an interesting board, right? Because it's the kind of board that we want to stab as a bluff quite often, so our hand is nice and disguised, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because it's rainbow, when we get called here, we're in trouble like a lot of the time. So the float is actually very powerful if you have, king high, queen high, that kind of thing, or even, obviously the 5x.
So obviously, when you lose your superstar from your secondary feature table, you then have to change your secondary feature table during the break. So these are the guys going to be coming to the secondary table after the break. Guillermo Sanz, a.k.a. Willow, our Spanish commentator. Peter Jorgner, Alec Torelli, plus a Gold Pass winner from England, Cameron Sinclair. So a new secondary feature table for the second session of the day.
Big fan of those guys. Peter Jorgner is such a gentleman. Great to see him on the tour. Obviously, we saw him come second in Paris. Is that right, James?
Second in Paris in 2023 and then made the final table again in 2024.
Yeah, and just all-around good guy. Really went into the tank, decided he was going to be a poker player, got a bunch of coaching, and then just immediately won a bunch of stuff. It's really, really cool to see. Now a regular on the tour. Never EPT without Peter Jorgner.
So can we say that coaching helps?
I think we can say that coaching is maybe one of the most important things or easiest ways to improve in poker. I had this conversation recently, actually, Luca. Somebody said, how do I get good fast? And I went, for years I thought, I have no money. I'm going to coach myself. I'm going to figure it out as I go. And I spent many years being very average. And then I got like 3 sessions of coaching and I got like infinitely better. I got like 8 times better just in those coaching sessions than I did in like the 5 years previously. Because people just see immediately what you're doing wrong and you know exactly what you need to work on, and then you can take it offline and do what you got to do.
If I can suggest, I think it's super important. If you want to play properly poker, you have to hang out with other players that you can talk and confront with them. Even if maybe they don't give you the perfect analysis or the GTO kind of solver solution, but it's super important to share thoughts with other players. It's key. It's key.
I completely agree.
Hydorn raised the button, Midi defended the big blind. Hydorn with the heart draw, continues for 3,000. Interesting call from the Midi. Does actually have the best hand right now with Queen High.
What's the plan here?
Turn a flush draw?
Yeah.
That's a great plan.
Sounds like a plan, I guess.
Yeah. Midi kind of with the sort of 2 over cards, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw situation, just decides to float one. I think that's it's actually quite cool, actually. Now I look at it properly. I feel like, Hydorn on the button's going to be so wide, we can definitely get some bluffs in as well if we don't improve.
Yeah, if the plan was to kind of call and then probably shoot something on the turn, yes. No,
and this sizing is great. I love this. 12K into 15 on the turn feels really good on this super wet board, double flush draw board. Really targeting those straight draw, flush draw combos, maybe some 6x, 4x, whatever.
So both players with flush draws. Midi check calls the turn for 12,000. Go to the river, which is a diamond. Okay, so the board has bricked out for Midi. Hydorn with a pair of jacks. By the way, we've had some bad lookalike suggestions for Hydorn, which I will accept. Jeremy Renner, Daniel Craig, these are legitimate bad lookalikes.
I'm really interested to see if we do see a value bet here from Hydorn. I imagine that, you're not going to be outkicked with your jack too often here on the turn, so you're going to have the best hand if the jack is clean, which it will be a lot. there's going to be a lot of missed draws that you're not ever getting value from. You got to imagine if they're sticking around, it might be a 6 sometimes. I think going for value here is really nice, actually. And 39.5 in the middle. What's the bet? And the size to size, 21. Again, love the size. I think this is really good from Heidorn. I think you might, a lot of people fall into the trap of going, you know, I want a crying call, I'm going to go like a third, but it just means it's so hard to actually find sizings for bluffs. And it's important that we find about 50% plus on most rivers when we are betting, whether it's a bluff or a value bet.
Would you bet if you know that your opponent is a kind of player that is able to make some stone cold bluff on the river?
Great question. I don't know if that's the exact river that people kind of go, now I'm going to rep something. You know, if it comes so hard on the river and you go, okay, it's weird that he checked, surely he would lead a flush. If we're playing against those players, it becomes very difficult on the river because they can turn, you know, a pair and then a heart or something like that into a bluff if it comes the 3 flush. But yeah, under these circumstances, I think it's nice, and I think a lot of players slow down there. But as you know, Luca, finding value bets where other people don't is so important in the same way that finding folds that other people don't is absolutely crucial.
It is.
Probably squeezing a couple more hands before the players take their first break of the day. Deuces for Simon Witziak. And a reminder that we will play 3 more levels today. 4-level day, which means we will be pushing the bubble into day 3. So no world famous bubble coverage today. You'll have to wait till tomorrow. Heidorn with queens. Re-raises.
Yeah. So far, good stuff from Heidorn. Like this a lot. I mean, so many good players at this table already, but this is good stuff. Yeah, good size here too.
And I imagine we will see Witziak fold the deuces. Luca, before you go, I have a treat for you. We've referenced it already. You were immortalized just over 10 years ago in the EPT rap. Let's hear what Nick Java said about you.
Luca, Pagano, huge bucks, Bronco.
Still no title yet. Never know. He might be next.
Can I leave now? Can I go? It's time to go.
Huge bucks.
Huge bucks. And by the way, can you give me an explanation of the line? Because I never got it.
Okay, so...
No, because maybe I'm singing something that I'm not supposed to sing.
The full line is, when Stevic would get in out of the gate original champion, not far behind him, because I believe you finished 3rd in that first EPT, currently king of the cashing, because at that point you had more cashes than any other player, Luca Pagano, huge bucks, Broncos, as in a bucking Bronco. It's just a pun.
Okay, so nothing really... So I can use it as a line.
All this time I thought it was something to do with the actual Broncos, like the American football team. So,
No.
so in reality, it was a terrible line because nobody, even Luca doesn't understand what's going on here.
Still no title yet. Never know, he might be next because, of course, there was just this thought that one day he'll turn one of those final table appearances into a
Maybe
title.
one day. Maybe one day. I don't know. I mean, it's pushing it.
Do you know what was even more absurd than the rap itself? Was a series of posts, and I'm not making this up, a series of posts on the PokerStars blog where Jason Mercier, who was a huge fan of that, legitimate fan of it, broke down the lyrics and talked about what the significance behind all of it.
Iconic. The fact that we just shoehorned that into the middle of the EPT broadcast also is blowing my mind right now, so good job, guys.
No, the fact that we actually spent money on doing that in the first place is what blows my mind. So one more hand before we go to break. But remember, we all did some crazy stuff during lockdown, right?
We did.
So I did actually do my very own performance of that rap. So you're welcome if you want to check that out.
Definitely. So I'm going now then.
You're going now to look at that version of the rap. Luca, in all sincerity, thank you so much for stopping by, and sorry we're not going to see you make a deep run in this event.
Next event.
The next time.
Bye, guys.
Luca Pagano,
Ciao,
ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the first session of day 2. A session which saw Simon Witziak chip up to 239k. He's going to be coming back with around 120 big blinds at the new blind level. We have one short stack at the table, Gassan Bitar with 13 bigs, and a new secondary feature table as we play the second of 4 levels here on day 2 of this special 20th anniversary EPT Barcelona main event. Blinds are up to 2,500 and 5,000. We've seen a late position raise from Vanessa Selps with ace-jack, called by Dobromir Nikov with ace-queen.
I think most of the time 3-betting Vanessa Selps in that spot is an absolute no-brainer because I think she'd get it in with worse than ace-queen, a la her ace-jack right here. But on the bubble, people play a bit more cautiously.
Jack in the window. A king-8-jack flop sees Vanessa take the lead. Nikov with a gut shot to the nuts.
Vanessa's got Nikov reverse dominated. There's the C-bet. A lot of the time she'll have the best hand with ace-jack, which she does.
Made it 13,000. And Nikov is going to raise to 34,000. What's he repping here?
This is sort of a semi-bluff raise from Nikov, but I'm sure there's a part of him that thinks he's going to have the best hand a lot of the time, too. In order to make a call like this, Vanessa basically has to put him on the exact kind of hand he's got.
She does make the call.
It's scary just how good at poker Vanessa Selps is.
5 of spades on the turn changes nothing. Vanessa checks.
She flatted the raise on the flop. Will Nikov fire again? And better question, how come no matter where Vanessa's sitting, it still seems like she has position?
Nikov checks behind. 6 of clubs on the river.
Well, Vanessa does not actually have position, so she'll be first to act here. With the way Nikov's played it, she should feel pretty confident to value bet.
Got to be thinking if Nikov had a king, he would just call the flop rather than raise. And with her pair of jacks and an ace kicker, she bets 38,000.
Okay, so this is what Vanessa does. She plays super aggro, so she gets looked up by ace high exactly in spots like this. But I think she's rarely bluffing with this line, so I think Nikov should be able to get away from this.
He doesn't. He calls and pays her off.
Boy, she is good. Making a call like that and being wrong is damaging to the stack and the psyche. Also, it kind of makes parts of your body tuck up inside itself.
Vanessa sitting on more than $500,000, more than double the tournament average.
Venga, hombre, que gane. Hay dos, son niños, ¿vale? Creo que hay dos.
Looks like we've got an all-in on the floor.
2 tables.
2 all-ins on the floor.
In 2 tables.
We're going to find out. We have the technology. Well, it looks like Roger Tondeur is going to survive here unless Manuel Chico spikes a king or a 7 on the river. Tondeur straight has the lead. And the river?
You need a king, dude.
It's a 9. So Tondeur doubles up and we do not lose a player.
Short stack at 6-4.
Well, the second all-in involves Jeffrey Hakim. He's shoved with ace-jack, and Mario Adinolfi, who has no fold button, called with 8-4 offsuit.
Adinolfi somehow got in about 15 big blinds with 8-4.
Hakim with the best hand. Adinolfi does have live cards. Hakim needs the ace-jack to hold. And there is an 8 on the flop.
Date with an 8 for the Italian stallion. No club redraw for Hakim either.
He needs an ace or a jack on the river, or he goes out on the bubble, and every other player is guaranteed at least a min cash. It's a 7.
8-4 holds up for once.
So Jeffrey Hakim is our 121st place finisher. Congratulations to Boris Becker, Cohen Davisha, last year's bubble boy, and to Juan Manuel Pastor. All those short stacks have clung on. JMP gets his 7th EPT cash.
Jeffrey Hakim may have been the bubble boy, but he's taking it like a bubble man.
Vanessa Selpst has King Jack on the button, and she is raising. A min raise to 12k. Javier Contreras has King 10 suited.
Boy, even though it's a scary proposition to let the action get back around to her, and we know he's dominated, I kind of feel like you have to 3-bet a button raise from Vanessa.
He does. 32,000 he makes it.
Especially with suited Broadway cards, you just gotta.
The big blind folds. And Vanessa will eye his stack.
Oh god, she wants to know how much I have. Gulp. Please don't 4-bet. Please don't 4-bet.
She's going to make the call and play the flop in position.
Vanessa's got position, and she's got him dominated, though he does have the betting lead for now.
The flop is ace, jack, 7.
Vanessa flops second pair with a jack again. Contreras only with a king high and a gut shot.
He will continue for 42,000.
He's pretty much forced to continue against Vanessa's range. Vanessa did not back down in a similar spot before.
Considering her options. And she elects to call.
Probably not what he wanted to see with king high.
3 of hearts on the turn. Contreras picks up a flush draw.
Still got that gut shot draw as well.
Now this time he's checked.
So he's given up the betting lead.
Vanessa checks behind.
All right, well, he's going to get a free card.
It's a heart.
Ding.
Contreras with the nut flush. Don't think he'll be too worried about that paired board.
Interesting game they just played there. Contreras immediately reached for chips, and Vanessa did the same.
He bets 83,000.
I will admit that Contreras has taken a pretty interesting line, but I don't really see him ever bluffing in this spot.
Does Vanessa make the call?
All in.
She shoves instead. And Contreras calls.
Nice call. You got it. A jack. No. Good flush?
Yeah.
I don't think Vanessa thought Contreras was bluffing, but she just didn't think he was as strong as he was. Now's when I'm supposed to give a cautionary tale about a style like Vanessa. She was trying to bluff him off an ace, obviously.
She's just lost more than half her stack. And Javier Contreras now has the table chip lead with 692,000.
And he can barely contain his joy. Savor it, buddy. Savor it.
Thought I had the king of hearts. Back to the drawing board. Sucks when you have the hand that I'm trying to represent.
Back at our feature table, blind still 3,000, 6,000 with a 500 ante. Actions on Javier Contreras. Looking down at 8-9 under the gun, he'll fold. Juan is on his ace-jack suited.
Should be good enough for a raise.
I think he's figuring out the size of that raise. He decides to make it 15,000.
2.5x, as they say.
So folded around to Andreas Samuelsson. He has the button, but he only has 7-4 off. He'll muck.
See ya.
Kurzovic. King 6 in the small blind. Passes. And Vanessa Salps in the big blind has ace-king.
Aggressive Vanessa again has a legit hand, but the table perception may be that she's steaming. She could possibly use this to her advantage.
Looks like she's counting out chips for a re-raise. It is a 3-bet to 44,000.
My guess is she probably wouldn't mind a 4-bet get it in here with Azan.
He has position on Vanessa, and he will make the call and see a flop.
Vanessa does have him dominated.
There's a jack on the flop, and Azan takes the lead.
Not good for Vanessa.
Will she continue? No, she checks. 94,500 in the middle.
It's a fairly wet board. Azan would do well to bet here.
He does, makes it 50,000.
Vanessa's eyeballing Azan's stack. If she decides to play back, I don't think it'll end well, because I don't know if anyone should ever get away from ace-jack in this spot against her.
I'm all in.
She shoved.
Probably better than just calling, but I fear she's going to be looked up.
Azon makes the call, and she knows she's beat. And she only has 2 outs.
Jacks. I don't have anything.
Vanessa punts her stack, and now she's kicking herself.
At one point, she was running all over this table. Where did it all go wrong?
Vanessa mentioned how she rarely min cashes. This is one step above that, but still, she'd be very disappointed to go out here.
Well, she's picked up additional outs on the turn. Vanessa now with a flush draw. Any king, any spade would save her tournament life. Here comes the river card. It's the 7 of clubs. So Vanessa Selps finishes in 84th place here at EPT Barcelona, earning herself 10,000 euros.
Vanessa mustered a meek little good game there.
One is on now up to 442,000.
Vanessa telling her tale to tournament director Toby Stone. And this donkey over here, he hit his jack. I want to know where his car's parked. Toby's saying, Vanessa, come with me. I'll buy you a cocoa.
All right, next hand, Queen 10 of the offsuit variety for Seidenstreaker.
Raised to 1.1. Witziak with 6-5 of clubs.
This is not an unreasonable 3-betting hand, James. I definitely wouldn't mind a little raisey daisy here.
A raisey daisy?
Yeah, 6-5 suited, 8-7 suited. Definitely some frequency of 3-bet there at the stack depth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 17, 27, 37. I don't know.
Witziak has played 1 time bank card so far.
4 million.
And you're right, Nick, he has decided to 3-bet with this hand. And I guess with a hand like Queen 10, with position, Seidenstreaker can legitimately call this re-raise to 4 million?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just plays nicely in position. I don't expect to see a 4-bet here. That seems a bit over the top. But this is a very, very good situation to try and take it post-flop against an aggressive opponent. Indeed has the best hand, and that's an important part of deciding whether or not you're going to call. How frequently does my opponent actually have a bluff here?
9-5 deuce, so a pair of 5s for Witziak. Seidenstreaker with 2 overs to the board and a backdoor straight draw. Witziak has the pre-flop betting lead and continues into this pot of 8.4 million.
Yeah, there's quite a few nice turns here for Witziak, as well as just having the pair right here, right now. But that small continuation in relation to the pot means he's going to float with Queen 10 here. Queen or a 10 would be very dangerous for Witziak.
So it was 3 million, the bet on the flop, called by Seidenstreaker. Witziak now slows down, checking this turn card. He is an 86% favorite, but it is Seidenstreaker who's going to take over the betting.
Yeah, James, I don't think he's intending on check folding this turn, especially not having picked up a straight draw, right? Even if he's got it completely wrong and he is losing, he still has additional equity with that 4 on the turn, although it's not a ton. I anticipate a check call on this turn loads. A player at Witziak's level will understand that his opponent will have floats here with 2 overcards, for example, exactly like Queen 10.
3.5 million apiece. The 9 of hearts on the river pairing the board. 21.4 in the million. Seidenstreaker has less than pot behind. Action's been checked to him for a second time.
James, I really think that if he pulls the trigger, he could get looked up here. The 9 is actually a really, really good card to see if you have 6-5.
Counting his stack in relation to the pot. He shoves. He bluff shoves with just queen high. And Witsiak has the best hand with a pair of fives.
Wow, he can definitely call here. This is a spot that's going to be bluffed a ton given the action.
If he calls, it's over. If he calls, he's an EPT champion.
How much?
He asked for a count.
21?
I mean, it's most of Witsiak's stack. It would be a huge mistake to make. You call here and you're wrong. It's over for you.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think the 9 is actually really good because the 9 kind of is what you think Seidenstricker might have when he limp calls here. This run out means there's fewer combinations of 9 remaining, and I think that means he's going to have more bluffs. I really think he might make the call here. It's a huge moment. Imagine making this hero call and claiming victory here in Barcelona.
The former professional footballer, the former engineer, a guy who has been mentored and coached by Antoine Saout, with a decision that if he makes the right call, will earn him an EPT title.
You can do it, mate. I believe in you. I love hero calls.
Playing a time bank card, thinking about this.
I think he's trying to get a live read now, James. Seems to be looking at his opponent a ton here, trying to get some live tells.
This would be a huge call, and it will be a tournament winning call.
Look at this from the rail.
Plays another time bank card.
I call.
He's made the call!
Oh, wow.
We have a result here in Barcelona. It is Simon Witsiak from France who takes the title and trophy. The additional 100,000 euros in prize money and crushes the hopes and dreams of the Brazilians.
Wow, what a call. Absolutely fantastic poker. He's dominated this tournament, and what a dominant call to take the trophy.
He has been chip leader for so much of the late stages of this 5K main event. He closes it out. He takes it down. He'll lift the trophy. He'll claim the single biggest slice of the 10 million euro prize pool. While Zhao Seidenstricker is the runner-up.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour live from Barcelona. It's day 2 of the main event, day 1 of our main event coverage. Official prize pool has been announced. 9.578 million euros in there, 1.5 million of them going to the winner, nearly a million to the runner-up as well. We're still several days away from that and a day away from even the min cash. Have a look here at our featured table. Last year's champion, Simon Witsiak. I feel like I only saw that clip a moment ago. Headlining this feature table, Joe Stapleton and Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you guys for having me once again.
On the 1s and 2s. Tom Middleton, also a former Barcelona champ at this table. But for now, let's hear from Toby Stone.
Attention main event players, we have a confirmed prize pool for you. We had 1,975 entries, generating a total prize pool of 9,578,750 euro. We'll be paying 287 places with a minimum payout of 8,700. And the winner of EPT Barcelona 2024 will go home with 1,512,000 euros. All right, the prizes will be up on the screen.
The official announcement.
The prizes will be up on the screen shortly. And thank you for your attention. Enjoy the rest of your tournament. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby Stone. Thank you. card's about to get back. Yeah, you can't say in the air anymore. You can't say anything anymore because of woke. That's why they're not pitching cards anymore.
Yeah.
Because of woke. Someone got offended.
Because of woke.
What about people that can't throw cards? Now we slide them. Sick.
That's right, slide those cards. I was a big slider back in the day when I was a dealer, Joe.
I forget that you were a dealer.
Yeah. Honestly, it was such a cool gig. I think being a dealer is really an interesting thing to do. It's very people-centric, you know, which sometimes is good, and as you know, sometimes can be really bad as well. But I feel like I learned a lot about the game. Speaking of good things, pocket aces for Hydorn.
I see the other Dara finally no longer with us.
Yeah, he was Bustarino, unfortunately. Midi saw to him.
Ooh, it was Midi who took him out. Oh my goodness. You know, if there's one thing I really believe in, it's blockers.
Yeah, 100%. This guy's got like 13 big blinds, guys. There's no chance we're not getting all this chips in the middle. Bitar so far, Joe, as well on the looser side. We did see a couple unusual lines earlier.
He's fun.
He's going to run it, though, and quite rightly so.
My goodness, look at these hands.
You know, I appreciate that Simon even gives this consideration, right? It's gone raise, 3-bet jam,
Well,
king, queens.
Yeah, right. But the 3-bet jam, obviously, is not for a lot of big blinds. And the aces, just lying in the weeds over there.
Oh, sorry, there was a call.
Yeah.
Whoa. Take it all back. Sorry, guys. I thought it was a raise and a 3-bet jam. So, yeah, disciplined fold there. And obviously, Hydorn being like, yeah, see, this is why you limp aces, guys.
Ooh.
Yeah, nice move there. Did manage to work out.
Right, the last dose.
I mean, it was going to go in the middle no matter what, which is kind of why I advocate for just raising the aces in the first place. But
so the aces, so there was a raise in front of the aces. That's why the
gotcha.
aces flatted.
I got you.
So it was a 3-bet jam from the ace king, but it was a short stack, and those aces could appear to be some dead money, but they were not, obviously.
So what you're saying is my analysis of this hand was completely flawed from the very start.
Yeah.
Okay.
As played.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. We're on the same page now, chat.
Nick, as a guy who's never made a mistake, I feel like I'm qualified to point out yours. Bitar looking for diamonds. There's one.
There's one.
That's not the face of a guy who just flopped 2 diamonds, though. Yep.
Stand-up equity, please, Bitar. Stand-up equity.
Gonna need some help here on the turn. Will it be a diamond? Will it be a straight card? Nope.
Yeah, aces versus ace king. It's about as bad as it gets equity-wise pre-flop. And GG to Bitar. Very, very cold way to bust.
I feel like we didn't even get a chance to know him.
It was almost as though the ace king was trapped.
Thank you,
Joe. Wait a minute. Wait. Is that why you called your brand new graphic novel Trapped? Was it related to a poker thing?
Nick, you're a real mensch, buddy. That's right. The comic book launched yesterday. The graphic novel, if you will, called Trapped. A lot of different trapping themes in there. I happen to think, to relate it back to poker, that's my favorite thing in poker, is flatting with aces and getting someone to shove on you.
Yeah.
That's, to me, the greatest feeling.
It's wonderful.
Seats open, feature table.
Okay, feature table. Yeah, loving the Samba Poker representation here. Those Brazilians, man, they're so good at poker. I wish they would stop doing that. Although I will say, Joe, actually, one of my favorite things to do on stream is I'm in a really tough spot on the river. Somebody like jams, and you're kind of in a bit of a no man's land situation, and you hover over their name, and it says Brazil, and you go, "This is easy now. This is easy."
That's how you randomize?
Oh, it's not even randomization. It's strict exploit because they're always bluffing. Speaking of not bluffing, DS here with pocket queens and the hijack.
C10, raise to 10,000.
So Hydorn with ace-10 this time. He's going to get 3-bet by the pocket queens. And same on Diaz. Let's hope he doesn't hover his mouse over this one. He's going to get in some trouble.
Yeah, I think this is just a raise fold, to be honest. +1 plus versus hijack, you know, we're already talking about some tight ranges. Ace-10 suited probably sneaks in there as a call, but obviously significantly better playability. Super weird though, Joe, like, you know, over the years, I remember a long time ago, something that somebody said to me was like, oh, if it's suited, it's only 3% stronger or something like that. And that lived in my head rent-free for a long time. But in reality, it has more to do with equity realization than it does with the actual strength of your equity pre-flop. In this case, it looks like we do see a call, though.
And a complete dismantling of pocket queens on this ace-10 flop.
Yeah, story checks out. There's always an ace on the desk. But yeah, the name of the game, obviously, guys, when you're defending 3-bets is to have hands that can float, hands that can improve, but also part of that float element is also to try and find bluffs. Sometimes you stick around because you got kind of equity, and then you can find a bluff against a stronger hand, too. That's really important. But you want to have hands that can stick around for a few streets comfortably and with good reason. That's why the playability is so important when you want to look at these defending hands, or you just flop top 2 on a rainbow board.
I'm so glad that you're here and I don't have to do any of this analysis. Turn card, King of Clubs. Breathes a little more life into the queens. Still not a very welcome card, generally. If you weren't out flopped, you've been outturned.
Yeah. I mean, you know, King, Queen suited for sure. Going to be part of this. Queen, Jack for sure could be in there as well. Plenty of Ace X, plenty of sets. I say plenty of sets. There's only a few, but the turn is a check 1,000%. If DS bets this turn, I might just quit the stream forever.
Please don't do that. I am.
Prediction, second prediction, official prediction.
Oh boy, here
Queens
we go.
are checking the turn.
Wow, how does he do it?
Number 2, 2 for 2.
How does he do it?
2
to
for
the
2.
river. 8 of spades.
We had that parlay earlier as well. That first one was a parlay, so I'm claiming all the glory. Ace-10 wants to find a size now, guys. I don't think that DS would like c-bet kings and then not bet the turned set on an ace-high board. That seems ridiculous. His opponent's going to have weaker ace-x. They're going to have ace-queen. They're going to have ace-jack. They're going to have queens and jacks and all that stuff too. I think you just bomb this river. 38K in the middle. I'd love to see like 30K plus.
The 8 bets, 22,000.
No. Hydorn so far, actually, the sizings have been absolutely fantastic. In reality, I'm saying no. I actually think this is probably very clever the way he sizes, because he's going to catch some kings. He's going to still catch queens and jacks and all that stuff too. This is actually probably a superior bet. I take it back. I actually prefer this line now I see it. Just getting greedy in the booth here. But yeah, nice work there. I actually think that size is really cute. That probably does actually catch a few other weaker bits. I apologize, Hydorn. Perfect poker so far.
Hydorn is Finkel. Finkel is Hydorn.
I knew it was something. I couldn't think about what it was. What's up? Flushy is back. VIP in the chat. PSPC final tableist and millionaire. Joe, did you know the year that Flushy won $1 million in Bahamas, I jumped in the pool fully clothed?
Yes.
And then we tried to convince him to jump in the pool fully clothed, but he's so German he had to go get changed first.
Yes.
Imagine 30 people in a pool going, oh, and yeah, no, he almost did, but he was like, it's just not proper. Give me a second, I'm gonna go put my bathing suit on. Biggest disappointment ever, but he's still a legend.
Good times.
It was very good times. That was actually brilliant. Ace-Jack's going to open here from Utka. DS +1, deciding what he wants to do. So Hydorn, 88 big blinds, DS 17. Maybe thinking about shoving. Yep, there it is. Story checks out. It's pocket eights, bro. You're just going to be winning so often. I think Hydorn probably ends up calling this sometimes. Let's see, how much was it? Might be a little bit too expensive, actually. I think it's close.
I don't know, he's on a hot streak. Oh, wait a second.
Oh, wait a second.
Don't forget about the man, Dara.
Don't forget about the small blind.
Pretty happy to get your last 17 bigs in. Ish. Looks like it was
still in the game.
Not the effective stack.
Yeah, easy fold for the ace-jack now, and it is Flipsville.
Like drumettes versus flats, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
One of my cards probably gone. Plenty left.
Same hand as you.
That's him.
You a drumettes guy or a flats guy, Nick?
A what?
Drumettes or flats?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, you can think about it for a second. Here we go. Ace high flop. Despite an ace being folded, we still see one. He is now drawing to dose outs and has one last shot to hit it. He is covered by Mandara.
Samba. Ocho.
The river. More like adios dias. Adios dias.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, GG, good spot, but running into ace-king there. I would have liked to have known if the ace-jack was going to call if the ace-king didn't wake up in the small blind, but in any case, GG is another player loss. Simon Diaz. Adios.
Yeah.
We're going to workshop in chat, don't worry.
Get a lot of people saying drumettes, by the way, for their answer. So the two types of chicken wing, Nick. You got flats and you got drumettes.
Why are they? I thought they were just called drumsticks.
So drumstick is typically like a larger chicken leg.
I got you.
With the elimination of DS, that leaves Luchkov as the shortest stack at the table. 31 big blinds, though.
Seat open, feature table.
So Joe, last night I played the media tournament. A little bit of fun for people that are working and get a chance to play. It's a very fast structure. I looked over at Douchvid, one of our commentators, and I said, "Hey, me and you at the same table. Let's do a bet, between me and you." And then proceeded to misclick all in when I didn't see he was all in ahead of me, and I literally owe him 20 euros now.
As played.
Yeah, and yeah. I'm blaming PokerStars. It was an open bar, so.
Congratulations, David, for winning the media event. Not that David, not your David, but also.
Not Douchvid.
Both of you.
Yeah.
Both Davids.
Yeah. Classic.
Oscar Cerrone opening this pot with ace-7 off. Mandara with queen suited, 3-betting.
This is kind of wide. Ace-7 offsuit +1 here is fairly dicey, and this is part of the reason why you don't want to do it. Lots of players behind you to wake up with hands or put you in bad spots. And I think you guys will know, who in the chat knows what we call ace-7 offsuit? I'll give a prize to the first person who answers.
What about this guy who says the Spraggy joke never gets old?
Nope, that's not right. All right, Noli F, send me a message. You want a prize.
What kind of prizes are you giving away?
You know, it depends where they live.
Right.
Usually I send people $5 on stars when I do those. But also, if they're not on stars, then I can send them like Amazon vouchers.
I have a feeling that we're going to be able to give away. By the way, this is not hinting at anything. I'm actually just talking out of my here. There's a lot of gold passes that have to be given away still for the NAPT in Las Vegas. So I would keep your eyes and ears open, my babies, over the next weeks and months for ways to win your way to NAPT Las Vegas, November 1st through 10th.
Yeah.
At Resorts World.
Absolutely. Yeah, SG, you didn't start with a capital letter, and that's not how you spell Spraggy, so I'm afraid it's not going to work.
Yikes.
It is a proper noun, so you're canceled. Just kidding. Send me a message.
Fitziak opening ace-jack. Mandara now with king-jack. And This feels like a, oh, look at this. We're going to play. Nick, this is a fold from me, dog.
Fold, dog.
This KJ here, this is a fold for me. For my money?
Yeah.
For my chips?
Yeah.
UTG +1 open, king jack off. This is a fold for me, dog.
That's fair. I mean, I like the 3-bet though. I think.
Oh, sorry, 3-betting. Excuse me. Different story than calling.
Yeah. I mean, as somebody that's never wrong, Joe. I just.
No, I've never made a mistake. I mean, I didn't say he called. I definitely seemed like I assumed he did, but I didn't say it.
No.
Anyway, 3-bet pot.
Nice.
28,000 in the middle, nearly a starting stack. And this is why you do 3-bet king jack here when you flop top pair.
Rewarded. Yeah, Joe, I don't know if you've noticed or you've seen it, because I know we're on very different time zones, but me and Strag put together a little thing we like to call the Chat Pro Poker Show. Are you aware of this?
Yes, I am aware of it.
So it's an opportunity for people in the chat who think that they're always right to actually play a bind that they can afford and actually like get seen on camera. We do a bunch of prizes and giveaways and stuff. If you guys haven't checked it out, ! CPPS in Twitch chat. There's a little video there explaining how it works and all that stuff. It's basically just a poker tournament that we stream cards up. But it's an opportunity for stuff like this to happen, Joe. You go, I would never 3-bet king jack here. See, this is why you 3-bet king jack.
Absolutely.
And the cool thing about Chat Pro Poker Show is...
New player at the table real quick here, Renee Baranek.
Oh,
Welcome.
sorry, guys. Yeah, the cool thing about it is everyone is always right no matter what they say.
I like it.
Because it's all chat bros.
I watched that once. It looked quite fun. You ever played?
No, but like, I watched when Carl...
Yeah, that was the game I watched.
Yeah, then
It's interesting.
they've been playing that in Birmingham.
Yeah, I've heard.
They're too scared to go.
He says it's the best thing about Thursdays. You're right. It's usually on a Thursday. When we get back from
Probably didn't
Barca,
need
we'll
more,
try and find a time to do some more CPPS, guys.
Someone just wrote in chat that it's the best thing about Thursdays.
That's right. Sacramento wrote, I want a sweatshirt from the Chat Pro Poker Show. Highly recommend. Exactly, guys. We mix it up. And actually, when we come back, I think I'm going to add some new elements. We do like some last longers. Like we pick a team of people who are in the chat. We do a caption competition. We've had some really good ones so far. I'm proud of you guys. Thank you for supporting the Chat Pro Poker Show. It's a lot of fun for us, and it really, for me, is the epitome of what we're trying to accomplish when we're making content, hanging out with you guys. King 10 suited's a nice hand. Raise and a call. Big blind also calls. Yep, Jack 5 suited. Whoa, okay, there's a lot going on here, gang. King 10 gut shot, Jack 5 with the flush draw. Yeah, I think this is very reasonable. 2 checks and a bet. Semi bluff in the gutter makes sense. All right, so there was a C-bet of 5.5. Midi finds the check raise. And wow, just pushes out the Jack 5, fair play. Yeah, I mean, it's an expensive way to draw, right, guys? In a check-raised pot, I think this is very important to notice that Midi has the ace of diamonds here. That's part and parcel to why he's going to want to go ahead and find the move. King 10's probably hating life right now. Oh, man, he's so good. You know, Midi has been a successful poker player and a pro for a long time, but I feel like, especially recently when we've seen him on the tour, he's just been on fire, playing very good poker.
Thank you for your patience.
And yeah, it's just great to see him play IRL. Great presence, very talented, nice move there.
And speaking of players who've been in the game for a long time, welcome Ami Bearer.
I got you.
One of the original online crushers, Ami.
Ami.
force to be reckoned with, live and online.
Ed K says, I hope you're taking a lot of photos for caption competitions. I'm not, but you're absolutely right. We should get some good ones for after Barca for the Chat Pro Poker Show. Absolutely.
You know what? Caption competition is the perfect thing for a Chat Pro Poker Show, because part of the reason I don't do them is that I'm incensed by how unfunny people are.
You know what's great about our crowd is legitimately, like, we'll get like 30 and like 25 are great.
Oh, cool.
Like, and then there's like the guy that's like, caption. Yeah, sorry, that's your response. Caption.
Nick is saying, "Boy, I sure am hungry."
And even better than that, because it's like it's like a form where people can submit whatever they want. I've only had like one or two that I can't read on stream that were like rude. And that's actually very impressive for the internet.
It's a good community you've got for yourself there.
I'm proud, and actually people give me a pretty easy go of it online. So thanks, guys.
Robert Hydorn opening ace tray suited, gets it through. 1,975 players this year. My guess was 1997. I was not too far off. 520 of them left.
Speaking a word, we just...
No, Ryan was trying to win the bounty game.
I did win a few in a row.
Well done.
Yeah, we realised we were playing momentum, so he stopped playing. I'd definitely have raised this one otherwise. Who was?
Just all in.
Sicarius on Twitch asks, any reason why the dealers don't use 2 decks?
You've been here a while, I just fly
absolutely.
No. I'm quite settled.
Thank you for your question.
I've been here like 9 days.
Oh, wow.
I like speak, but in Spanish. I like speak, but in Spanish. My English is not good.
Go ahead, try us.
Best one is a picture of James sitting next to Barney at the UKPT in London. Says Pi. Actually, Joe, let me see if I can find the picture. You'll like this one. This was my favorite. It was actually Sam Grafton sitting on a donkey.
That was a good one. I thought I had a pretty good answer for that one, and then somebody came in after me and really crushed it. I can't remember if it was Barney. Tommy Middleton hit the hole, 3-betting this open from Hydorn to 15,000. Kata asks, is there a reason why the dealer is sliding the cards and not pitching them normally? Uh-huh. Thank you for your question.
C8, go.
And we're going to play a bloated pot. Domination situation. Advantage Middleton. That advantage continues. Hydorn down to under 10% for winning this hand at Showdown. Middleton continues. It was 15K pre-flop. 17.5 now. Just going for pure value. I remember that one. Grafted on the donkey.
It's a good one. The submissions were so good too.
Middleton does get a call out of the pair of 8s from Hydorn. Turn card is the 3 of spades.
C8 check.
Hydorn checks. Middleton, I thought maybe might lay off this one street. But nope. Hydorn, see you later.
Yeah, I feel like maybe there was another line there where Midi kind of bets like a third on the turn and then shoves, but had about pot behind, so it's a bit of a weird one. And story checks out. I think this is absolutely fine.
They don't speak too much, but the chips are speaking by themselves.
We're going to take a peek at Spraggy at an outer table. He is all in with ace-10 up against 7-9, 10 on the flop.
This playing answered before that he's not
It was a 9 on the river, but Spraggy's pair of 10 is already good.
I'll give you 8.5. You didn't
Not him double checking it.
Great to see Spraggy wearing his official Spraggy jacket. Oh,
and Marley Spragg still in this event. Let's take a look around the room at other folks who are of note. Fins in hand.
I was hoping you would think it was for the cameras, and I was just bladed.
EPT London champ Robin Ulatalo. He's a dude.
There's always a different letter on his hat.
He's got quite the collection. Jennifer Shahade over from the US of A.
Recording you while you're playing?
Not really.
No.
And as long as we're being nostalgic, it's Sevens guy, Christian Rudolph. 10 years ago, that meme was created. And a couple of notables here at the secondary feature table, including Peter Jorgna, Alec Torelli, Gold Pass winner Cameron Sinclair. Guillermo Sands is familiar for some reason. Duco 10 having, it's really easy to put him on.
Guillermo
having a
Sands.
10.
Joe, I'm not going to lie. I don't think I've ever actually known what Willow's real name is until now. Huicho El Pijo.
Excuse me?
Huicho El Pijo.
Huicho El Pijo.
Yeah.
That's his real name?
Willow El Pillow.
Oh, yeah.
Huicho. Oh, wait a minute. Is that Peter Jorgna?
This guy doesn't have a 10 at all.
It's so nice to have this outer table action as well. Oh, it's the official PJ Hightower. Peter Jorgna, the man.
That is Spanish commentator Guillermo Sands.
Funny story about Peter Jorgna. James was ripping on him for his taste in watches on the final table in Paris.
His $250,000 watch that James doesn't approve of.
Yeah, and so therefore he made a point of going out and buying 3 more $250,000 watches. He's got a really cool one as well, Chad. He's got one that's, can't remember the name of the brand now, but you press the button, it's got a little, what are those plinky music box things? Music box, there you go.
You got, as played.
Yeah, as played.
You got there.
It plays 4 seasons, it's great.
Wait till you're in focus, buddy boy. So we've got a blind on blind situation here. Sinclair tried to limp. And Hin says limps are for the bank. How about 7,000?
You know what I would have liked to have seen there, Joe? Little limp raise with the king 5. Oh yeah.
Easy for you to say.
They say
Show 'em who's
paying
boss.
in the money? 287, 287.
Balenciaga had has seen better days.
So we played down to the money today, or we played no matter what?
I think it's just 4 levels no matter what.
That's correct.
Someone was saying yesterday the bubble will either be last thing today or within the first half an hour tomorrow morning.
It's cool that a gold pass winner is explaining how poker works to Alec Torelli.
What a fish.
I mean, I would say when you're someone like Alec Torelli, you can just like coast through life and not really know what's going on and be fine.
Man, Alec Torelli, what a legend. Been around for ages. And there's a 3-bet for Hydorn here. Aces seems like a top 3 hand, Joe.
What a run of cards for Hydorn.
Yeah.
This level.
Yeah.
Fitsiak in a bit of trouble pre-flop. And I think somehow is in less trouble now.
Yeah, it doesn't strike me as a board that is going to favor the KT here, with there being a 3-bet pre-flop. Ace-high boards feeling pretty good to get away.
One diamond. It's pretty optimistic.
Yeah. So decides to go 10K into 39. Okay, interesting. We are actually seeing a little peel.
Oh, we are seeing a peel.
Yeah.
Okay, now that's got to be it.
Yeah, I mean, so far Hydorn's play has been very, very good, very solid. I'm liking a lot of what we see so far. I would be interested to know if Hydorn's strategy is to bet a quarter pot with his entire range, or if it's just because he's got such a strong combo on such a dry board. But so far, based on what we've seen, I think it's probably going to be balanced.
Hello, nurse. Well, this would be the bluff side of balance. I mean, dude, how often do you flop a set of aces and get absolutely nothing? I'd be counting on my fingers like, I have the nuts, right? There's no straights, no flushes. What's happening here?
I gotta say, Joe, the line here from Hydorn is just so flawless. Again, just finding the bet and realizing how strong and how blocking his hand is. Finding a check here as a trap is great. He's putting on a good show here too as well. This is great Hollywood for me.
I love a trap. Not gonna lie, not just shilling the comic book this time. And I'm a Simone Vitsiak fan.
And honestly, I would love to see Hydorn check this river, kind of no matter what it is. Yeah, 8 of hearts, kind of a brick. 6-7, not really a thing here, I guess, probably. So
not really.
Yeah. So if you're gonna bet and then check turn, I think we got to check river again. We got to allow him to bluff. We got to allow him to value bet his ace combos, which are so rare. King 10 unfortunately has a little bit too much showdown, I guess, and or perhaps just waving the white flag. And yeah, nice move there. I'm liking Hydorn's play, man.
First time against ace.
This guy's doing things on this table. I like it.
Same this time.
Yes, Aaron, you're right. There was a deuce tray and 6-7 were straights possible there. We're more talking about the metaphorical nuts, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, they're not. Yeah, what day is it, Joe?
No, look, technically correct. All good, gang. It's funny that we were just talking about the Gold Pass winner at the secondary feature table. I just want to make sure everyone is aware that if you do win a Gold Pass to the NAPT,
yeah,
you get to audition automatically.
That's so cool, honestly.
Big game.
That's such a boon.
And I would encourage people, even if you don't win a Gold Pass, head to that APT because you'll have your shot.
You know what's crazy, Joe, and I feel like this is the perfect time to discuss it while we're live on air.
Yeah.
So I've never been asked to play the big game, which is totally understandable and is fine by me. As much as that sounds like a great idea in my head, I feel like I'd be so nervous if they actually made me do it, though. If they said, okay, Nick, yeah, that's it. We're subbing you in. Get rid of this Griffin guy. Here comes Nick Walsh. I feel like I would really choke on camera.
Okay, so you're saying we've made the right decision by not asking you?
No, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Commentary is easy when there's no cameras.
We've got one boss here at PokerStars who.
Can we come afterwards or extending the trip somehow?
Go home.
Let these guys chat.
How about it? How about it?
For once?
So we've got one boss who.
Cyprus, it's a bit much back and forth.
I wouldn't bet against it, but
I'll be there.
Is that it? Just the enticement? You're looking for someone to give some regret to make the trip. Might happen, but think about that in about a month, right?
Yeah.
Roosevelt, though.
Nah. Never in my life again.
Never again, never again.
So we've got one boss here who, when we were discussing interesting people to put on the big game, he's like, you know, I think would be good on the big game. Joe Stapleton.
Yeah.
And that tickled me.
Yeah.
I don't think I would do it. I mean, first of all, no one else would go for it other than this one boss.
That's not true at all, Joe. We would love to see you on that game. And it's a rare circumstance where if you succeed, it's awesome. And if you fail, it's awesome.
It's awesome, yeah.
that's how is that not a win-win situation?
We have got a situation developing here on our featured table. Luchkov opens ace-8 from the cutoff.
14?
You think maybe you're going to end up with the best hand, but nah, sevens in the
19?
small blind. Big blind, ace-queen, 3 bets. And me drops the sevens.
Looks like that.
Trying to bust his balls, not yours. Just so we're clear.
I'm kind of surprised to see a fold there, guys. I feel like we're deep enough. I mean, Mitty's got 75 bigs. Ami's got 70. Thought maybe we would set mine versus the 3-bet. Seven's also not even strictly set mine territory.
No, Cyprus.
You live there?
Yeah, I live there.
Down, please, guys.
Checking in on Wolfgang Poker. Not used to seeing him without his hat on. And it looks like bang, bang. Oh. Sixes versus eights versus pocket tens. Brian Paris.
You might, I don't know.
Being eliminated here.
25. Yeah, I do cover slightly. 29.5. Oh, well. 4K left. Wow, thanks.
Nearly eliminated.
Yeah, I don't know. It's, I made him. I pulled 7.
Is it good for poker, Joe?
I think Wolfgang's good for poker.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, if you have less,
I can see why he usually wears a hat, though, with that haircut. Sorry, buddy.
Were you there to play in July?
He said he landed an hour ago, by the way, when I saw him in the hallway.
Oh, wow.
Berlin.
Wow.
Okay.
Last minute.
I'm from Berlin.
So, yeah, sorry, Joe, was there more to that
Summer's
story?
like
they said
July,
that you'd be
August.
good
It's way
and...
too hot in Cyprus, so.
Like,
no, that's it. I like his imagination. That's all.
But what was the decider? Like, who was one boss and the other bosses were like, nah?
No, he said it to me personally, and I'm not gonna.
Yeah, right before that.
It wasn't that.
So
I'll look like an idiot.
You're in my boat. You're not feeling confident about that.
I actually didn't follow it so well, but like I just know that the fields were small.
Let these guys chat, and then I'll talk
Usually
about
stuff's good
myself. My favorite subject.
Even the big stuff, I mean.
It's a weird spot for me, Nick, because I do think it would be entertaining.
No.
It would be great. I would.
But it's hard to be like I should play on the big game. It's really hard to like make a strong case for yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, if they let Wills like Griffins play, you're going to be great, man.
What's been taking up your time?
All right, Vitziak in the driver's seat, ace king onto the gun.
A couple of projects.
I don't know. I think the fact it's a cash game would actually kind of bolster my confidence as well, because I just feel so much better about that.
Anyone can like have a lucky run of cards in a cash game. You know what I mean? A tournament, like you gotta be good doing a tournament.
Yeah,
or run good for 5 days.
The complexity of the end game in tournaments and really any stage is a lot more tricky to navigate when you're trying to impress. But we're going to a flop. 8-5 actually manages to spike huge here. Pair plus flush draw.
And also, like, there's ways to make a cash game appearance on TV or a stream a win without actually winning.
Yeah.
Like if I just like meme somebody with the Robbie Jade Lou, right?
Yeah,
like,
right.
I don't have to win the pot. Like, I'll just be a legend.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a good example. I don't know. I love me a cash game, though, Joe. Maybe the instincts would kick in at that stage. I just feel so much more confident at a cash table than I do in tournaments.
Also, you know, the table talk is better in a cash
It's so good. It's so good. And I, without trying to toot my own horn, I feel like I am the element that comes in and then stirs people up.
Sure.
And people are chatting, having a good time, you know?
It's your job.
Yeah. And table talk and all that, man, it's just so good. I love it. I could play cash all day, and I frequently do.
Once again, Witziak betting into a very strong hand.
Marissa's Joe'd be going in there with the hammer. Can we get an actual full-size band hammer for Joe Stapleton when he goes on the big game? Just bonk people on the head when you stack them.
I mean, I wouldn't need to ban it. Everyone's a normal human being. You think I'm going to bonk Jennifer Tilly on the head? You think she's going to say some weird stuff? Mareth asks, do I have a cameo? I do have a cameo. I think I've done 4 total cameos in 18 months.
Yeah.
And one of them was a fake that my friend set me up.
See, I wasn't going to say anything, but I wanted to set you up with your own cameo. I wanted you to cameo yourself for your birthday or something.
That's funny. Yeah, I should have known better. I was like hanging out in Vegas late night. My girlfriend and like one of her friends were like giggling in the corner. And all of a sudden, Trent from Chicago asked me for a pep talk because he's running a marathon tomorrow. So I like go down to the casino floor, record it real quick. I get back to the room. They're laughing, showing me the video.
Oh, man.
It was a $35 joke.
I mean, look, it was, yeah, you got paid for it, Joe.
10 raise, 4,500. Suit 1 card.
Ami Bear is going to open this pot with ace 8. Action folds around to Witziak in the big blind.
We're calling.
Yeah, we love 10-9.
Fair fight. 55-45 here pre-flop. And it's king 9-7. This is an interesting one. King 9-7 seems like a range bet kind of board. We probably do just put in like, 4K here quite often. How much is that, Joe?
35.
Sneaky, sneaky. Saving himself a few bucks. And 9-10, of course, will come along.
Ooh, baby.
Okay.
7, 8, 9, 10. That's almost something. Pair of 9's good.
I'm willing to bet that Ami's going to check this turn quite often.
Does indeed.
Yep.
River card. It's a 10. Interesting. 2 pair for Witziak. Already did have the best hand.
Yeah, and interesting to see if he kind of wants to put out a bet here. Obviously, we'll have the best hand a ton, but concerned about the 1-card straights once in a while. Not as many 6x combos, probably more Jack-X, which means I think like a blocker bet is cute here. 19K in the middle. What's the size that Witziak chooses? Yeah, like it a lot. 6.5 and a 19. It's about 1/3. I think you are feeling really good about putting in a value bet here. In if you get raised, it feels feels pretty good that you're going to be losing a lot. Like I don't think this is a spot where it's easy for Ami Bear to represent a jack, and just because Witziak will have plenty of Jack X that floats that flop, so it's good. Another pickup there, and Witziak 81 big blinds, 163K, having a great time here in Barcelona.
I was a huge Witziak fan.
Who's that?
Hardigan.
Yeah.
Love me some Simon Witziak. And his ace-2 big blind stack. That's it. I'm going to stop the rhyming now.
Is this, is this the same hoodie that he was wearing last year?
No.
It was another funnel neck.
It was an iconic yellow hoodie he was wearing
That's
at
right.
the final
I was
table
gonna say
last year.
Yeah, looks different, but a fan of that funnel neck style, so he can lift it up and cover up his tells when he's playing, which I'm a big fan of. Problem is, it gets real hot here in Barcelona, so.
You say that, but as with all indoor spaces where poker is played, the AC is blasting and most people are shivering.
True.
It's better than the alternative.
I don't disagree, but it always amuses me. It was like, why are they wearing hoodies? Aren't they in Barcelona? It's like, are people aware that there's this thing called air conditioning and that the indoors is sometimes a lot cooler than the outdoors?
Actually, having been to Europe a bunch of times, I'm not sure people are aware there's a thing called air conditioning.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Granted, in homes, no, but in any kind of major public venue, it's very common.
That's why I slept through most of the Barbie movie. There's definitely no air conditioning in that movie theater in London.
Oh, man. Does your aircon stay on in the room, James?
When I'm not in the room?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so it's not just me, all right.
No.
Because I come back to a hot room.
If we're going to ask questions about rooms, by the way, does your room smell funny?
Yes.
Okay, mine does too.
I tried to use the telephone in my room today to alert them to the fact that I had laundry to
And you
collect.
can't call down. You can't call down. There's no button.
There's no button.
And zero doesn't work, and star doesn't work, and hash doesn't work.
Zero works.
No, it doesn't.
No, I tried every possible number. Nothing was working.
All right, here's what I do. It's $5,000 for room service. Do that, and then have them transfer you.
I actually had to find the number of the hotel and call the hotel on the phone in order to get to room service.
I've never had.
That's like €4 a minute.
I've never ever had a hotel phone which I could not work out how to operate.
Thank you, Jim. Oh, I'm so glad we had this conversation. I thought it was going crazy.
I'm pretty sure zero worked for me.
It does not work. I tried that. I tried 0, I tried 1, I tried 9.
Yeah.
We have got street flash potential here for Army Bearer.
You know what they call this draw, guys? The steel wheel.
Well, the bet of 5,500 gets the fold from Hydorn, and he is still table chip leader with more than 100 bigs. Army Bearer is an above-average stack with more than 70 bigs, and still the better part of 45 minutes to run on this level. Now, we've talked about future EPT stops. We also want to promote the fact that the North American Poker Tour is returning to Resorts World Las Vegas for the first few days of November, November 1st through 10th. Really good schedule this year, by the way. 5K main event, high roller, plus some really affordable events as well. We are filming a new season of the big game on tour, and that means chances to qualify to be a loose cannon. Can reveal there will be qualifying tournaments. We haven't yet ironed out all the details, Joe. We haven't yet worked out when and how those tournaments are going to run, but there will be qualifying tournaments. There will be a casting stage, and as we've said multiple times, if you have a gold power pass to the NAPT, one of the perks of that power pass is it gives you the right to bypass the qualifying tournaments and go straight into the auditions.
Yeah, I would recommend carving out a little time toward the beginning of those dates if you want to audition for the big game. And the cool thing about it is, can't say with 100% certainty, but pretty much everyone is eligible to give it a shot, to give it a go. And
Yeah,
I can speak to last year, free, by the way, to enter. Free.
Yes, and they will still be. What we're trying to iron down now is how many qualifying tournaments we're able to run and when we're able to run them. Give as many people as possible the opportunity to get through to that casting stage and give us the opportunity to find 2 or 3 really good loose cannons who will be staked $50,000 to play in a high-stakes cash game against pros, celebrities, and business people. So back to the action at our feature table under the gun raise from Hydorn. Flattered by Vitsiak on the button with ace-queen suited. Luchkov with 8-3 of spades. Calling as well. 3-way action. Interesting just call from Vitsiak.
Yeah, we've seen some slick play here. Oh my goodness.
And what a flop for Simon. Top pair, nut flush draw. Hello.
Not just Vitsiak, by the way. Hydorn also open-ended.
But Vitsiak, a 3-1 favorite in this 3-way pot.
5,500. I think 5 calls.
5,500, the C-bet from Hydorn, called by Witsiak. Luchkov gets out of the way, heads up to the turn, which is the 4 of hearts. Hydorn now with a no-good straight draw. The nut flush for Witsiak.
I love when people make draws. It makes me so happy.
Hydorn not slowing down either.
8 bets, 9,000.
I thought he had already checked, honestly.
No, he's bet 9K into 26K.
This is really funny because a few hands ago, Hydorn had pocket aces, flopped a set, and Witsiak was the one betting into him. Now we have Hydorn trying to semi-bluff his way out of this. Not likely.
3 of diamonds, so the board bricks out. At least he didn't make his straight. That could have been very costly. But as it stands, Witsiak is going to get some chips back from Hydorn.
It does make sense, too, by the way, that you would be the aggressor here and you would try to semi-bluff the queen-jack rather than the check calling on a board like this where, like, your hand, as you can see, you might be drawing dead already. You might have some really dirty outs if you make your straight and it's like a 4th heart.
Yeah. Hardik asking if there's a shot clock in play. Not yet. After the bubble has burst tomorrow, the shot clock will be introduced. And Hydorn, having semi-bluffed the flop and the turn, pure bluffs the river, 18K.
Once again, I just have to double-check my hand here. Be like, wait a second, do I?
Yes, you have the nuts.
Do I have the nuts?
You
Because
100% have the nuts.
because this is weird. Look, what a pro. He didn't have to look at his hand or anything. He just knows.
He is a pro. He is an EPT champion. He knows his onions.
5 raises.
Don't feel bad when you don't get called here.
$58,500 total. I mean, there is the option for Hydorn to re-bluff. It won't work, but he could try it. He folds, and Witsiak retakes the table chip lead. He's now the player with more than 100 big blinds. Hydorn still playing 80 bigs, second biggest stack at this table. The only shortish stack we have right now is Vladimir
You had another
Luchkov.
bias when you enter on this table.
He's got sub 20 bigs.
You had another bias when you enter on this table. Just relax. Keep speaking.
It's good. It's good.
What's your name?
Ami.
Oh.
What's your name?
Nice to meet you. Oscar.
Oscar. Good to meet you. Your English is better than my Spanish.
Nah,
So you gotta join in with
maybe.
English.
But you know some?
Un poquito.
It's okay.
But for sure, your English is better. So.
It's possible.
It's so, you always feel like such a goober when you say poquito, right? Because it's like the one word everybody knows. But the people you say it to, they're usually tickled. They're like, oh, haha, poquito.
How tickled I am.
What I end up doing is, I know a little bit of Spanish, but I say it with such little confidence that the people don't hear me. And then they're like, ¿qué? And I'm like, then I just switch to English.
Witsiak raising with 7-5 suited from the cutoff. Is it going to be another battle between him and Robert Hydorn?
Let's hope so. It's been fun.
18,000. 25 folds.
Idle on 3 bets, gets a fold.
Pretty cool to see Witsiak with over 100 bigs a year later. I know it's a little early, but who knows? I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to do it to him, but you guys know what I'm saying, right?
I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying.
I mean, Kaihan just did it.
That is very true. I mean,
it's a little different doing it in a 40-person high roller field, but
there was an incredible accomplishment on the original NAPT. So this is going back to 2011, 2010, 2011. Mohegan Sun in Connecticut. The very first year in 2010, Jason Mercier won the high roller and Vanessa Selbst won the main event. The very next year, Jason Mercier defended his high roller title and Vanessa Selbst defended her main event title.
It was pretty awesome.
So it's not unprecedented. For Mokri to go back-to-back in super high rollers, is that an omen that Witsiak will do the same in the main?
I mean, Tonka final tabling 2 years in a row.
That's true.
Also huge.
Wow, more foreshadowing.
Wait, do you know something about the end of this?
I
don't read the scripts.
They don't send them to me anymore. Also, I think my one starts the pink pages and we're on the yellow pages
on yellow now,
yeah. So 3-way to this flop, which is Queen 9-7 with 2 diamonds. Andara with a gut shot. Action's been checked to him. He was the pre-flop aggressor. And he will continue into 2 opponents.
It feels like you have something with Jack-8 of hearts here. You're like, I've got vibes of hitting this. Yeah, vibes work.
Love me some vibes.
Maroon Poker says another omen is that they haven't cashed EPT Barcelona back-to-back. It's all checking out.
Half an hour on this level. Half an hour till the second break of the day. And then we'll be at the halfway point. Only 4 levels being played today. We're deferring the bubble to day 3. So you'll get world-famous bubble coverage if you tune in tomorrow at 12:30 Central European Summertime. I think we had a few people today who arrived at 1 p.m. because that's when we started the first 2 days.
Me too. That's when I got here.
We are starting at 12:30 every day this week until Sunday, when the final table starts half an hour later.
Honestly, Sunday just show up at 12:30 and just hang out with the mods for a little bit.
I like that.
Get warmed up.
Watch every single second of a ticking clock. People like to jam to that music.
I used to like to get to the movies pretty early and like get in the mood and just sit there and sort of watch the whatever flashes by. But now there's just so much garbage before a movie starts that like I'm walking in halfway through the trailers now.
Middleton flopping a flush draw here. Luchkov officially ahead with king high. It is a post-flop flip.
4,000 bet, 6-7 bet, 4,000.
Andrew McMillan says, James, have you read the new 700-page Ian Fleming biography? Not yet. It is on my coffee table. But it's not just there for show. I will get round to reading it at some point.
My books are definitely just there for show, and they're mostly picture books. And I still haven't read them.
3 of diamonds on the turn. Luchkov now a 2-1 favorite.
Pumps the brakes a little bit.
And no spade on the river.
Don't think Mitty expects this 10 to be good at showdown very often.
So Brent says, I'm old enough to remember when there were no advertisements before movies at the cinema except for trailers. I'm thinking that must be a Canadian thing. There have always been advertisements.
American. I remember when I moved to the UK, all the commercials before movies, I was like, what the hell is going on here?
Oh, I mean...
But we have them now, though.
As a kid, we had the commercials and the trailers, and there was also a supporting feature as well.
Supporting feature? Like two movies?
No word of a lie. I went to see Ghostbusters at the cinema in 1984. There were commercials, trailers. There was then a documentary about Greece narrated by Telly Savalas, and then you got to see Ghostbusters. This is not a bit.
It's like they made you put some medicine in with your treat or something. You have to learn something before they let you watch Ghostbusters? Gross.
I mean, you used to get the Pearl and Dean logo, followed by some iconic advertisements. Remember the Kiora advert? It hasn't dated well.
I remember seeing the weirdest ad. You guys probably remember this when I was in the UK. I went to the movies, and it was, I can't remember the product, but it was, for people whose gums bleed when they brush their teeth. That was the tagline.
Yep.
Just rolls right off the tongue. And I was like, oh, you know what? I should try it. It worked.
That's right, Pieface. The Pearl and Dean music absolutely slaps still to this day. To me, that is just, if I hear that music, it's that kind of like little drum roll at the start, that makes me think I'm in a movie theater. I can smell the popcorn and cigarette smoke, because that's the other thing. You could smoke in the cinema back in the late 70s, early 80s. And hilariously, they had a no smoking section. Guess what? Smoke drifts.
No smoking section. That's hilarious.
C4 raises 4,000. 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Our local cinema burnt down. Guess why?
The runners opened under the gun. No action. Next hand.
Do you remember the first movie you went to?
I know the first live-action movie I went to because I begged my mum to take me to see Grease.
Cool.
When I was 4 years old.
That's iconic.
Because I was allowed to watch Top of the Pops every week, and Summer Lovin' was #1. And I used to reenact the music video with my soft toys. Like they were the other guys sitting on the bleachers, and I'd be John Travolta dancing. So I begged her to take me to see Grease. My mum hated John Travolta, hated the movie. She was the oldest person in the cinema by far. I was the youngest person in the cinema by far. But apparently the teenage girls thought I was very cute because I would often get out of my seat and start dancing to the songs.
If I did any of those things as a child, my dad would have sent me away. If I'd even hinted at wanting to see Grease, I would have been in boarding school.
4,500.
One of the best supporting features, by the way, I ever saw, and I'm trying to remember I can't even remember what the main feature was anymore, but the supporting feature was Frankenweenie, which is one of Tim Burton's early films.
Frankenweenie's dope. I think the first movie I ever went to was Santa Claus the movie. You guys remember that from the 80s?
Yeah. By the way, Grease has aged horribly.
Oddly enough, I saw it when I lived in London. I went to see it at the Prince Charles. And everybody was dressed up like the Pink Ladies and the, what are the other ones? The Sharks and the Jets.
6 folds.
Ace Queen for Lushkov. Starts the hand with 15 bigs. Did he say call?
I think he did.
Okay, so he...
No, it's a raise.
He said 4. It's raised to 4,000.
Sounds just like call.
Round 2, Witziak, who has Jack 5 of diamonds in the big blind. He defends.
Ooh, 4-4-4 left in the field. Make a wish.
And Witziak has flopped a flush draw. Ace high, still ahead right now. Once again, we have a post-flop flip.
Check, 6-7 check.
Ten on the turn. Witziak now with an open-ended straight draw as well as a flush draw.
So many ways to win, but behind.
The gin card for Witziak would be a queen on the river because there's no way that Luchkov would be able to get away from it. With no c-bet from Luchkov, Witziak leads turn for 5,500. Luchkov has 27.5K behind.
Translation, 13 big blinds. It's more or less going to be a pot-sized bet left behind if he calls here.
Does call.
Man, oh man, just knowing you're going to have to, in all likelihood, face another barrel. And this time, I mean, your hero call will be no good.
So the 7 on the river, because it is always coming 7, does give Witziak a straight. That said, Luchkov only has ace high.
I mean, didn't you really want to just get to showdown with this ace-queen? I feel like that's what we were hoping for.
Yeah, I mean... Oh, no.
A snap call, yeah.
Could have just checked it back, but shoves the river, gets snapped by the straight, and Vladimir Luchkov is eliminated from the EPT Barcelona main event, KO'd by Simon Witziak, the reigning champ, who now chips up to 235,000, nearly 120 big blinds for Simon.
Luchkov is off.
Just a quick footnote to the conversation we were having, Joe. That documentary about the country of Greece, narrated by Telly Savalas, my mum thought was fascinating and much more interesting than the movie Ghostbusters that she fell asleep during.
So you said that your mom was the oldest person in the cinema at Greece.
Yeah.
What was your mom, like 30?
No, she would have been in late 30s, early 40s at that point.
Okay.
But also, bear in mind, it was like a daytime screening and it was all these teenage girls. I mean, that's who was going to see Grease at the cinema because they were all infatuated with John Travolta. The only time in my life a teenage girl found me charming. Didn't happen when I was a teenage boy.
No, certainly not. This is a cute story. I recall going to see Home Alone with my grandma when I was 11. We both completely lost it. I have really good memories of seeing. I think I saw Home Alone twice. One of the few that I saw multiple times as a kid.
Button raise from Oscar Ciron with ace-10. Ryan Mandara, a former Irish Open champion, sitting in the big blind with queen-7, calls.
Take note, amateurs. Luchkov did everything wrong that B possibly could have done. This is why you shove when short. Okay, Jeremy Wolffart. Oh wait, I just handed mob Jeremy Wolffart. Actually, he's got 8 million in earnings. Just kidding. All right, Murith, you're pretty funny. Betting a call, deuce of hearts.
Interesting call by Mandara on the flop. What's the plan for the turn? Lead the turn and get the best hand to fold. Good plan, Ryan Mandara. Good plan. Well, we're going to step away from the main stage because we've got action from one of the outer tables.
I don't believe it.
It is Masayuki Sawa against Calvin Tan. We pick up the action on the river. Yokosawa with his camera crew always by his side.
Stop it.
Bets 11,500. Smile, Calvin Tan. You're on candid camera. Tan folds.
Do the peace sign. Oh, thumbs up. Even though I hate him, I love him. I do have a lot of time for Masato Yokosawa, despite him costing me $10,000.
Hang on. I distinctly remember you winning that seat in the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, he cost me my min cash.
Oh, I see. That's an interesting way of looking at it.
You have to understand, I'm going to look at it in the most favorable way possible to myself.
Yeah.
Like Crazy Carl wants to know if you were old enough to see the original Alien in the theater.
No, Alien was released in 1979. I was 4 years old. That would be a very inappropriate movie to take a kid to. And with the rating system in the UK, you can't take a kid to see an adult movie. Peter Jorgner at the secondary feature table has raised with King 10 of strawberries.
What's this guy doing with a tank top on next to Peter Jorgner?
So this is our gold pass winner.
Oh, never mind.
10 races to 16.
Sorry, sir.
Cameron Sinclair. He has 3-bet from the small blind. So we had Dara Okani on the feature table at the start of the day. Dara was another gold pass winner, but I get the impression that Cameron might not be as accomplished a player as Dara, may not have as satellited into as many tournaments as Dara has.
Probably hasn't written as many books as Dara.
I think I got break like 15 minutes.
Well, let's find out more about Mr. Sinclair.
My name's Cameron Sinclair. I'm 39 years old from Bristol. I was a full-time pro in my early 20s. I lived in a poker house, like all in on the poker lifestyle. Moved away from it for a while and now I'm giving it another go. The reason I sort of got back into poker recently is that like I've done well in poker, I've made money, but I've never like won the big event or like had the big trophy or anything like that. I sort of had this feeling that I hadn't really accomplished what I wanted to do. Winning the Gold Pass to Barcelona has been a huge opportunity for me that I normally wouldn't have. Met a bunch of the ambassadors there. It's good to sort of meet those guys in person that I've seen so much on the screen. I feel like if you can put in a good performance here, it can be a real big stepping stone to the next phase of your career. Absolutely buzzing.
So we are watching Cameron in action at our secondary feature table, and he's raising the button with Queen 5 of hearts.
I think that sort of archetype he just showed himself to be is exactly who a Gold Pass winner should be. Some moderate poker success and take a shot at the big leagues. 9 tray off, defend.
SPC, I'll get to your question after this hand. We get a 9-8-8 flop with 2 hearts.
I'm gonna have to rename 9 tray the Figuccia. Never mind.
Is the flush on the turn.
And a potential street flash.
That's 3, that's 5.5. Box 10 raises 15,000.
Not sure how sticky I'm gonna get here with a weird top pair, no kicker. Straighty, flushy, paired board. I'm probably folding this and figuring I got off easy.
Figuccia folds.
Figuccia.
And the Gold Pass winner claims that part. So SPC says, what were the UK certifications in 1975? I'm going with EU 12, 15, and 18. Way off. In the mid-1970s, you had U, which is the equivalent of G in the US. We had the A, which later became PG in the 1980s. Then you had double A, which was meant to be no under 14s, later became 15, and X, which later became 18. The 12 certificate was introduced in 1989 when Tim Burton's Batman was released. So back in the 70s, it was U, A, double A, and X.
Box 5 makes it 4,000.
And I think I'm right in saying that in America, the X rating was like box office poison, because it was mainly reserved for pornography. Yeah.
That's right.
Whereas in the UK, it was just very much a movie for adults.
Eight fold. Tenfold.
That's right, Simple Hacker. 12 became 12A in 2002. And the first 12 certificate for home video was the Bourne Identity.
Huh.
Before that, they just upgraded them. So Batman, when it came out on home video, was graded up to a 15.
Check. 4 check. 5 check.
Jack 8-4, all hearts. Figuccia has the 9 of hearts in his hand.
I think Batman was the first movie I saw at the drive-in. Did you have drive-ins?
Not really a big thing in the UK, no.
5 check.
It kind of sucked, though, because the movie was so dark, it was actually pretty hard to see at the drive-in.
The original VHS release of Batman was terrible. Like, the color grading on it was awful. You couldn't make out a damn thing. You had to turn the brightness on your TV way up.
8,500 from C3.
I mean, movies look terrible enough on VHS as it is, but that transfer was really bad.
C5 fold.
Batman, when it came out on VHS, I would have been 16. I've been an AV nerd my whole life. It may shock you to learn this. In the early 90s, I genuinely tried to persuade my parents to buy a Laserdisc player. I thought VHS looked so bad that I'm like, please, please, Laserdisc, Laserdisc. And they're like, no. Unfortunately, that was the right decision, because 5 years later, DVD arrived. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Alien, when it first came out in 1979, would have been an X-rated feature in the UK. X just meant 18, no one over the age of 18. You have this weird thing in America, right, where an R-rated movie, you could legitimately take a small child, as long as they're with a parent, anyone can get in.
Yes, and you can't really prove it's a parent either, so it's pretty much just you can find any hobo to take you.
Yeah, whereas I do like the fact that the age ratings in the UK are enforced, that you're not, you know, 15 means 15 and 18 means 18, and whether your parent comes with you or not.
Seat 7.
Peter Jorgner opening here with 10s.
10 fold. 1, 3, and 4 fold. 5 fold. Easy money. Before you raising.
Raise and take it.
Right.
This time I had 8
5 ones?
Yeah, suits. Not possible.
Wow, it's a load.
Oh, you already have, yeah.
So I'm going to stick with a bit more action from our secondary feature table. Have we seen Willow play a hand yet?
I
don't think so.
Just like I asked them when I was joining, and they said they weren't sure.
Okay.
About what?
About whether we were going to be on the next level, or
Oh, if they switch it up every time, yeah, to get more, you know, switch up the.
It's very quiet table. They'll say they'll switch it.
8 fold.
Most tables are, right?
Yeah, it only takes one character.
2 levels in a row.
One person's talking, everyone's talking.
Yeah, that's really true.
That one is gonna be changed for sure. But I don't know.
It's true. It's like it's
If we will
non-linear.
switch to that or that
4,000. Seat 3 fold.
So hand is open with 8s. Alec Torelli's got 7s on the button.
has a pretty good lineup there.
Yeah.
Seat 4. EPT Barcelona champ.
Yeah. 5 fold. It's pretty good table.
Yeah.
Torelli just calls. Well, neither player's going to like this board. King, Queen, Deuce.
One check and 4 checks.
Jack on the turn. Another card that neither player wants to see. Board runs out. Yet another jack.
To say I am enjoying Hin's Omega Seamaster on the blue rubber strap to go with the blue dial and blue bezel. Nice.
Box 1 bet 4,000.
Low time call.
Good for Hin.
Hey, have you decided whether we're staying on after the break or not?
You're not.
We're
You'll
moving?
be moving, yeah.
Okay.
Glyn playing just shy of 40 big blinds. Blinds going up in 4 minutes.
What did they say?
We're moving to a regular table.
After the break.
Outer tables? Okay.
We had our time, gentlemen.
Just what I want to know.
Wonder if it's going to be a change of both tables when we get to the break.
9-6 straight.
Just in case you're not aware, this table will be back playing on table number 7 at the end of the break. So please bring any personal belongings with you at the break. We will move the chips.
Okay, Glenn confirming that we are going to have a new feature table. 2 new feature tables. Woo!
We've only got 406.
7 out there.
10 people to choose from.
And we have been joined at the feature table by Andrew Hume, another EPT reg. He's now the biggest stack with 292,000. Rene Baranek, the low man, with 22 big blinds. So when someone asks the question, the watch I was just talking about, is it particularly special or expensive? The problem is I'm so numb now to watch prices that I'm going to say it's not particularly expensive, but it is still $5,000. Which is a lot of money to spend on something that you don't need and is a completely outdated piece of technology. However, in the scheme of watches, it's not that much.
I mean, that's you can buy in the NDPT main event for that.
That's true.
November 1st through 10th. Resorts World.
6 balls, 4,000.
That's going to be a fold for me, dog.
8 balls, 6-10. 2-1 fold.
Fitziak getting a little aggressive here, opening 9-7 suited.
Yeah, has found a customer in Ryan Mandara.
It's going to be a lot of boards Fitziak's going to be able to bluff 7s off of.
Queen 6-4.
Little timing balance here, it seems like. I don't imagine many scenarios where Fitziak is not going to c-bet.
$5,500 called by Mandara. Is Fitziak going to pick up equity on the turn?
Yeah, there's a lot of good turns, but that ain't one. Well, actually, it might be a good one for him to double barrel. I always just assume I got floated here by a king and I shouldn't double barrel, but good players double barrel and get folds here. This is what good players do.
Second bar. And it does the job. Mandara folds the best hand. And I think we might be able to squeeze in one more hand before these players go on break and before we switch up the feature tables.
Big bluff.
Meanwhile, the man, the myth, the legend, Benjamin Spragg is no longer in the EPT Barcelona main event. He bought in at the start of the day, so he would have started with a relatively short stack, and he is now gone.
I don't understand. If you think so, why didn't you call?
Pocket 7s.
20 minutes break, 9 main event, 20 minutes break.
C5 folds. 6
break, yeah.
It's a break.
They take our chips. We don't have to take them.
They take the chips.
Donc, yeah, 150.
So Andrew Hume, who will have spent a grand total of 5 minutes at the feature table before being moved off it again. Opens with ace-10. Robert Hydorn with ace-jack flats.
240, 245.
A little battle here before the break. Hume's gonna maximize his feature table time.
Queen 9-6.
Dorn studying Hume a little bit. Four of diamonds on the turn after check, check. Both players with a decent diamond. Might be worth a poke at this point. Might take a stab here, see if you can get non-diamond hands to fold. Nope, Hume's gonna check. Hydorn checks. River is the deuce of spades. Ace-jack is gonna play if they show it down.
For a moment there, I thought you said Mindhorn.
I do love me some Mindhorn. The Isle of Man's best private detective.
The fact that it features the electric railway from the Isle of Man is just the best thing about that movie.
Now Hume's gonna go for it.
Okay. So Hume's bet is 9K.
Could fold out better.
Maybe. Just maybe.
Nice work.
So Andrew Hume wins the last hand of the level. He's going to have more than 300K when they come back from break. But a reminder, we will not be watching these players. We are going to have 2 new feature tables on the other side of the break for the last 2 levels of the day. I've enjoyed watching 2 former EPT champions, Simon Vinciak and Tom Middleton. They are both still big stacks. They are both still above average right now. That was a good session for Hume. Robert Hydorn also around average right now. The blinds are going to go to 1,000, 2,500 with a 2.5K big blind ante when we return from Barcelona here on the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
Raising to 11,500 and forward moves all in.
Raise with ace king and all in with ace king.
Look at that face, come on.
And Ivy's all in.
And Phil Ivy comes over the top.
With queens.
All in.
Oh, what a great spot when you're up against guys who counterfeit each other.
This is the age of, oh my god, I can still fold ace king pre-flop.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I guess
But
he's
they all
facing.
think about it.
But also, this is the original Razor who's facing 2 all-ins, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna let it go.
Forward or in, play against Phil. Phil's hands. We have queens.
This is one that I always tell him. I had the same hand, bro. I had the same hand. Yeah, there you go.
Just did it. That's really made him feel better about himself.
Scheiße.
I'm really not going to like that when the ace peels.
Oh. Clubs aren't working for him either.
You
see the club? That's gonna kill you.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
Oh!
Oh my goodness.
That's why he's Phil Ivey and you're not.
Ivy looks like the kind of guy who just spiked a set on the turn.
And we can't. He's out.
Oh, shake hands, shake hands. Yes.
Even raises to 12,000. More handcuffs.
I have a hand this time. It's not a button move. I have a hand. You can look on the television later, next month.
Or in 14 years' time.
This guy has all the classic poker jokes. Like somebody raised on the button, do you have a hand or it's just because you have position? And now he makes it in reverse.
Yeah, but Lex, this is original material at the time.
For sure.
You can look the television next month, but they probably won't show this hand.
I love that. So this guy basically said we're not going to show that hand on TV. We're obstinately going to include it, even though there was no consequential action. Continuing to bring you action from EPT 3 Barcelona. Live commentary on a 14-year delay. This tournament played in Barcelona in September of 2006. Phil Ivey making his first appearance on the European Poker Tour and raising the button here with 8-7.
Can't have a hand every time on the button.
Yes, he gets a hand too. This is his moment. Come on.
Is he going to do it with or without more chirping, though? That's the question.
Yeah.
Also, I think maybe he flats here.
A raise.
Steven announces a raise.
All right, good.
It's not big enough for a raise.
Now he knows he plays only against him. You know, if you're folding up. You understand?
Critical beatdown says, does he go quiet? Now he has a hand. Looks like it. All of a sudden, not so chatty.
He had a hand before, though. He said so. You can see it on TV in a month.
I mean, the best way for Phil to outplay him here would be to fold.
Yeah.
I would like you to call me.
Oh, God.
Well, now.
No, you don't.
Field passes, Steven wins the ball.
I don't care what your cards are. No one wants to play a hand out of position against Phil Ivey post-flop.
I love
Well, it
this.
depends on what the flop is, but yes, you're mostly correct.
Do you know that they close the door here in practice? Beautiful bluffs, they close it.
It would be nice for you to win the first,
and the 10,
the biggest, and the second.
Yeah, yeah. Be the first one to win 2.
Everything.
I want the number 10. This way, people can call me Maradona of poker.
Diego Armando Maradona Franco is an Argentine football manager, coach, and former player. Many experts, football critics, former players.
Joe, are you reading off the internet?
Yes.
Stevic has raised under the gun with Queen 6 offsuit.
What is up with this raise? It's not 2004 anymore, brah. You know that's not a good hand, right?
Iha Soika has ace king.
Well, we know Soika should 3-bet here. Stevic looks ready for it.
Raise 46.
Here it comes, a 3-bet to 4,600.
It's a pretty small 3-bet. Stevic should probably peel for that amount and see who else wants in.
Well, Horetsky is folded. Jacek Markowski also passes. Gurgly Kulsha is out. Yakovolu doesn't have much of a hand. Didier Sicarel in the big blind. Passes, as does Stevic.
It's tough to fold quicker than that. Try to get some respect with the hand and the gun raise, but no.
Stevic first to speak, 6-7 suited under the gun. He raises to 1,800. Action folded around to Soika. 9-10 off. He passes. Marcin Horetsky has got pocket jacks.
Hello.
And not much of a stack. He's all in. Give him the red triangle. Thank you. Anyone else want to play? The loop in the small. King deuce. Well, that's a fold. And Sicarel in the big. Having a think.
Nah.
Back on Stevic.
How much is that?
9.3.
That much?
300.
Really?
Yes.
Why is he asking that?
It looks like less.
It's not.
It's not less.
What do I have? Doses?
I have very small cards. But they look good together.
True.
Then you have to call if they look good together.
Not true.
Small and look good together, like Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman. Seriously though, you do not have to call.
I tried it one time.
Wow, Stevic calls!
You are doing very good against me.
7-6?
76. I tried to get
I've lost 2 worse hands, so...
Yeah, so it's not over yet.
All is possible.
Horetsky, a 3-1 favorite to double up here.
He is going to get run down 1 and 4 times though, which is pretty sick.
Good flop for Jacks.
It's not a very good flop for me.
That 4% equates to the 4 runners he can hit.
Oh, king.
My friend.
Now he can chop.
Another chop for me? Maybe.
I like chopping. It's friendly. A little bit for you, a little bit for me. We both
Just
win
keep
money.
It low, please.
Everyone loves a chop part.
10 is good.
We do.
It's a 3. Horetsky doubles up.
I like to double people up.
Thank you.
Won the hand with Jack high.
It's good for the game.
Yeah. You see why they should invite me to private games.
Blinds are now 600, 1,200 with a 200 ante. Jack 10 suited for Duda. He will raise from under the gun +1. Pedro Pellicer has just arrived at the feature table. He folds. Horetsky's out.
Raise it up, Jack 10 of spades. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Flop real well and then get paid. Doo-dah, doo-dah day. Royalty-free music for the win.
Action has been folded around to Didier Sicarel. He's got 7s in the small blind.
And 18K behind.
I'm all in.
He shoves.
Probably the right move with his hand.
There's a very strong chance this all-in gets through.
I call.
Scratch that. Stevic picks up kings in the big blind. Duda folds the Jack 10. And Sicarel is at risk. And way behind.
He knows he's not playing blackjack, right? Actually, knowing him, he might hit on 2 kings. But he'd probably pull an ace. He's the lucky one.
18.5 total.
Well, Sicarel is the one who needs to get lucky here. 23% chance of survival.
Yes.
Wow.
And there is a 7 on the flop.
Well, that is just unlucky. And 1 king was folded. Sicarel, the huge favorite to double up here now.
Kulsha folded the king of diamonds, so Stevic has 1 out in the deck. And only one chance to hit it here.
Yep, there go the chop outs.
Sicarel is a 97% favorite to double up. Stevic is going to be left with around 60,000. The river.
No!
It's the Case King!
I'm sorry, Didier. No problem.
Mr. Lucky, story checks out. Although, I guess the chips went in with him as a favorite, though, so I'm not really sure how to score this one.
What an incredible turnaround. Sicarel sent to the rail.
And Greg the sound man has really perfected his that sucks face. Nice.
Stevic now playing 99K.
Dr. Italia. Welcome back.
Italia.
And Marcin Heretsky has gone into Sith Lord mode.
Darth Heretsky.
I also have a hoodie. When I play with you, I will use the hoodie.
But does it get you +5 to flipping?
No? How much?
+5%.
Ah, okay.
It's like, you know, having a helmet in a game or something.
2,700. Okay?
Okay, Mr. Montecholo.
And under the gun raise with Ace King. Folded around to Heretsky. He passes. Markovsky. Pocket fives.
I guess as he's calling here almost always.
There's the call. Kulsha has 5 deuce. He'll give that up. The Luke folds. Henri Benoni, who's just arrived at the feature table, is in the small blind.
I like his peak approach.
He passes. Ace King for Alexander Stevic.
What is Stevic gonna do here? Guy's more unpredictable than a runaway balloon. Certainly this is a spot for a call, at least.
Well, that is a 3-bet. Stevic re-raises to 11,200. Action back on Montecholo, who's got the same hand. Is he thinking of 4-betting?
I follow Mr. Poland.
I love this guy. This guy is good for poker, good for the EPT, good for the online community. He is chicken soup for the poker soul. Maybe Montecholo just piles it in here like a plate of antipasto.
Counting his stack, considering going all in, knowing that he still has Markovsky to act behind him.
Fold.
Wow, he lays it down.
What? And he has plenty of chips. That was tighter than a pair of David Bowie's pants.
He shows it as well.
It worked. Did you see? I did it too.
It works.
Yeah. I have a lot of talent for the hoodie and the sunglasses now.
Agreed.
Foldo, foldo. 2,000. Nothing.
2,700.
Nothing.
Ace King for Max Greenwood, and he is all in.
Luca, can you watch that?
This is a serious business, this bubble. I'm putting a moratorium on all jokes until the bubble is burst.
Ismail Boyang has woken up with jacks in the big.
How much is it? Totally not full.
It's about 75.
Things could get weird, especially if the jacks hold.
There's the call, and Max Greenwood is racing for his tournament life on the bubble.
Wow, it's the bubble. He has to be.
This is absurd. You probably don't remember this, but the first EPT I played before was even an EPT. I bubbled with shoving ace queen in like a kind of similar spot. And I was just like one time, because it was like a lot of money for me at the time. And you did the whole like, you know, like kind of jokingly, like one time thing.
Oh, and it didn't come?
No.
All right, one time.
Thanks.
No, I mean, we'll flip it, you know?
Yeah.
One time, ace your king, keep the kid alive.
Oh, direct bubble would be so devastating.
Maybe someone else does.
No such luck.
Yeah, that's true.
At least I make it to the money.
Nobody else is gonna bust.
I'll tell you what I have.
I'll take a chop.
Not looking good.
I bet you would take a chop.
They might bust some other people too.
Yeah.
Wishful thinking, like your dog going to live on a farm.
Ha! There it is. Whoop! There it is. Here he comes.
Now this would be extra devastating.
No jack.
Never easy.
I would have beat you. Ace 3.
So we had one each dead. One card each dead.
Max survives.
We're 161 players remaining, so we're going to continue hand for hand. So I'm going to ask all dealers and players if you have an all-in call. For the dealers, call all-in call and your table number nice and loud, please. And the players, please keep your cards face down.
Don't make him say it twice.
Play solid.
Face down, Isabel. That should be one motorboat and joker. He knows you're supposed to be hiding the card's faces, not your actual face, right?
It's time for the short stacks to cling on for dear life. Well, it looks like we have an all-in and a call.
Leomar gets a photo for her Instagram.
Alexei Boyka from Belarus is the player at risk.
Okay, we're over in table number 8. We have an all-in call. Alex is our all-in player. And Jonathan has Alex covered. Can we see the cards, please? Jonathan has 2 queens. Alex has 2 8s. Once again, Alex is our all-in player. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is a 3, 2, 9.
Boyka is drawing to 2 outs. He needs an 8.
Turn card, please. The turn is 4 of diamonds. Both players have a diamond, so diamond's not going to have the pair of 8s. And the final card, please.
Is Boyka going to bubble?
Okay, it's 5. We just burst a bubble. Congratulations. Just cashed in EPT Barcelona.
Time for a dinero fiesta.
160 very happy people in this room. Easy.
Yeah, and everybody, when he's on his way, everybody's like, Alex.
This is awkward.
Welcome back to Barcelona in the year 2024, where we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We continue our coverage of the EPT 20 main event. 1,975 total entries, 420 players returning from break, including these 5 big stacks. These are the chip leaders coming into the 3rd level of the day, level 13 of the EPT main event, as the blinds go to 1,200 with a 2,500 big blind ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And joining us for the first time today, Maria Ho. I'm sorry, Maria. I'm sorry you're not among the chip leaders. I'm sorry you're not at the feature table. I'm sorry you're no longer in the tournament. But you are going to get to watch Ramon Calillas. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to follow Ramon. Plus, one of our gold pass winners, Marcin Baranski. Oh no, he's the qualifier. He's the couch to 5K guy.
That's right.
And he is the biggest stack at our new feature table with more than 300K. Ramon also playing a lot of chips right now. Alexander Riad, he makes a lot of deep runs in a lot of tournaments.
Yes, he does. I think this couch to 5K thing is something we should like make a thing on Stars. I love this. By the way, field is 420.
But like, doesn't that just bring out more chat pros? I feel like, you know, if they're like, oh, well, if this guy on his couch could do it. I mean, I don't know. How was was that voice good? Did that sound like what this guy would probably sound like? Was it good?
Sounded like every chat pro ever.
No.
Oh, no.
If he could do do it. A can do it. But that's the idea, right?
That's a good thing. I like that.
This guy watched the Monte Carlo live stream. He's like, I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to try and satellite in. And that's what he did. Spun it up from a €5 satellite and won a 5K seat in an EPT.
Okay, I can get behind this. I'm rooting for him.
I mean, sorry to interrupt. James, what was the backstory between the guy that won the Estrellas? Wasn't he coming into it kind of fresh as well? I have to look it up. I'm sure there was a story about this, but our French commentator said that he was that's a big bink for him early in his career, shall we say?
And can you keep your stocks in 20s, please?
Yep.
So it looks like we're ready to run the clock and get cards dealt to the players. Another 90 minutes of poker begins. We'll check out our secondary feature table shortly.
Thank you. 1,000, 2,500, 2,500.
I think it's not good. I think it's... But
the bottom is in seat 1.
No.
Big blind.
You have button. From big blind, yeah. He called all in. You have button for sure.
Yeah, sure. Everything is okay.
No. You're white. You're white.
I think.
Yeah, you're white for sure because normally
you pay in a small
big blind after.
Yeah.
And I
was on a small blind.
I'm sure.
You are 100% correct by this? Everyone
No, because
just clarifying where the button should be.
Where's not it?
Yeah.
So that's right.
Very fair. We just.
I isolated.
Okay, so you're saying the button needs to go to here? Or the button is correct?
No, button is here, sit 2. Yeah.
Yes.
No worries. Take this one.
We good? We're good. So it's going to be Ramon in the small blind, Alan Melsom in the big blind. Snakebite says, is Joe Stapleton still commentating? Used to love watching him in the early 2010s. Sadly, he died.
What a great funeral, though, actually. It was a party, just like he would have liked it.
Absolutely. I think he would have been really... it was almost worth him dying to have that party.
Yeah. I mean, I stayed up until at least 3 a.m.
It was actually whitewater rafting. Terrible accident on the river that took him out just the way he wanted.
Very much reminiscent of his life, day to day at the tables,
Maria
taken out on the river.
You guys should have seen her face when I said that. That was perfect.
Oh, I don't have a good poker face right now today. I've lost my will.
Ooh, pocket kings. That's a nice hand.
Yeah, Alexandra Riad opening to 5K. Round 2, the button. It is qualifier Martin Borinsky, who's got 9-3, folds. Ramon Callias passes. Alan Melson also folds.
Do you want to tell us any bad beat stories, Maria? Is that, or is it?
I mean, I want to, but I'm not going to. I really feel like I've never wanted to more than I do today.
I don't believe that all bad beat stories are like, you know, fit in the, like sometimes the way you bust it is not necessarily a bad beat story. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just like the story.
Before you walked in, Maria was actually contracting Jimmy the Bastard to take care of someone's kneecaps.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Table 45, seat 6.
7, 12.
Pablo Almeida, one of 2 Brazilians at this feature table. Folds Jack-9 suited. Diogo Ferreira is the other Brazilian. He's out.
Fold Jack-9 suited. What are you doing out there?
Round to the qualifier. Baranski with ace-4.
My commentary is going to feel a little bitter and
I love it.
resentful today.
I have to say,
It's a whole new Maria.
I'm enjoying this. Melson in the small blind. Raises. Arthur Tirat. Holds Queen Deuce in the big.
Okay, that was acceptable.
So Ramon's had a couple of near misses in EPTs. Did, of course, win the inaugural PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship in the Bahamas back in 2019. That was worth more than $5 million. He won a platinum pass to that event and won a huge 7-figure score. But since then, he has definitely proved that he is no one-hit wonder.
C8 fold. C10 fold.
Vlado Banicevic
C1 fold.
folds. 7 deuce for Baranski.
C3 fold.
7 deuce for Ramon.
Double 7 deuce.
Even Ramon can't make that hand work as good as he is.
Somehow he makes all the other combos work, though. Blind v blind now, Queen 8 offsuit.
Now, just in case we need to deploy it, let's say, for example, Ramon wins a huge hand or KOs a player. Does everyone remember the words? Does everyone remember the melody?
Oh, the melody, absolutely. The words, like 90% of it.
Okay, I can recap the word. The melody is more important because sometimes when it's been a while, someone takes it in a direction it's not meant to go in. So this is the current chip leader, and apologies, I cannot see his name without seeing that as Misclick. David Misklikovsky is the biggest stack right now with more than 500,000 chips, 540K.
It's a great nickname, though. I like that. Where's the misclick? Follow Ramon. Follow Ramon.
As I said, Nick, the lyrics aren't the issue. It's the melody.
On a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a... Hey.
That's close enough, yeah.
What do you mean close?
Well, let us take the lead, Nick. You know, you can just trail behind, maybe just at a lower decibel.
Story of my life, yeah. I'm good at that. So apparently we've already lost 5 players, guys, since we commenced this sesh. Down to 415, and Baranski has pocket sixes. 122 big blinds. What a life.
There is an argument that he is mustard Ramon today.
I was gonna, that was my follow-up. Mustard Ramon was also a banger. Oh so spicy and so, what was it? Oh so spicy and so nicey or something like that. It was great.
Oh so salty, oh so spicy?
Something like that.
So Baranski's raise, called by Almeida in the big blind. Sixes against Queen Jack, and we have an 8-4 tray flop. Pretty decent board for the sixes.
Yeah, what do you think, Maria? I imagine we probably see bet this one quite often.
Yeah.
We got sixes.
Definitely gonna want to just get some of that overcard equity denial, and then, you know, sometimes they might come along, of course, with some of the draws, and you know, on the times where they might have an 8x, you know, you can always just check back on the turn and pot control. But I think this is pretty standard to come with the continuation.
Yeah, just a bet and a take it. How do you feel about these this merch we got going on the screen here? Do you like these jackets?
I like it so much that I practically begged Brandon to give me one because, you know, I'm not a team pro status like James, you guys over here. So, you know, I don't just get one for free. I have to
beg, borrow, steal.
Beg, borrow, steal, and then, you know, last resort, buy. I will do all the other ones first.
I think they're cool. I'm into it, but I think it's also really funny that on the 20th anniversary, you basically just made Spraggy's dream jacket and then used that as the 20th anniversary jacket.
I was thinking, I was like, this looks familiar.
It's a tracksuit, basically, yeah. It's classic Spraggy.
He took the inspo right out of his closet.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely Spraggy approves. Approves. Goliath, king at 10 offsuit. Can't speak today, Maria.
Well, I guess you weren't expecting to be on right now, so you needed to.
That's right.
Give you a pass.
The preparation is important.
You don't do those like vocal exercises, like you're like going through all the vowels, like A, E,
Sally
I,
sells seashells on the seashore.
Well, Ramon has got 3-bet by Melsom and quickly folds the king 10. And we are approaching the evening session here in Barcelona. A reminder, it's going to be a shorter day than originally advertised. That means bubble tomorrow. But we are still going to give you a free roll to play this evening. Later on tonight, you'll get the password for that free roll, which will have $2,500 in the prize pool. That's $2.5K in W-Coupe tickets, because the World Championship of Online Poker starts this coming weekend. There is a $109 bronze power pass going to the winner of the free roll as well. This is available on all shared liquidity licenses except Belgium, Germany, and Sweden. But as I always say, if you open your PokerStars client and you can't see an EPT 20 live stream free roll, chances are it's because you live somewhere in the world where it's not available. Start time of today's free roll, 6:45 p.m. local time. That's 6:45 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That's 12:45 Eastern. And that means we'll give out the password during the last level of the day as we see Reared open with queens.
Picking up some premiums.
Very defendable hand here in the big blinds.
Ace, 9, 7 with 2 spades.
Yeah, definitely think we could have seen a continuation bet here, Maria. I don't know if maybe that's a mistake. It just feels like a board where we get a lot of action from tons of stuff that, you know, from the 9X and the 7X and the spades and the straight draws. And our opponent is sort of somewhat capped to not having as many ace combos when they just flatten the big blind, right? Like not massively, but kind of a slight discount. Some of those ace combos would be 3-bet pre-flop, you imagine.
Right.
Did it go check on the turn as well?
It did as well.
Wow.
So, you know, I'm hoping that Riard's going to try to go for one street of value, even though we can see that he's not likely to get looked up here. But given the way this hand has played, certainly you've got to imagine that queens and nines here are going to be good. And, you know, when your opponent checks all 3 streets, sometimes they might have like a 7X here or some type of showdown where you do want to see if you can get a little something out of them. But
yeah, and you know, at this point, obviously, maybe some 10X, maybe some 7X, you can still kind of get to pay. Maybe some king highs even. I don't know. That seems like a stretch, but you know, at that point, you can't get value from the draws anymore. There's no more cards to come. So I would have liked to have seen a bet on the flop or at least the turn.
So we have 2 feature tables in this event. This is the secondary feature table. Ah, that hat can only belong to one man. Govert Matal. He's another EPT OG. We have
The only trouble with the pound is it keeps on going down in price.
an EPT champion from season 2, Mark Telcher, won EPT London in 2005. He came runner-up in Barcelona in 2007. His friend, his roommate,
Your wife here with you?
Sander Lilov was the champion that year.
Look at the game,
You're only a lady.
Man United.
Always smiles at me.
You look Man United against Liverpool?
Yeah, 3-0.
I don't see the game, not.
Are you still betting on SBO?
Also.
Mark's not only a talker, but he has a very distinct voice as well. I
Found a
feel
way
like
to stop losing big on sports betting. Right? I make smaller bets. I make smaller bets now.
Better, yeah. I also very small.
Gina, could you, to make it more interesting, can you deal with some more interesting hands?
Classic Telcher. 10-9 suited for Matal. He's got the Grafton.
he knows a good hand when he sees one.
Gonzalo Gottlieb.
Also with a very playable holding from the small blind, Jack 9 suited.
Bravo, I think.
Okay, I've got a bad lookalike for Gottlieb. Andrew Ridgely.
Don't know who that is.
Wham, bam, I am a man. No?
No.
Club Tropicana, drinks are free.
Crickets.
Fun and sunshine.
I mean, what
There's
year?
enough for everyone.
What year is this, James? Let's start there.
The early 1980s.
Okay, so like,
They
I
were
probably
an
wasn't
iconic
born.
British band.
I probably wasn't born yet, and I was also born in Taiwan. I knew nothing of British bands.
Wake me up before you go.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Because I'm not planning on going solo.
Yeah, yeah. That
Okay.
That,
Everyone knows
heard of
George
that.
Michael, but no one knows Andrew Ridgely. Looks a bit like Gottlieb.
You cannot kill the metal.
That is a pretty good flop.
I was gonna say where'd the flop go?
That was magic. Oh, this is a good look. I like this a lot.
That's a pretty good turn card. Full house now.
Ooh, like it. I like it. I like the little sneaky check back there.
Yeah, I like this a lot, Maria. I feel like when you bet the flop here with 10, 10, 7, 7, and then when there's a 7 on the turn, excuse me, you know, two barrels just starts to look really strong. And you imagine that we still have a bunch of stuff that we bet here that we check back as well really frequently. So it's nice and balanced. And obviously we're giving the opportunity for a 7 to put some more money in, or Jack 9, or 9, 10, or you know some kind of draw that missed as well. And then we can also reassess if our opponent checks this river. They probably end up with a lot of pairs, and then maybe some ace highs and stuff like that too.
Yeah, and I don't actually mind Gottlieb trying to stab at this, even though we see his timing is a little poor here, because calling from the small blind, he can certainly have a lot of 10x.
Yeah.
In his range. It's just unfortunate to be repping the hand that your opponent has.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, part and parcel to having this hand is the ability to take it away from the player in position if they do slow down, and this seems very reasonable. So what was this, 16K into... Yeah, okay, cool. I think this is good. I think probably theoretically he would size here bigger more often on the double paired board, right? Like, obviously he can still get called by ace high and king high and stuff like that sometimes. But he has opted to size down here, and that actually works in his favor because he's getting raised. So that's cool.
There you go, Maria. George Michael, Andrew Ridgely.
Let me see.
Remembering that the aim of the game is bad lookalikes.
Right. Yeah, okay, I'll give it to you, James. I'm feeling generous all of a sudden.
Anti-fragile. You know what anti-fragile means? It means when you get sick or weak, you come back stronger. It's like going to the gym. The muscles break down, you come back stronger. This is what happens.
Oh, we've got an elimination to tell you about from one of the outer tables. Rafa Moraes KO'd.
I like somebody who pushes the chair in when they get eliminated. I do that as well. Today I kicked it, but like most of the time.
I'm with you on that, yeah.
And back to the main feature table. So picking up the action here, Baranski was the pre-flop aggressor and wins the hand with a continuation bet.
Go on. You know, it's nice to have someone to root for, and I have someone that I'm rooting against, obviously. So I feel like I've got all the bases covered today.
Do we know what table the actual main event table is? Like what number it is on in the field?
Why?
Just wondering. I mean, I assume that would just be like number 1, just for the sake of argument, and then.
No.
Thanks, James.
I mean, look, not being funny. This could be table 1, but would you like me to check for you if it's? I can tell this is important.
I think that could be a hashtag fun fact.
Okay, this is table 5.
I feel like
it is table 5.
you need to tell us why you think it's important, though, first.
Because in future years, when James is doing his pub quiz, his EPT quiz in the Players Lounge, that's like a super hard one that they can sneak in there, like, you know.
What table was Ramon at on day 2 of the EPT 2024 main event?
Well, if it was always the same number, it might be an interesting one to be like, you know, what table number is the feature table always whenever we run an EPT? But if it changes every time,
of course it does, because you basically take a table from out in the field. The feature table can't have a number.
Okay, in that case, what year, what table number was Ramon on at X time? Anyway, let's take a look at this one. Raise, call, and a 3-bet from the queens. Nice spot to squeeze the hijack.
Yeah, and I just wonder, you know, we are just about 20 bigs. I don't think you could get away from this. Ooh, hold on. Before it gets back to him, though.
Wait a second.
How on earth? So red opens, gets flatted, gets 3-bet by queens. Tiran now with ace-king.
I mean...
All in?
Okay, here we go. The cold 4-bet shove for all of his chips.
What do you do with jacks here?
Yeah, that. I think I do that.
Well, Banicevic is going to call, which means we have the sickest and classicest of races.
This is the most classicist, and what a sweat for these guys at this stage in the tournament.
So Tyria is the at-risk player and the player who needs to hit to survive. The flop. Is King Jack 4.
We're just sitting there being like, why couldn't I just play bad one time? Why couldn't I just stick it in there?
Turn card is the 9 of spades. So Banicevic has 3 outs. And unless there's one of those 2 10s or the Queen of Diamonds on the river, Tiara is going to get the double up.
Oh.
And it's a 10. The 10 of Diamonds, a 3-outer, which sees Tiria eliminated. And Reard once again looks like a genius.
Yeah, what a run out.
Seats open, feature table.
Nice hand, Vlado.
Some big blinds now.
Yeah, he is 3rd in chips at the table behind Ramon Calillas and online qualifier Marcin Baranski.
Some serious chips on this table, James. I mean, 400 players left, and 92 big blinds, and you're still in the middle of the field.
How much do you think Vlado liked that river card? This much. Ooh, nice. And then the awkward smirk, like, sorry, I got a bit lucky there. Ultimately, the way you have to look at it is the money win in pre, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost 50-50.
Exactly.
Is there anything more tilting than someone saying sorry when they put like a bad beat on you? That wasn't a bad beat. I'm just saying in general. I'm like, don't say sorry. Just don't. Because if you were sorry, you would give me the chips back. You were not sorry.
Do that, Maria, but I was raised in the United Kingdom and we apologize for everything. It's
true.
So you're like, it's a Canadian and a UK thing?
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't know
very
that.
much so.
All right. Well.
Sorry, old boy.
Sorry about that.
Well,
sorry, mate.
Don't say it to me at the poker table. I don't want to hear it. I don't want your fake apology.
In the UK, somebody else can hit your car and you'd still apologize.
The awful thing now is I can just see a situation in the future. I'm playing at the same table as Maria. It happens. I say sorry. Then I remember that that's an insult. And then I'm going to be saying sorry for saying sorry. And then that's going to basically make it even worse.
And then I'm going to block you.
Oh. King 9-6 on the flop. Banicevic, the pre-flop aggressor, rear defending his big blind and has the open-ended straight draw. With a pair of sixes, Banicevic continues.
Should we make that a throwable? Like you can throw a sorry at people on stars? Yeah, betting a call with the straight draw feels good.
Makes a straight on the turn.
You know what feels even better? The 10 of clubs. So here, Maria, as well, I wouldn't have minded a lead. I think actually leading when you make this hand on this texture is really cute.
Definitely. I mean, you know, just a lot of draws come in when that 10 of clubs appears, plus the two-tone where if you're balanced, you'll have some semi-bluffs there.
Right.
And now you get the check back from the aggressor, and this is obviously going to just be a lead at this point, trying to get some value. You know, but there's going to be a lot of 9Xs that continue from the flop as well. So I just think that the ace-6 just does not look too good here, but rear checks again. And I feel like, you know, this doesn't feel like a spot where I'm going to see him try to turn pair of sixes into a bluff here. A little bit of value.
Yeah, I'd say so far, just in the very limited hands that we've seen so far, rear just seems a little bit on the more passive side, but, you know, could just be situational. Maybe he's randomizing or something, but a couple misbets with those queens, if I remember correctly, and then obviously here potentially could have snuck in a little bit of value on that river.
Yeah, I just really don't think you're going to get your opponent to bet for you when the 9 pair's on the river, right?
Right.
That was the second pair from the flop. It's going to hit the big blind there a lot more.
Sure.
So Alexandra Reard is actually the shortest stack at the table right now, playing 24 big blinds. Still have more than an hour to run at this blind level. Marcin Baranski remains table chip leader with more than 300K. We know the chip leader has more than 500K right now. Average stack is 151K.
Oh, 315K. That's about what I would have had if my hand held. But I'm not telling the bad beat.
You're not going to tell the story?
I'm going to say everything but.
I'll get it from her later, chat. Don't worry.
Your tone is, dare I say, Stapleton-esque today.
Oh, dear.
Now I see why he likes to do it so much. I'm like, you know what? I could get used to this. This could be my new poker persona. I mean.
Baranski with sevens, raises. Raoul asking when we can expect the bubble tomorrow. 287 players are going to make the money, so we need more than 100 eliminations before we're in the money. Total prize pool of close to 9.6 million. First prize in this year's EPT Barcelona main event is 1.5 million euros. If you can make it to the top 287, you get a min cash guaranteed of 8,700 euros.
C8 C3 bets, 6,000.
Baranski Continues flop, gets a fold from Almeida.
Smooth sailing for Moransky. He's like, wow, this is easy.
Day 2 of 7 is the proverbial marathon, not a sprint. Long way to go. Final table will be on Sunday, this coming weekend. And we'll follow the tournament every single day. Yeah, the bubble will play tomorrow, so we're going to end play today at the end of level 14. So we've got this level to play out, one more level, and then we'll come back tomorrow to play through the bubble. And beyond. 5 full levels tomorrow.
Really pretty hand here on the button.
7 raise, 5,000.
Love to see an open. Yeah, that's good. So the big blind has something good enough to continue.
Diogo Ferreira has King 5 offsuit, has 34 bigs behind.
Is this a combo that you put into your 3-bet range sometimes, Maria, or do you prefer the suited combos?
Actually, I like the offsuit combos.
Yeah.
To 3-bet with here. I think, you know, it's a nice candidate for a little aggressive action against a button opening range.
Race. I was going to say this guy is Brazilian, so the frequency is 100%.
You're right. It's not mixed. It's like very much like always.
Yeah, and Reared here has, 22 big blinds behind after putting in that raise. So we might sort of be in defend territory still, but because it's in position, out of position, the sizings are really big here, right? So it's like very expensive. I think you just got to let it go.
Significant percentage of Reard's remaining stack. So the 3-bet gets through. Ferreira hovering around the 40 big blind mark right now. We have one solitary spectator sitting on the rail right now, bless her.
Do you have a favorite piece of merch, James? I know we were talking about the jackets here for 20. Is there something that you've got from like way back that you really like, or is there something new that you've spotted that you think is kind of cool? We were discussing the sort of sling bags, Maria. Did you see those? The leather sling bag situation?
No. Okay. I didn't. I guess I have to send Brandon a whole list of things.
We've got these leather items this time around as well.
Cool.
Yeah, they are pretty slick.
There was some really nice stuff back in the day, which I think I have like a classic PCA hoodie from.
Right.
I have the original, the one from 2008, the PCA fleece, and also one from, I want to say it was either 2013 or 2014. It was the kind of the grey one, which was really nice, but I wore them to death, and they like worn out a little bit now.
That's the problem with PokerStars merch, is you just start wearing it, and then you don't take it off, and then it gets all worn out, and yeah.
Or somebody steals it from you because they like it so much.
Yeah, definitely had that.
My favorite is actually the PSPC hoodie that was like black and gold, and on the hood itself,
cool. Yeah.
there was a pattern, which I liked. I really enjoyed wearing the hood up.
I think that was one of our real wins. That was awesome. That's a good shout. Yeah, actually, Maria, that's funny because a friend of mine who I hang out with quite often in Brighton, it's like, you want to play poker? He's like, yeah, he shows up. And he's wearing one of my hoodies. I'm like, mate? And he's like, I know you weren't in Monte Carlo, so where'd you get that from? He's like, oh, I took it from your house one day. You didn't know about it. I was like, wow.
No, I mean, what an amateur. You never wear the thing you stole in front of the person. Come on.
Exactly.
I also really like the very, very simple black hoodie with the small PokerStars logo on it, which we've been giving away at recent events, which is just,
Is it the one with the red highlights?
Yes.
Yeah, I like that one too.
Listen, if anybody has any extra merch, go ahead and throw it my way. I mean, I want it to keep it. I'm not trying to sell it on the secondary market or anything.
I tell you what, Maria,
Get out there.
this leather sling bag that they got, it's kind of like over one shoulder, like across the body situation. I'm going to wear it tomorrow, and you tell me if I can pull it off, and then James is going to try it because we think we're not cool enough to actually pull it off.
Right.
I'm not
but
going
you
to
know
try
who
it because
is
I know.
cool enough to
I
pull
mean,
it off.
Sometimes your friends need to show you that you're capable of more, James.
I know my limitations. Under the gun raise from Ramon, called by Baranski. 7s against ace-8. The flop, 5-5-4. Don't think Ramon's going to be hating this.
4 bets, 4 hearts.
Yeah, and I think this decision might be a little bit easier for Baranski if perhaps there was a diamond on the board. You know, I think that it's okay to find a continue here without the backdoor flush possibility, but also, you know, you are against an under the gun opening range and you're playing out of position against a very good, experienced player. You know, you don't really love being in no man's land.
Eric, watching on YouTube, says both 7s off the board would be a good call from Baranski here. Thank you for your comment.
James, Baranski is the couch to 5K guy, right?
Correct.
Okay. So far, what we've seen is not giving me couch to 5K vibes. I think he's actually been playing pretty good poker here.
You are able to play pretty good online poker from your couch.
That is true.
No one said he was a fish just because he chooses to lie on a couch.
Yeah, nice follow-up bet there from Ramon. Just, you know, trying to target some 4X. A lot of draws out there as well. This guy never misses a bet.
He never misses a bet, and it's always a pleasure watching him, Maria. I really, really enjoy getting Ramon on camera, which is easy because he never loses.
Always seems to have a stack.
Yeah. We get little announcements in our Team Pro chat, and it's always Ramon. They might as well just make it a sticker at this point. Who's left in? Okay, Ramon for sure. Who else? Tonka's having a deep run. Cool.
C5, cut. C7, cut. C8, raise, 5,000. C10, cut.
Almeida opens with ace-10. Banacevic with king-queen on the button.
Yeah, strikes me as the combo we want to play here, either as a call or a 3-bet. Same question again, Maria. When you're 3-betting this, do you prefer the suited or the unsuited, or both?
I like doing it with both, I
Yeah.
think, in these positions, especially. Feel like to mix it up there. But
Baranski with the Grafton, not 3-betting, just calling. And Ramon gives up ace-8, so we're going 3-way to the flop.
okay, I'm a little disappointed that Ramon didn't squeeze there. I mean, come on, Ramon. We were just talking you up. You didn't take that spot. Ugh.
It was such a good spot for it as well, but I think that
if he squeezes, by the way, and gets 3 folds there, he would have got a song.
Well,
Squeezy Ramon.
Yeah.
Can you make that one work, James?
Loosey goosey, oh so juicy. It's Squeezy Ramon. A lyrical genius.
You are a lyrical genius, James. But yeah, Marie, I think the ace-8 there, either squeeze or you fold. I do, if you're not going to play it, I really like that you don't get suckered into just continuing. It's just a hand that gets in so much trouble in a 4-way pot. It's just gross from that position. As played, though, King-Queen is going to bet flop. Oh,
Okay.
Baranski, you.
Okay, then.
Naughty boy, check this out. We're going to float.
Heaven's Birds watching on YouTube says, I've played with Marcin many times face to face. Trust me, he knows his moves. He is not a fish.
Oh, no, and guys, I hope you don't think I was calling him a fish. It was that fact that he had qualified from the 550 that made me think perhaps that he was less experienced, but I'm happy to be corrected. And turns the best hand. I don't know if the 9 though is also a good one for for the king queen to barrel turn, Maria, when you pick up the gut shot.
Yeah, I mean, seeing as though Baranski called from the small blind pre-flop, you know, it stands to reason he will have some Jack X, but he will also, you know, maybe have some pairs like 8s or 7s
Right.
that might give up to a second barrel.
Yeah, that's my thought exactly. Like, I think that he's going to have a lot of stuff that wants to just give up turn. And it is an Ocho on the river, so Baranski is going to be winning this at showdown if we get there. It's funny because he floats with 9-10 because he thinks he can do something, and then he actually has showdown,
Right,
and
right.
suddenly you're like, okay, that's fine. We can just check down. That's all right for me.
Yeah, maybe he just thought it was a little too thin to go for value there, considering, you know, I would imagine that a Jack X would have bet the turn, though, so you're not going to be afraid too much of being beat necessarily by top pair there when you're holding pair 9s, but still, it's okay to just have a little pot control there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes we get in such a habit of, you know, a sequence of like, I have value, I'm bluffing, I have value, I have bluffing, and not actually giving up in situations where you feel like the story just doesn't add up. You know, you got to feel confident about your line if you want to be making successful bluffs and getting it through often.
We have an empty seat at the feature table that's about to be filled. We welcome Patrick Karabinchik. Patrick has 32K, so slightly above starting stack, which currently equates to 12 big blinds. Oh, no, the number's being updated. No, he actually has 105,000.
I was going to say what I would give for his starting stack.
He has 42 big blinds.
It's funny how your perspective changes in poker, isn't it, Maria? You're like, oh man, give anything to be in this situation, and then you're like, I'll give anything to have a starting stack. I'd give everything to have 2 big blinds.
The day started so well for me too. Like, I started with 107K. I chipped up.
Just tell the story.
No, I said I literally told you I was going to tell you everything but the story. So I chipped up so nicely to like 160K.
Wow.
Just redlining, just no showdown poker, just mashing, and then you know, you get aces. And I guess that's not always going to win, I guess.
How does one become a red line warrior like you, Maria? Teach us.
No, never. Never expose my tricks. Those people were like, oh, she's a girl, she has it.
Are we never going to have the Maria Ho Masterclass? I mean, it's MM. Maria
Yeah,
Masterclass.
mine is pretend like you're not good at poker and never show your bluffs. Those are my 2 tips.
That's good advice. All right, so 5s and Jack 4.
Queen 7-3 is the flop.
Yeah, I think betting this is totally fine. He's also Brazilian, so he's going to bet this 100% of the time. $4K. Oh, he said just before me. Yep.
C10, that's 4,000. C5.
So Ferrara wins that one, adding 8.5K to his stack. And we are going to head to the outer tables. It's our former feature table where Robert Hydorn is all in against Andrew Hume. And this is a domination situation. Ace-Queen against Ace-9. Hydorn is the player with Ace-Queen. And looks like Ace-Queen has held, so Hydorn gets the double up through Hume.
Shout out to the dealers. Best in the world.
Alex is indeed one of the best in the world. And we're heading back to the feature table. Well, I've got good news as we reach the midway point in this level. Joe Stapleton has made a miraculous recovery. So he will be joining us during this level. Also, I kind of feel that you can wallow in your misery together. You can both complain, Maria, about how unfair poker is, how there shouldn't be a river card.
I don't want to sound like Joe, though. I don't want to complain
You
all the
spent
time.
45 minutes sounding like Joe, so why don't you talk to Joe and you can wallow in this cynicism together?
All right, ace-queen comes in with the open +2. Call from the sevens. We got lots of these sort of multi-way pair situations going on, Maria. Lots of set mining. Speaking of set mining, it's Joe Stapleton.
I'm doing it now. I'm in a box.
I'm in a card.
It's hard on radio to do mime.
It is.
3 ways to the flop. Maria, by the way, this feels like a mindset problem maybe for you.
Oh, yes, please. Tell me more.
Ace, king, 9, top pair for Ferreira. Yeah, I think you just need to have a better mindset maybe.
Go on.
As played.
This guy. As played, I couldn't have gotten the money in a better spot. Okay, anyway.
Breathe. I'm just trying to give you the you treatment.
Hey, Joe, you ever going to take Maria out on that dinner?
Well.
No, I mean, like, I feel like, let's be honest, Stapes, you have tried so hard.
Outer table action.
Okay.
Hold that thought. Finton hand. Inner hand. Lol. All in against Carlos Acevedo. Finton with king 10. Acevedo at 7-6. King on the flop. That is going to be a double up for Finton. Sorry, I'm curious to see where this is going because I feel like we came to an agreement very recently about this dinner.
Okay, so let's just start with
Begin
the
at the
fact,
beginning, yeah.
Yes, that you've owed me this dinner for a long time.
I don't even remember
Like,
why, to be honest, it's been so long.
yes, but I think at least a couple of years. Definitely more than a year.
It's definitely more than a year.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not in denial of it's been a very long time.
And there's like a few times where I feel like you've tried to get off easy. Like you'll be like, oh, you know, we're at McDonald's. Do you want something? This counts, right? Blah blah blah. Like you've tried to do that.
I
to me
tried once
several
at a
times.
froyo place, or like an acai bowl or something.
Okay.
There was a McDonald's once, but you were desperate that time, and you were willing to count it because you really wanted McDonald's.
Yeah, but then I feel like yesterday, I don't know, does it count like when you pick up like a group dinner, which I'm sorry, is very generous of you, I might add.
I don't
but
think it counts, honestly. I agree with you. I felt bad even suggesting
like
it.
you did it, but like then it didn't feel different because you were kind of you were treating everybody yesterday. It wasn't like you
Yeah,
were treating me.
it doesn't count.
I don't know.
I agree.
I'm
No,
just
I
saying.
do. As soon as I got the bill, first of all, and I saw how little it was for all four of us, I was like, this is what I should be spending on just the two of us. So, yeah, to answer your question, it's still on.
Okay.
It's still an pending case.
Okay.
Melson 3-betting, pocket queens.
Man.
Back at Almeida.
Queens everywhere, Joe. Got a lot of queens.
Got a queen right here next to me.
Aw. Anything to cheer me up after the day I've had.
Oh, here we go again. Jeez. This is worse than the bad beat story. Just tell the story.
Can I tell you that when I dated a professional poker player a little over a decade ago.
I love this story.
She used to put me in some events sometimes. King 9-7. I'm gonna do the Vin Scully and tell a story like in between pitches. Queen's holding for now. Almeida checks. So you know, I went broke in some tournament and. I go to tell her what happened. I go, so I had pocket aces. She goes, let me guess, you lost? You lost with aces? Is that what happened? Did you have aces and you lost? You lost with aces? Oh, yeah? Is that what happened? Is that what happened? Is that what happened? And I almost cried.
And then you never told her a bad beat story again.
I really didn't.
Yeah?
She didn't care. I'd just be like, I need more money, and she would just give me like $800.
It's your sugar mama.
Yep. Melsom betting 13,000. Almeida with just one heart. Says bye-bye to the ace tray.
You must have felt really trapped in that situation, Joe.
Oh, speaking of trapped, thanks, Nick. So the comic books were supposed to go in all the player bags. Didn't happen. They just stayed in the boxes in the merch room.
So you've definitely got one for me.
I definitely have one for you. And here's the good news. If you're here in Barcelona, spread the word. We're going to put them at the merch stand for free.
Do you have, okay, sorry, I didn't mean to step on that. That's awesome. So guys, if you're actually watching this and you're in Barcelona, take advantage of that. Joe, do you have like a good sign-in pen? Like a gold
Sharpie?
Yeah,
I have
like
a
a
black
gold
Sharpie.
Okay, yeah, that works.
And so, yes, and if you want an autographed copy, come to the comedy show tomorrow night in the Players Lounge.
Right.
9 p.m. start for the show. I'll do a signing and a little comedy for anybody who shows up tomorrow night. And I'll have some copies of the book on hand there, too.
Can I get mine in like a rainbow gel pen, please?
If you provide the pen, I will sign with whatever.
Well,
whatever
no,
you,
I mean, it's unprofessional, but okay. Folding round. And ace-5 suited on the button. This is the artisanal sourdough of poker.
Pointy. Makes it 5K on the button. By the way, if you're not here in Barcelona, unfortunately, you will have to purchase your copy of Trapped, which can be done via Kickstarter. Link in both chats right now.
Might be worth just flying out, guys.
King, trade, deuce, one spade. Kind of fun for the ace-5.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because I imagine ace-5 wants to bet this board a ton. I mean, you want to bet the whole range basically here anyway, quite often, but lots of two barrels from the ace-5, I think.
$4,500 to call with top pair. Yes. We are headed to 4th Street, which is the 9 of clubs.
What do you think, Maria? Two barrels for sure, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, you know, again, the big blind is going to have a wide enough defend range that, you know, you just want to shake some of those weaker holdings like 3Xs and deuce Xs that perhaps, you know, had some backdoor potential that were just looking to get maybe a free look at the river. But here we see Almeida certainly will not be folding top pair.
Yeah, I mean, 11K into 22, so we're looking at pretty much half pot. I feel like probably we organically want to go bigger than this at the stack depth, Maria, like probably closer to like 15 or maybe full pot. Seems like kind of a, I don't know, that's just ringing a bell for me here. And obviously that works well when we're trying to get those deuce X, 3X to fold, maybe some 4-5 and all that kind of stuff. The bigger we go here, the closer we get to getting, you know, some combination draws to fold as well, which is always good.
River is the 6 of clubs. Almeida checks for a 3rd time.
6 checks, check.
Karab gives it up.
Yeah, I think when you go that sizing too, Nick, you just don't get enough clarity about the type of hand you're going to be up against and whether a 3rd barrel would work in that situation, right? So,
yeah,
you know, sometimes in that situation, ace high might not have as much showdown as you think it does, but if you maybe went bigger, that would define, I think, the big blinds range a little bit more.
Yeah, and you have to imagine if you actually have a strong holding as well, you just want to be building that pot, so it feels good just to go, what would I do with ace king here, and then follow that rule, you know, try and balance it that way, I think. The deeper we are, the bigger we need to bet to try and, you know, get close to pot-ish on the river, and we're not going to get there in this case, but as played, nice work. You know, as an exploit, though, I think it's cute, though, right? If you think your opponent maybe is a little bit less experienced, you know, they're definitely going to fold the deuce or the tray to just any bet, so you can size down there. I don't think that's the case here, but yeah, no, it's definitely an interesting spot to think about, because you don't always want to follow the rules against everyone, right? You want to actually be able to exploit and do something unbalanced once in a while, too.
Do you want to address this question from SPC Starfighter? It says, Stapes, is it possible to purchase Trapped online but have it signed? If so, how? There is one tier in the Kickstarter that comes with 2 copies, 2 autograph copies. Now, the reason why we're not selling that many autograph copies online is because they come directly from the publisher, so it's actually difficult for me to do it. However, any person who finds me at any point and hands me the book, I will absolutely sign it for you. And if you want to purchase that expensive option, which does also entitle you to a beer with me. Oh. And I will play in a Zoom poker game with you as well.
Oh, wow. By the way, Joe, I don't know if you heard, and actually, chat, this is more for you. We announced you as dead just before you joined us. So if you guys get it signed,
could you imagine how much it's going to be worth?
Yeah, it's worth way more now that Joe Stapleton is dead.
I'll have to check the math on that, but I will. I'm just gonna roll with it. All right, so we've got an open here from Reared with 10-6 of diamonds. The Mad Hatter hand. Ferreira and Almeida both coming along out of the blinds. King, Queen, 7. Top pair again for Ferreira. Checks it. Checks around to the Razor, who has totally whiffed. Checks through.
Maybe multi-way he might, you know, I'm sorry, multi-way he's going to decide to check back there, I think, more often. But I think if it's heads up, he might try to go ahead and c-bet that flop.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like a great opportunity for sure. But no backdoors or nothing going on, really. I mean, backdoor straight draw, I guess, but, you know, it's not too exciting. And yeah, the king needs to bet now, and I think you can just afford to go like 15K, 16K, 17K here, and you'll get all the action from the hearts and the queen X, maybe some 7X even once in a while. I think it's just important that once our opponent misses the flop bet, Maria, we have big bets, because we also want to do this with our flush draws and our straight draws, right? And we want to actually get folds. Surprised to see this from the Brazilian, actually. 6K into 17.5. It's almost like the A7 kind of just doesn't really care. They're just like, it's kind of small, so.
Yeah, and they feel like there's just not going to be a lot of good river cards for them. So
yeah,
just deciding to fold right there and then.
Stacked field here at EPT Barcelona, not just on the feature. Superstar made a splash on the EPT recently. Rania Nesruddin from the US of A. PSPC winner, Alexander Shulko. People throw the word legend around. This one, totally justifiable. The legend, Eric Seidel.
So it's not just me, right? I feel like people are using the term legend very loosely these days.
Legend and GOAT gets used way too much. Tuen Mulder, online legend. Mike Watson, winner live and online. Kind of short stacked, I'm told, however. Yeah, legend is, I feel like all of these things, once people start using the term for me, is when it's overused. Like when I got my blue check mark on Twitter, that's when everyone started getting blue check marks. Once people started calling me a legend, that's when everyone's a legend.
You mean?
Where have the standards gone?
You mean Joe Legacy Blue Stapleton?
Exactly. Once I started making upwards of $50,000 a year, that's when inflation took over.
Yeah. Million ain't what it used to be.
Melsom. Erland Melsom.
Wow.
Raising under the gun +2 with 76 trombones. And Banicevic is going to defend with 4 high. Queen 10 deuce on the flop.
Love this from D-Doc in the chat. Can I just clarify that was Rania Nesreddine and not Radia Nesreddine? That's how he lost points in the pub quiz last night, Joe.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Absolutely drilled that question, by the way. That was me, and he misspelt it. Silly goose.
Well, and James, as your quiz master, you're just never going to get that one through. Like, I wanted to be there from the beginning because I was going to be a little bit more lenient with that stuff, and also police that, make sure no one was cheating. But I think you guys were all... Game integrity was pretty strong.
Oh, yeah.
I did mention that Mike Watson was short, and there he goes. Sorry, all you Watson heads out there.
GG.
You can tune out now.
And I totally forgot about the bad beat you put on me at EPT Monte Carlo. Like for sure.
Maria.
You've been spending too much time with Joe.
Yeah, like we don't even spend any time together anymore. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe you need to spend more time with me so that you remember how not to behave. How you don't want to be.
Listen, this is the Maria you're getting for the next 30 minutes, whether you like it or not. Someone tell me when it's time to sing the Ramon song, please. That's the only thing that could save my day.
Still there writes in to say weird head shape, WTF. That is Maria's incredibly self-conscious about her weird head shape. That's worth the ban. You banned. Maria's feeling around her skull right now. Yeah, right there. That's the weird spot.
Oh, the knob?
That little, yeah, well,
the knobby bobby?
It's a dip and then a knob, which is kind of weird to have both. Most people just have one of those.
Oh, trust me. Oh, on Amazing Race one season, they had a fast forward, which means you can like move on to the next checkpoint without doing any of the challenges in between. And the people had to shave their head, though, and it was a woman and a guy. And the woman shaved her head. And I was like, oh, God. When I was on Amazing Race, I was like, please, I hope that doesn't happen to me. I don't want anybody to see
the knob and the dip.
Yeah, exactly.
We did this chess activation at the activity day here in Barcelona, Maria, and basically we were all dressed up as chess pieces. I was a giant inflatable pawn, and then Felix was like an inflatable king. And when we got eliminated, they like had us draw cards for like how we got eliminated. So they'd spray us with water guns, or they'd pie us, whatever, something like that. And one of them was like, "Go jump in the pool." And I didn't realize that was an option. I watched somebody else do it and realized I had no other like dry clothes to go back on the hour coach home. So I was the same. I was like, please, 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 no. Managed to get water gunned. It was fine. Let me show you the picture. It was funny.
I told you about the prop bet that Negreanu offered me in my youth that I like didn't even answer him because I was afraid
No,
he would come up with a number.
I don't know if I've heard this one before.
Yeah, he texted me one time and just said, how much to get circumcised? And I was like, I can't even answer this question because there is a number and I don't want to find out what it is, so I just ignored it.
I mean, it's got to be way more painful as an adult. Right?
It's supposed to be one of the most painful things an adult can go through, yeah.
Okay, but what's your number, though?
It's way higher now.
Okay, at the time.
It's like,
what would it have been?
I don't know. I can't think about it. I honestly won't even put it to the...
I feel like at the time that he asked, I would say your number is maybe 50K.
Adrenaline says, FYI, it's not painful as an adult. That's free money.
That's hilarious.
Nick dressing appropriately for this story. Connor wants to know, has reared C-bet once in this stream? Oh.
That's Connor O'Driscoll. Hello, buddy. Actually had him on stream for Sunday Million recently, James. Joe, excuse me.
Baranski making it 7K from the small blind is not going to get a fold.
Connor's already committed to doing several streams for WCoop. I'm going to work him to death. It's on stream, must be true.
King, 6, deuce, spade, spade.
Well, you know, at this point, this would likely be an easy continue here as the pre-flop aggressor on this texture does have the backdoor diamonds, and, you know, he's going to get Kalilis to fold the best hand. Not much out there for Ramon.
Also, congrats to Connor. Had a baby recently, like very recently.
Oh, congrats.
Like last week or something. Wow.
Also, I think that if you're going to EPT Cyprus, I think they're going to ship the comic books there also. Since they forgot to put them in the player bag here. I don't care. The check cleared.
I'm excited to read this. I actually was really getting into the first couple chapters that I saw way back when, Joe.
You've been super supportive. Maria was in at the ground floor of this comic book as well.
I was.
There's like a couple of composite characters in there. There's a bit of Maria Ho.
Yeah, there is. You know, the parts they got right, according to Joe.
Is there just one character that shows up every chapter and goes, "When are you going to take me to dinner?"
I bet that when Nick, you see the whole thing, it just tell me who you think most resembles me. And yes, I would be worried about offending me. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
That's so good. No, we've known each other for too long. That would be hilarious. Yeah, I think. Joe, did you end up doing that thing where people like kind of like was the Kickstarter thing to be included, or like you did a thing where like people paid to be?
We did let people who wanted to support the comic early on pay a couple $100 to get drawn into the comic.
Right.
Yeah, my friend Abby got in there. A guy named Dan Goodwin got in there. I think John Delano maybe.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Amazing.
All right, 3-bet here from Ace-10 of Hearts, but Almeida's got the goods here.
4-bet territory. He's going to make it 40K.
Prediction.
Prediction. I haven't heard that before.
This is not an official prediction.
Nixtradamus.
Wait, what?
Just a flat.
Yeah, maybe I like a 4-bet with offsuit and sometimes just flat the suited combos. But
Kaboom.
Also, you know, again, but like I get it. He's Brazilian. You thought for sure
Sorry,
the 4-bet
guys.
was incoming.
Yeah, no, and I'm not. That's not an official prediction, guys. We're still 2 for 2.
Get out of here.
But yeah, I mean, pretty dreamy flop, right, Maria? This is definitely what we're looking for. Continuation bet here, probably a third or a quarter, something like that, like 10K or so.
Yeah,
official prediction, yep, 3 of 3.
And kind of nice, you know, your hand is definitely somewhat under-repped here. You have this texture that the 3-better is going to just probably keep barreling on a lot of runouts, and you're just going to get them for a huge pot.
I mean, at this stack depth, though, Maria, I think this is where I get a little bit lost. You know, I play shorter stacked games, but like, you know, is this a spot where we want to check raise? You know, I don't know. It's tricky to understand how to proceed from here once we flatted, right? It's kind of an awkward stack depth. Decides just to call here, and obviously under these circumstances doing fantastic by calling.
Yeah, we'll see how much heart Banichevich has. He's got 2 hearts in his hand. That's a start. That's some heart right there.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those boards, Maria, where you can definitely get 8s to fold and 9s to fold and 10s to fold and jacks to fold if you put in a second barrel. So I can appreciate why this checks out. I mean, ace-10 is kind of technically like blocking ace-king as well to a certain degree, right? So you're not as concerned about the ace-kings, but we know blockers aren't real, so.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, you know, we just see how funky SPR kind of gets if Almeida decides to call here.
Yeah.
And then, you know, seeing what he has behind that, you know, does he maybe just try to get it in here?
Yeah, I think we do shove turn here, check shove. You know, your opponent barreling twice here will very frequently end up having diamonds or spades or, you know, something that has equity. the time is now. I think the 28K makes it really easy to get the rest in here now. Easily less than pot once you've put in the 28K.
The strange thing is, though, Almeida's expression in this hand, it's almost like he's giving Manichevich credit for just having him beat here,
That's the
right?
vibe I'm
like,
getting as well.
Like, he doesn't love it. He is not loving this.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, as we can see, this is great stuff from Almeida, but you know, against range, perhaps we do want to consider maybe getting the rest in now in the river. Ah, very clean.
So clean. But, you know, Manichevich is sitting there thinking, what does he have here? He called the 3-bet pre, he's called 2 streets, and now he's got 47K back with 115K in the middle. You know, what hand is he not going to shove pre that I could perhaps get to fold now still? You know, you would imagine queens would have been in there pre-flop.
Yeah.
So it feels like it's gotta be a lot of King X here.
Yeah, at this point. And like you said before about the other hand, Maria, you know, the turn sizing here, you probably do get quite a lot of info. Wow.
But you just see the lack of the snap, right? Which is what I said on the turn.
This is blowing my mind. Like, I you know, look, he has every right to take his time for a decision for his tournament life where he thinks there's a chance he's losing. But it just feels like he kind of just gives him credit for aces or something.
He just didn't like it on the turn. He just did not like it. But
don't forget he didn't like it pre-flop either.
I mean, I feel like he's giving him a lot of credit. I don't know if this is a function of just the table image that Manichevich might have, or I'm not really sure, because, you know, pretty much against anybody in any scenario, this is going to be a call.
There's the call. Can you imagine how long Maria would complain if it took someone this long to call with top pair with her bluff?
Yeah, I mean,
oh my God, we'd never hear the end of it.
You know, maybe ace-10 isn't the best combo to triple there, Maria. Like, you know, like having a 10 in your hand, you want him to have pocket 10s really bad, right? That kind of thing. So, you know, it is what it is, and a lot of heart, and I really respect the bluff here. But ultimately, I mean, when you have ace-king, what more are you asking for? That run out is so perfect.
Yeah, I mean, someone in chat said something like you have to shove there because you're unblocking diamonds, but I don't fully agree with that, just because you're going to be beating a lot of flush draws, right? You've got ace-10 there. You know, if your opponent doesn't have ace-king there, and, you know, they either got to have ace-queen of diamonds specifically or ace-jack of diamonds, but you're going to be beating so many of the other flush draws that, you know, sometimes you might be able to show down ace-10 and actually win against those draws. So, I mean, it's a funky spot, like, just in terms of stack to pot ratio, and also, you know, Manichevich went for it, which you can never blame somebody for going for it. Just ran into the top of Almeida's range, but you see how Almeida didn't even love it, so that actually makes the bluff better, right? Because a lot of the weaker hands might have, the other weaker King X's might have just gone into mud. Right?
If he turns up here, if he's slowing down with ace-king on that river, because we're thinking he's trapping, but then he actually has to think about it on the river, then he's definitely folding, like, king-jack suited. He's definitely folding jacks. He's definitely folding queens. Again, perhaps those might have been played differently pre-flop, but that's kind of neither here nor there. Really cool one, though. I like that a lot. And that will see Pablo Almeida up to 83 big blinds, 209,000.
I wish I could have gotten the person to fold King Jack earlier.
Oh my God.
Please. 7 raises, 5,000.
Connor says he told his friends he was going to slow roll on stream. That's it. That was on the bingo card. Have you ever done that before?
Slow roll or nit roll?
Yeah, exactly. Good question. Have you ever done that before, Maria, with a couple of your poker friends, like a bingo card, a poker bingo card?
No,
Like,
but sounds fun.
Like one guy at your table says deuces never loses. You like, you know, stamp, that one's done. Slow roll some random, stamp.
Folds the small blind, they say, you want to chop to the big blind tournament, yeah. Those kind of things.
Exactly. Can I straddle? Oh God, yeah, that was a hard one. Stamp.
This whole power path, gold pass situation, giving lots of opportunities to folks to play in these events.
No, I like
some gold pass winners still in the field, like Angelo Moroni, Dionisio Viti, and of course, you know him, you love him, Pablo Martinez. Lots of gold passes still up for grabs for NAPT Las Vegas, by the way. November 1st through 10th at Resorts World. And your gold pass comes with an automatic scoot through to the audition phase of the big game on tour.
Scoot through.
Can I audition
We
to be a
scoot
loose
ya.
cannon?
You can audition. I can't stop you.
Can you please audition like in like costume, like in, you know, incognito, and like see if anybody actually recognizes
Like
you?
Ooh, what if we did a masked poker player crossover
That would be so
with
good. Oh my God,
just
that's
based
a
on their
great idea.
mannerisms at the table, see if you could guess who it is, right?
Can somebody write that down? That's an absolutely fantastic idea. But okay, what's the name of the show though, Maria?
The masked poker player.
Nah, that's
The
not
big game, the big masked poker.
the biggest bluff.
Ooh, we need to workshop this more. But
Yeah, no, I'm going.
it's a good idea.
I'm
Like,
going
I
straight
think-
to stars with that.
I
That's
think you
so
can
cool.
definitely like mix it up. Like you could do. There's definitely some character traits that you can try to mimic to throw people off
Yeah.
from who you really are.
Sure.
I don't know. we got to talk more about this.
We've got Reard versus Baranski. Baranski had Reard dominated. Both players have flopped a pair. Not great news for Reard. Ace of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, Freer thought that his 8 was good on the flop, which it wasn't. You know, he certainly doesn't love this turn card. It's just gonna hit Baranski's range.
Sorry, I'm laughing, Maria. I'm just thinking, imagining Vogelsang like wearing the mask, and he's
And
just
playing
tanking
really
forever.
Ooh, like the reverse, but okay.
All of a sudden, he plays really fast and really well, and we're like, so you can do it. Like that, we can catch him out.
Really?
Is it just me, or do you want to call this guy Beard? Let's just call it what it is.
Loves
That's a great shot.
Alexander Beard.
Baranski going real small here on the turn, just very seemingly targeting the 8X with this sizing, you know, maybe try to keep them curious. You know, worse Jack X's.
Man, Baranski, I'm liking his style, guys. Yes, what a size. Nice
call.
work. That is a call. And honestly, Maria, this might be high enough in the range to actually go for value on the river. And that 4 of clubs might actually be good enough just to go ahead and put in another bet here. Check, check anyway. And Queen Jack, of course, will be good enough. Yep, possibly a misbet there from Baranski. I'm not sure. I mean, trying to think about how many ace combos we're going to find there. And there'll certainly be in there for sure, but I don't know if there's tons. And we can obviously get some worse jacks to call as well as some 8s and other stuff like that too, but just keeping it cool. It's working out so far. Baranski now 147 big blinds. Whatever he's doing is working.
He's not the only player with more than 100 bigs at this table. Both Ramon and Erland Melsom over the 100 big blind mark. Almeida with 81 big blinds. Ferrero with 52. This is a pretty deep stacked table. Benachevich has 41. Karab, oh boy. Patrick with 29. And poor Alexandra bringing up the reared. 9 bigs.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that guy. He's got to do some work.
When you woke up this morning, did you have any guilt whatsoever over how much absolute trash we talked about so many people at dinner last night?
Funny joke, Stapes. You know we didn't do that.
What she's saying is no, she does not feel guilty.
She's like, Joe, Nick is right next to him.
I thought you were going to say, did I feel guilty about how much wine I drank? I drank more than I had intended to, given the fact that I did have a day 2 to play today. And I paid for it with poor sleep and
bad beats.
Bad beats, exactly.
That's terrible.
We had a lot of like, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but we are on our 4th bottle of wine right now. So let me tell you a little story.
It's terrible, you guys. I don't drink, so.
But we all know that this is vaulted, you know.
Oh, it's vaulted. It's deep in the vault. Way deep in the vault. Raise and take it there for Patrick. Karabinchik? Karabinchik. Karabincic.
And number 90 now, guys. Over on our feature table. 347 players remain.
Action on Baranski. Someone in chat wants to say looks like Jim Brewer. It is a bad look-alike. I'll give you that. It completes the assignment of a bad look-alike. Hey, pocket jacks. Jax Daniels for Karabincic.
Just the min raise.
I think Kid Rock is a better bad look-alike. Thank you, the Nutsman.
Kingston offsuit there could have been a 3-bet. I think even flatting would be okay-ish.
Yeah, I think Solver has it as kind of a mix with, I think, more leaning towards calls there than 3-bets. But, of course, player dependent. You know, if this cutoff is very active opener, then certainly I think you can lean a little more towards aggressive action. Either way, heads up now with the big blind.
Queen high flop, that's my prediction. Ah, so close. 8-6 tray.
You're right about top pair, though.
Top pair. I was feeling top pair.
Yeah, a little bit of carnage to have top pair against an over pair, because you're definitely coming along for the first barrel. I mean, and sometimes, you know, you want to have some check raises with top pair as well.
Yeah, there's not too many turns that we love here when we got top pair. And also, Maria, he's Brazilian.
Yup.
Howdy doody time.
A hundo P. This person is always going for the aggressive action whenever possible. There's no such thing as playing passively or playing in flow or playing small pots when you're Brazilian. That's not in your DNA.
Are you at all worried here with jacks when you get raised?
Not really. There's just so many, you know, a lot of gutter balls here would likely raise some straight draw combos. You know, of course, you know, some bottom pair combos as well, and the 8x, which you are beating all of those hands.
I'm just like, I can't believe somebody flopped a set of threes or
And there's
8-6 of clubs.
And there's less two-pair combos, right? Because 8-3-0 is never going to be defending. 6-3-0 sometimes going to be folding. You know, sometimes even the suited combos, depending on who it is in the big blind. I mean, not a Brazilian. They're going to be defending probably all the suited combos. But, you know, sometimes a lot of these two-pair combos are not really going to be in the big blind's range here.
Right. At this point, guys, you might be thinking, I'll probably fold Queen 8 here. This looks kind of strong. But Maria.
What is the #1 caveat?
He is Brazilian.
Whoa! All in.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's weird. It's like he's Brazilian.
And now, you know, there's a little uncertainty with the jacks, but still going to put it in. But, you know, you didn't love it now.
All right. Karabenchik, a big favorite here to double up through Ferreira. Has to fade the queens and the 8.
Ferreira thought he was playing another Brazilian. That was his mistake. And then this would be great.
The jacks, Daniels, will they hold? Turn, holding thus far. One card to come. And that card is a 4-ball. See? I want everyone to stop complaining about jacks. 5 minutes.
Yep, he played jacks the right way.
Dreams do come true.
Yeah, tough spot.
No time to breathe, though. Outer table action. Wolfgang versus Rania. Stars and Stripes taking it to the streets. We've got a board of 5 ace, deuce, 10 queen. River goes check, check. Wolfgang shows pocket 6s. Looks like Rania has got an ace in her hand.
Okay, rest of the table who has some tennis knowledge. Agassi or Sampras?
Who's Sampras?
God damn it. Oh my gosh.
This might have been a relevant question in 1998.
You guys really don't know?
No, I do know, so it's not just you.
I mean, Sampras is, Agassi is clearly the answer, but some people like Sampras as well. I mean, my answer is.
I like Alcaraz.
Who?
Alcaraz. That's it.
You don't know Alcaraz?
No.
I know Alcaraz. Come on, you probably just didn't understand you through your accent.
You got to admit, the Americans bring a different vibe.
I like Rania. I think she's cool.
Obviously, really fun AF.
Yeah, she's really unlucky on the final table in Monte Carlo as well. That was absolutely savage. Not only took a bad beat, but the guy that gave her the bad beat didn't realize he had bad beated or tried to walk off, and they told him to come back. Then went on to win the tournament.
Good story for him. Not so great for Rania. Run good, Rania.
Run good, Rania. That's right.
By the way, if you liked that coffee house and that Jabberjohn you saw, buckle up. Because after the break, they're going to be at the feature table. Woo! Second feature table.
Good for poker.
I mean, could we just get one Ramon song before they get taken off the... Oh, wait, no, that's the secondary feature, right? Never mind. Okay. We still have time, people. Oh, but I won't be here next level, so...
I mean, you can be.
You know...
I could hear that story again. And Ferreira getting the last of his chips in after getting stacked in the last hand we saw. Coming OTT, the raise from Almeida.
I don't think for 20 bigs we're going to be looking him up with King 10 suited. I think if it was, you know, King Queen suited, that'd be a different story. Maybe even King Jack suited, but King 10 just gonna fold. But you know what he was thinking, though, Nick.
Yep.
Yeah.
something about Brazilians.
He was thinking I could finish the job.
Yeah. The Brazilians have just become such a powerhouse online and live. You know, they say it's hard to get reads online for obvious reasons, Maria, but if you hover over their avatar, you can see what country they're from, and that is always the tiebreaker. Can I hero call? He's Brazilian? Yes. Slayer says, why does everyone hate Brazilians? There's no hate, buddy.
We love Brazilians.
We love Brazilians. They're awesome. In fact, we really love them at the EPT because they are awesome rails, awesome players. Nothing to do with hate. We hate to play against them because they're so good.
We give them a lot of respect.
Oh, yeah.
Because they go for it. They put people in the blender.
Nick even has a Brazilian.
Joe.
That's why he can't take his clothes off at the pool.
So Joe isn't exactly a vault. Knew it.
Anything that happens in front of 40 other people is not vaulted. Benachevich limping in with ace deuce. Baranski with 78 of hearts. Going to be the last hand of the level. And away we go. Hey, that's a nice one. 6 of hearts right in the window. Pair of 8s for Baranski. Backdoor spades for Marcin. Excuse me, for Vlado Benachevich. Benachevich bets 4,000. Quick call from Baranski to the turn. It's an ace. That is top pair, Benachevich.
Wow.
And he looks like he likes it.
Yeah, why would you slow down now? The ace is a card you're going to bluff a lot as well, so 12K.
This year is going to be the year I bluff, by the way. I'm going to start bluffing, I've decided.
That was your New Year's resolution?
No, that's my September resolution.
Joe, I said 12K, he bet 12.5.
So prediction or no? We're only counting them when you're right, right?
An official prediction.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm estimating here.
Thank you.
Baranski makes the correct lay down. And we're all going to have a little lay down ourselves. But not before we show you the chip counts. There we go, a very deep table that we will no longer be seeing after the break. Oh, this one's staying. We're switching out the secondary feature table. Got it. I took a guess, and I was wrong. We're sticking with this table, very deep. We're taking an 18-minute break. When we get back, more from EPT 20 Barcelona.
Action on the feature table is on Zimnan Ziad. He has queens under the gun. And he will raise to 5,100. Juanda and Lex are both folded.
Now this is not a mandatory call. It's not a mandatory call against an undergun raise is what I was gonna say.
Smelionis has called. Xuan Lu has 9-7 suited on the button. And she will call as well.
Saviakis is getting huge odds, kind of like the deal he must have gotten on that hat. It's the kind of hat that should come with a free bowl of soup.
Looks good on you, though. 4-way to the flop.
Double check them queens. Yep.
8-6 deuce.
With the hands that are out there, this is a dangerous flop for those queens. Zimmy's got to bet, try to thin this field a little.
It's been checked to him, and he does bet 11,200.
What the heck is this guy doing? I guess with the ace of clubs, he feels like he's less likely to be up against a flush draw, but I think he's almost never going to have the best hand here.
He calls. Juan Lu is up and down, plus she has the flush draw.
She is huge.
And she will raise. She makes it 34,000 total.
I have a few problems with this raise, a stack size problem and a range problem. As far as ranges go, she can be raising a lot of semi-bluffs here and not too many value hands. For stack sizes, she's leaving herself an awkward amount where she's basically going to have to shove by the river.
Ziad is called. Similionis is finally folded.
Did you a favor, pal.
King of spades on the turn.
I think if Juan has a set or kings or queens, she probably just calls the flop. I don't know.
Zimnan now checks. Juan Lu continues. 56,000.
That leaves her with less than a pot-sized bet behind.
There's the call. The pot now 215,000. Ace of spades on the river. The board bricks out for Lu.
Now she's in a really tough spot. She can check and give this hand up or shove and basically risk her tournament life on a 9-high bluff on a board that clearly bricked out.
She moves all in.
Pulled the trigger. There's a good shot. This looks like just what it is. A busted draw. The turn and river came brick.
A tough decision for Zimnan Ziad.
Can I have a count, please?
She has him covered, just.
If you go back to the flop, I don't think there are a ton of hands she could be raising for value. Kings and aces probably just call the flop. Sets would maybe raise. Her value raises are very narrow.
You like your hand this time?
Oh, no, she does not.
How's one? You don't want me to call, do you?
No, she does not.
You gonna show? Huh?
Zinman is tortured. One thing Juan's got going for her is that she just emptied the clip, so looking at it on the whole, it's hard to believe she'd risk her whole tournament on a bluff.
He folds the queens.
Nerves of steel.
Can show one. This one.
Either card would certainly give it away. You got bluffed, sir. Spectacular brassy play by Juan Lu.
Did you fold aces?
I thought you had aces. Oh, man.
She's just added nearly 120,000 chips to her stack. Back at the feature table, Neil Farrell has 8-9 suited under the gun +2. He raises to 13,000. 5-7 off for Christoph de Mulder. He folds. Kimmo Kirko is out. Rens Feenstra has just arrived at the feature table and he's got ace-king on the button.
This might be a 3-bet.
This is only Feenstra's second cash on the EPT. His first came in this event last year when he finished 140th. He does re-raise to 31k. Action folded back around to Farrell.
I think 9-8 suited is going to be around the very bottom of most people's calling ranges here, especially since Feenstra's new to the table and Neil may not know how he plays just yet.
Farrell calls. The flop is King-King-8. Trips for Feenstra.
This is a very bad flop for Neil. Very, very bad.
He has paired his 8. He checks to the razor. Feenstra continues for 23,000.
Farrell's going to have to call 1 bet, possibly 2.
He calls the 23k. 125,000 in the middle.
If Neil improves, he's going to be in big, big trouble.
It's a third diamond on the turn, the queen of diamonds.
You'd think this diamond might kill some of the action, but in a 3-bet heads-up pot, you can't just immediately assume your opponent has a flush.
Also, Feenstra does have the ace of diamonds as insurance. He bets 68,000.
This is a great card for Neil to fold on simply because of board texture. Doesn't look like he's folding.
He decides to turn his hand into a bluff and raise to 169,000.
And I think this is only going to get other bluffs to fold, which will win him the pot sometimes, but I don't see any actual hands folding here.
Sure enough, Feenstra with his trip kings will call. We've got a huge pot now. The better part of $500,000.
Neil's gonna have to bet huge on the river if he wants his bluff to work.
It's the inconsequential 5 of hearts. Looks like Farrell is betting.
And boom goes the dynamite.
A huge bluff, 326,000.
Sick bluff. I guess you could say the Scotsman has a brave heart.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, I do not know how often this bluff's gonna work. Especially against Ace King.
Feenstra looks kind of tortured. And he's folding!
Wow.
Farrell's audacious bluff gets through. Blinds 20,000 and 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Ace Jack for Pasi Sormanen.
I like the way Posse peels his cards. It's like they're telling him a little story. Ace, Jack.
And from under the gun, he will raise. Makes it 80,000.
He's played it great so far.
Action folded around to Tom Middleton. 9-10 suited on the button. He calls. Creston Nielsen has king-queen in the big blind. He calls as well. We're going 3-way to the flop.
Everyone's playing it great so far. Shame 2 of them have to lose.
Well, Middleton flops best. He's got top pair.
Check.
Nielsen checks.
Posse could continue or just check here, out of position to the guy with all the chips.
Check.
He does check.
And once Posse checks, Tom's probably going to feel as if he's got the best hand here a lot.
Into a pot of 290,000, he bets 175k. Nielsen folds.
Yeah, boy.
Sormanen check raises to 425,000.
We've seen Posse get a little check raise happy on the flop a few times this tournament.
You start with like 2.5. Yeah, more or less.
And I'm not a huge fan of this check raise. In order to have top pair beat here, you have to be playing your hand terribly. Why would you ever not continue with a big hand?
Middleton calls.
Excellent call.
King of clubs on the turn.
That's an overcard to Middleton's pair. Posse's picked up an actual draw now.
Looks like he'll continue his aggressive line. He bets 450,000.
That's defo a scare card for Tom. But this bet might look awfully bluffy.
450.
Middleton calls.
2 nice calls.
2 million in the middle. Sormanen has 1.7 behind. 5 on the river. Middleton still with the best hand.
Is Posse gonna give up, or is he gonna run this bluff right off the rails?
I'm all.
He shoves.
Gotta give Posse credit. He has gone for it. And I think Tom's decision here rests mostly on the turn card. If Posse had been raising the flop with an air ball, there's a pretty good chance the king hit him. Sure, he could have been check raising bottom pair, but I think like NASCAR, this is all about the turn. If the turn card were anything but Broadway, this bluff works never.
Good bluff.
Midi folds.
He's got you the bluff.
I think so too.
Well, I would take a half a dozen Creston Nielsen celebrations over one bluff slam the cards down.
You had ace-10, I knew it. No, I have ace-10. But you had 10, right?
Cool story, bro.
Action is on John Juanda on the feature table. He has pocket deuces.
Quack. Quack.
And under the gun raise to 43,000. Pocket queens for Lucille Kai.
Here comes the twa bet.
She re-raises to 92,000. Olashemian has ace king.
Oh boy, we could easily see a 4 bet.
191.
He does re-raise to 191,000.
Well, at least 2 players are going to see all 5 cards here.
Javier Piesuelo has King 10 on the button. That'll be a fold.
Maybe an eventual fold. I mean, the guy is wearing a scarf. Clearly, he likes attention.
299.
What? I'm not really sure this is a good spot for a cold 5 bet.
It is not.
I guess they don't want me to play this time.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious you're stealing.
Now, in spots like this, someone in there is going to have a real hand, and at that point, King 10 suited is going to hold up like a piece of wet toilet paper.
All right.
Juanda folds the deuces.
Come on in.
Lucille Kai shoves.
Shemian's getting 2 to 1.
All in.
He reshoves.
Wow. We got aces and kings, huh?
Piesuelo finally folds.
Queens.
Yeah, it's a flip.
All right.
It's a familiar flip for Lucille. She busted the grand final ace king versus queens.
It's my first big flip.
This time she has the queens. And once again, she's the player at risk. An ace on the flop.
Literally nothing you can do.
Lucille looking for a queen.
Come on.
She needs to hit on the river. Can she hit a 2-outer? No. The full house for Shemian.
Good game.
And the elimination of Lucille Kai.
Lucille was looking for redemption in season 9 after second place in the grand final. She's probably bummed right now, but 2 deep runs in a row is an impressive achievement in and of itself.
Shemian up to 3.7 million. Is this Martin Schleich's moment of victory?
It is! There's some very enthusiastic fans in the crowd, Martin. Friends of yours?
I got to know these guys a few hours ago. They came in and
Yes, to be clear, Ola Shemian was one of 2 random Germans hanging around who railed Martin Schleich at the prospect of free Jägermeister from one of our producers. True story.
Blinds are up to 12.24 with a 3K ante.
I could use this one as well.
Shemian
48.
Picks up another big hand. Pocket aces under the gun +1. He raises to 48,000.
Kind of a big hand.
And this is also a big hand. Kings for Juanda.
I haven't seen a cold deck this bad since EPT Siberia.
Juanda 3 bets. Makes it 145,000 total.
This is going to be a shame.
Action back on Shemian.
287.
There is the 4 bet.
Yeah.
This is like watching 2 trains on the same track. Going toward each other, of course. Would be interesting if one was following the other. It's just weird.
And Juanda 5 bets to 590,000.
All in.
There's the all in.
Call.
And there's the call.
Not cool, Zeus.
Wow.
Still a very tense moment for Shemian. If his aces hold, he's going to have a Beschnefly billion chips.
Juanda on the verge of elimination. So far, so good for Shemian.
Juanda's going to need a return of the king.
He's drawing to 2 outs. We've lost 2 players from the outer tables. John Juanda about to become our 18th place finisher here in Barcelona. But there's a king on the turn!
That movie is still having too many endings.
Shemian gets cooled.
Some people would say you have to look at this like losing a flip. Since you both play aces and kings the same way, you could have easily been on the other side of this. But John Juanda does drink your milkshake.
No ace on the river. Ola Shemian doubles up John Juanda.
Sick.
He knows he's not out, right?
You'd want to get away from the table if that happened to you.
True story.
And John Juanda getting it quietly. What a pro.
I think Ola Shemian might actually be going to get sick.
That was a sick hand. That was a cooler.
John Juanda up to 3.5 million. On the secondary feature table, 3 players have gone to the flop. Those players being Ola Shemian, Ilari Sahamias, and Aku Joentauster, who got moved off our main feature table
Shemian's ahead, and he's the only one who's not up against any blockers to improving his hand.
Johan Tauster will bet 100,000.
The guy with the least equity firing there.
Shemian with top 2 will call.
Just calls thinking maybe he's up against exactly what he is up against, a pair and a straight draw.
And Sahamias will also call. Turn, the 6 of diamonds, changes nothing.
Diamonds also not a factor.
He checks a second time. Johan Tauster bets a second time, 300,000.
Johan Tauster raised this hand under the gun pre-flop, and by golly, he's going to keep repping a strong hand. Gosh dang it.
Shemian has called. Actions on Hillary. And Sahamias will fold.
Yeah, probably for the best.
So 1.149 million in the pot. And the river card is the deuce of spades.
Well, it's come banana, banana. No one's improved.
Johan Tauster has roughly a pot-sized bet behind.
I'm all in.
And he shoves the river.
With just ace high. Wow, the 4-barreler empties the clip, throws the gun. And we can oversimplify this and say it's a random 4-barrel bluff. Or if we look a little closer, we can see it's fairly methodical. Johan Tauster could have very easily have a nut hand with the line he's taken, whereas Shemian can't because he probably wouldn't have called twice. It's a tough spot for Shemian because all Aku's value bets are beating his hand. Top 2 is a bluff catcher.
Shemian will call the bluff.
Gulp.
And Aku, Johan Tauster will be eliminated in 14th place.
Nice call, kid.
Shemian adds nearly 1.9 million to his stack.
I hope you guys don't mind, but I wrote a haiku for Aku. Bye, Johan Tauster. Aggressive young Scandi out. Still a good finish.
Please tell me that's the last of your finish puns.
You know I can't do that, James.
Ola Shemian, now up to nearly 4.3 million. Welcome back to Barcelona 2024 and the 20th anniversary of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. The EPT 20 main event continues here at Casino Barcelona, and coming into the final level of day 2, these are the current chip leaders. And look who sits second on the leaderboard right now. It is EPT Monte Carlo finalist Rania Nesreddin. Sits behind Raul Kami, who leads right now with 582k. Blinds going to 1,500. 3,000, and reminder, this will be the last level of the day. Survivors will bag and tag and come back for day 3, when we will have world famous bubble coverage. Feature table remains the same. We have got Ramon Kalias, the 2019 PSPC champion, and we have got Marcin Baranski, the online qualifier, in this 5K main event for just €5. We do have a new lineup at the secondary feature table. We'll meet those players in a moment, but let's meet the players who are in the commentary booth. Thrilled to be joined by both Sam Grafton.
Hello, everyone.
And Lex Veldhouse.
Hello, hello.
Happy anniversary. And here are the payouts for the top finishers in this event. I think it's 287 players making the money in this event. A min cash worth just shy of 9 grand. 6-figure scores for everyone in the top 10, bar the winner, who is going to get more than 1.5 million euros.
Wow, that'll be some heads up.
Single biggest slice of the 9.5 million euro prize pool. Lex, I know you were around during the early seasons. Which was the first EPT that you played?
EPT London, season 2. And then I played...
wow!
Yeah, I also played a season 2. I played Copenhagen, Deauville. I qualified for my first 7 EPTs. Took me 8 satellite tries. So, you know. Wow. Yeah, nice life, huh?
A 14-year-old brag finally gets it in.
Yeah, buddy. My claim to fame at the EPTs.
That's super cool. I never got to play Copenhagen. That was the, like, reputedly tough one. You were like, oh, Copenhagen's so hard, the Scandies.
Yeah, yeah.
Loads of Scandies there, it's really rough.
Yeah, you get a random Danish from the street and he knows how to 3-bet.
Yeah, yeah.
I can understand people complaining about the toughness of the field in Copenhagen. I was not on board with the people who went, oh, but it's cold there. It's meant to be cold, it's February, and it's such a beautiful city in cold weather.
Yeah. I mean, Deauville was always cold as well. That was like around the same time.
Was Deauville your first EPT, Sam?
It was the first one I travelled to. I played London in 2010.
Were you like a roadie?
What's that?
We were like a roadie. We were just there, you know. He was there like mental support.
He was Jake Cody's bag man.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I was on an
If you had to do a quick change, I was there to do hair and makeup.
So a lot of players returning from break. We still have 339 players from the 1,975 who started. So field down a little bit year on year. I do think the event being later in the year doesn't help us. Observing that everything got pushed by 7 days this year. I think next year, if we're back exclusively in August, that will help the numbers.
That's because Spaniards are, what, going on holiday, or?
Like a lot of people are going back to work in September.
Yeah.
Ah, work. You remember that, Lex? Actually, you don't. Funnily enough.
Yeah. Nice way to make everybody that's listening hate us, you know.
Yeah, of course. Let's get it in early.
Well, by the way, the breakdown of nations in the EPT main event, as is the case with pretty much every single EPT, and as has been the case in Barcelona for the last 3 years, French players make up the single biggest percentage.
Wow.
So action is underway at the 1,500, 3,000 blind level. Alexandre Ried folds Jack 7.
Yeah, very, very experienced professional. Won it all. Obviously operating with a very short stack, but will be one to watch if he can find a double.
Raise 6.
It is one of the two Brazilians at the table, Diogo Ferreira, who opens the action here with King Jack in the cutoff, makes it 6K. Ace King for Vlado Banicevic.
C1, raise 21.
We're going to learn finally how Ramon does it. I'm eager to learn.
It's a pretty big raise.
There you go, he folds King 4. I would have done the same though.
Yeah.
Writes down, fold.
How does he
King
always
4.
have 90 big blinds? Right? It's just like I was just looking over at you to see if that also looks like there he is. Oh, it's day 2. There's Ramon. Okay.
He's a crusher. He's got the Amadi genes, I think. You know, there's a gene pool. There's certain regions in Spain.
Yeah.
They just grow it. We're lucky. We don't want people to cotton on, otherwise they'll take all the money.
Oh.
Yeah, he's amazing. I mean, he's actually, I think, kind of unlucky he hasn't got like a top 3. You know, because he goes final 50. It feels like a lot. At least once a season.
I feel like he's kind of unlucky that he didn't get a second massive win.
Oh, yeah,
like one of the biggest tournaments ever.
He's definitely like, you know, like with darts, you're supposed to like hit in like a little circle region around the same. He's kind of peppering, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So in about 15 minutes, registration is opening in today's EPT 20 free roll. 2.5K in W Coupe tickets in the prize pool. A bronze power pass going to the winner. The password for today's free roll is guitar, and you do need to use uppercase characters. Guitar, G-U-I-T-A-R is the password. Let's see how well Sam and Lex know their EPT trivia. Why would guitar be the password for a free roll? What relevance does guitar have specifically to EPT Barcelona?
Jose Guitar, he won it season 3. It's great. I remember it. He won it, Ace 5 against Ace King all in. That was a big hand for Jose.
Any chance you were here in 2014? Any chance you were playing on the bubble in the main event in 2014? They had a guitar, a signed guitar, as a prize for whoever went out on the bubble.
Wow.
And guess what happened? There were 7 all-ins across 7 different tables, and 5 players were eliminated. Now, whilst it's relatively easy to split 4 min cashes between 5 people, splitting a guitar a little bit tougher.
We made them do arm wrestling in order to determine the winner of the guitar.
I mean, we could have done that, but Toby Stone decided to have an impromptu sit and go to make him play for the guitar.
Last thing you want to do after you bust the EPT is sit down and play it, sit and go. Give him a good structure. 30,000 starting chips, 100, 200, no antes.
To be fair, it wasn't just the guitar, it was also a free entry to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Well, I mean, like, it has to be like, it's a very relevant password for a free roll in Barcelona if we both can't come up with the answers. That's a great pick.
Obscure. Surely something more memorable has happened in the history of EPTs than us giving away a guitar. But anyway, Baranski there, loving this character, by the way, straight away opening up the 7-5 off. We got a king-queen fold under the gun and a 7-5 off open.
Yeah.
I'm loving this table already. Got one of our exclusive sportswear. Is Spraggy actually designing these now?
I don't know. He must be the inspiration.
In his contract negotiations, he says, "I don't care what you pay me, but I want to design our leisure wear."
The team who designed the EPT 20 merch are sat next door. I have no idea whether they use Spraggy as an influence.
I mean, he's like my dad, though. My dad's worn the same clothes for 35 years, and once every 12 years it comes back into fashion, and he looks really on brand. And same with Sprag.
Yeah.
He's just a constant, and then fashion moves around him. It's like those guys who've kept their Oasis haircuts since 1997, and now it's going to be massive.
Yeah, they're good now. You an Oasis fan now, Sam?
I mean, I was very much of that era, so I think everyone, I was like 15 to 18 when they were big, so it obviously like hit me a bit, but I'm not like one of these, I'm not like crazy for them.
I'm going to get a lot of hate for this. Slightly above average pub band.
There he is. James Hartigan. James, the controversy Hartigan.
But do you remember the whole Blur versus Oasis thing? That wasn't a coin flip. That was a hidden domination. That was aces against kings with one card to come. That was 95-5.
Wow.
I think Blur's trash, but it's okay.
We can agree to disagree, Lexington.
I love this. The little raise from the big blind with the 9-4 offsuits. Very technical little raise.
Yes.
Very important to hit those trashy offsuit combos. Doesn't matter if you get re-raised, you don't lose anything. You make your hand is dust, so you make only better hands and better playable hands folds.
Yeah, and you're going to get, I mean, 9-8 off isn't even loving it. You're going to get a lot of credit on, on the king high boards, ace high boards.
Yeah.
Some bluffs.
CG12 watching on YouTube asks, is it ending today? Unless we switch to like 3-minute blinds, no.
He whipped out the limerick race.
Wow.
Sick.
Wow, this is fun.
Wow. That's quite wild, by the way.
Yeah, that is.
I stopped watching because I was like, oh, he's decided to call.
He's calling or folding or whatever. And then
Go on, Patrick. I like, sometimes people step it up a little bit on the feature table. They're like, I'm on the feature table. I'm going to just actually show everyone how good I am. Start playing people.
Yeah.
So I very quickly need to do the T's and C's because long gone are the days when everyone can just play in the same poker tournament. This free roll I'm talking about, by the way, is available on shared liquidity license, excluding Belgium, Germany, and Sweden. So that means if you play on PokerStars EU, Bulgaria, Denmark, Estonia, Greece, Switzerland, or UK, you can play.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, except for the Black Country and certain parts of Yorkshire.
Because we don't like you.
Yes, you're also excluded.
UK memes. Great stuff.
Curling Master says, can you imagine the announcement? Good evening, players. We are moving to 3-minute levels from now on because someone watching on YouTube would like this to end today. I think that might be unpopular.
Go on, Ramon. He looks cool as well with the glasses.
Yeah, yes, it's suave.
Yeah.
Suave. Such a nice guy. Doesn't that sometimes, isn't it surprising, like if you look at it, he's like very calm, friendly, for somebody to be that aggro, because he's pretty aggressive, right, in the game.
You think it should be part of their personality?
I used to always kind of think that like playstyle used to sort of be more of like an extension of your personality. Right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
He's also my favorite version of Ramon today. He's mustard Ramon.
Oh, yeah.
I love it when he's decked out in mustard colours.
Riyadh just deciding whether he wants to take the pot odds here. think we are going to be sort of dominated. Just sometimes where there's nines. I mean, we can see that he's kind of live, and yeah, I think that's a good fold from him. Obviously, kind of close when you're so short, and you can realize equity a bit more easily. But Ramon's range is keeping him in line there.
10-9 deuce, 2 clubs.
How much do you think it plays into account with the big blind ante now? That you know that you only have to play, you only have to pay a small blind, and then you get 7 free hands, right?
Yes, exactly. You've got more hands to recover. Although, of course, yeah, you're getting it better.
Yeah, better, way better odds, but
yeah, you've got like 8-7 free hands, inverted commas.
Yeah,
comes with the C bet.
Anicevic adds 13.5k to his stack, hovering around the 45 blind mark. Ramon playing 85 bigs.
I believe Griffin is in the field.
He is indeed.
Building a stack.
I believe so. He spun it up. He started the day pretty short with just over starting stack, but managed to triple it up during the first couple of sessions.
Let's go. Live poker Benja.
Plays once a year and always goes deep.
Sure. He's a navigator.
Ferreira opens with ace queen. 10-4 for Baranski. Folds to Ramon, who's also out. Alan Nelson has kings.
Wow. I was just going to say that it's so fun when you see somebody re-raise from the small blind with a 9-8, because then every time it's their turn, you get really curious what they're going to do, you know? It really spices things up when you're watching.
Yeah, definitely.
Re-raises to 15,500. Almeida sixes in the big blind. He folds, so back on Ferreira.
I like it when people fast fold hands like sixes and don't mourn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is tricky as to how to proceed. Getting a very good price of a short stack.
Yeah, Ferreira's got, what, 17 bigs behind?
Ollie.
Shoves, gets called, and is going to need some assistance. Crucially, we'll be looking to see an ace on the desk.
That's a tough one.
Ferreira, the at-risk player, and the player who is behind. Flop. Is low.
Oh.
5 tray deuce does give Ferreira a wheel draw, so aces and fours now working for him. Turn card. Here's the 5 of diamonds pairing the board. So same outs for Ferreira. 6 cards he can hit to survive. Has to be an ace or a 4 on the river. No ace.
Queen, no good.
So that is Diogo Ferreira eliminated from the EPT Barcelona main event.
GG, sir.
And Erlen Nelson closing in on the 100 big blind mark.
Whenever I'm watching at the table, and I noticed this in the main event as well, whenever I see people go all in, even if I like them, right? Well, not when they're friends, obviously, but I always hope that the most vile runouts happen, because then it creates such an extra level of psychology to see how somebody handles it.
Right.
It's like a mini game. It's like a social experiment, you know.
Okay.
You see somebody and they start huffing, and they get like snappy or tilted or like little, you know, their mouth twitches or something, or they just rage. And sometimes somebody takes it so well, then you think like, oh shit, you know.
That's interesting.
But it's always fun to watch when it's extra brutal, when you don't have any other vested interest.
Jose Ellen observing that Ferreira becomes the first Brazilian to lose with ace-queen against king since 2013.
Such a salty comment.
C3 plus.
Yeah.
Come on, Mustard Ramon. He's not going to play this one. Action is on Patrick. There's ace deuce. Oh, not your turn, sir.
Sorry.
Oh, that makes it easy for the ace deuce.
Yeah. Basically won the button there.
C6 raise, 6,000.
So ace deuce has indeed opened, raising to 6,000.
Now I want something sick to happen.
Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't have been in. Why did you do that? Yeah, exactly. Yes, he's playing.
Meanwhile, registration is now open in the free roll for players who are eligible to participate. A reminder, the password is guitar. Guitar is the password for today's free roll. Uppercase characters, please. And we have an ace, queen, 8 flop. Sadly, Lex, I think this is going to go check, bet, fold.
It's certainly in the range of possibilities. There we go. Karabinchik. Is this what we're saying?
Karabinchik, I think, is the most likely pronunciation of that name. So we have a couple of EPT commentators still in the field. You referenced one of them already, Sam. There he is, Revenge of the Venture. Griffin currently playing around 300K, nearly double average.
Love to see it. Blue Jays hat, arm on shoulder.
And there is Guillermo Sanz, a.k.a. Willow, one of our Spanish commentators. He's got just below average, 160K.
Yeah, exactly.
Playing with the enthusiasm of a $5 spin and go winner. I mean, it's just a delightful. Willow always in a great mood.
So I told you we had a new secondary feature table. We've got Rani at Nesruddin, who came third in EPT Monte Carlo a few months back. We've got Tuan Mulder, Spirit of the Horse. We've got Wolfgang Poker, Son's Hat today.
Well, this is a cool table as well.
Yeah.
Love me a bit of Tuan.
Rania in a hand against Wolfgang and Sven Stock. Stock still has the best hand right now with a pair of deuces. Checked around. The river is a deuce. That is a set for Stock, but it is the wheel for Rani and Nesruddin.
So that's why you just check it down. Yeah, Stock going to be loving this card. Going to feel like he's got a great value bet. Of course, the big blind, particularly, will have a few threes. And that's going to dampen sizing a little. Wolfgang, just do something TikTok-y. Make a TikTok-y play.
Stock's very good. Very good player, so.
What's the screen name?
I don't know if he would want me to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, below the radar. I love that.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
No, that's okay. No need to see it. And he's out. See, there are some straights to beat us, but we want to just consider. And a snap. Minish raise. And this is concerning. We are getting a delightful price, but it's not you know, the initial raiser repping the 3 is kind of rare. You know, it's not, people don't find bluffs in spots where it's not a good board for them. And by the way, nor should they. should they? And it just felt, I don't know, maybe it feels kind of natural. Definitely. But on the other hand, Stock's got a great hand and is getting an insane price here.
Yeah,
Like
I mean, his hand is so strong, right?
Yeah, the raise, you know, I think a lot of people would raise a bit bigger here. You know, and let's imagine we were bluffing. Wouldn't that be natural? You know, I know myself, like sometimes when I'm getting this price, I think, okay, this is a bit strange. I'll just pay. But Stock just lets it go, and that's very, very nice play.
Yeah, that's good.
I think that's real impressive main event style discipline.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Well, that pot took Rani and Ezradine over the 600K mark, so she is now tournament chip leader.
She's crushing.
329 players remaining.
Wow.
That was a great fold.
Yeah.
Man, got 4-1.
Yeah. And I think this is why, I mean, by the way, she's doing remarkably and on obviously a brilliant EPT run in general. 212 big blinds, huge. But I think against good players, you do have to just be a little careful with your timings. Or it maybe felt a little strong, obviously, to Stock, just, you know, the snap.
Yeah, but
raise.
I think what you're saying from a strategy perspective is super interesting, right? It's like the pre-flop raiser will not have a 3 very often there, and then to see sort of like the automatic, oh yeah, I'm raising, right? Like you would have to really try to find like a really niche bluff or whatever.
And also, you haven't tried to win it on the flop or turn, but now you're going after.
Yeah. And then deuces would actually be one of the hands that makes sense. So if you have...
Also, by the way, I think psychologically, when you improve on the river, that's the hardest time to fold. Like, people really don't like to... You know, you've had 2s, oh, no good on the flop, no good on the turn. You hit the 2, and now you bet fold. It's very hard.
So Stock has raised the button with 5-4 suited, but Wolfgang Poker has picked up queens in the small blind. Is he going to bang Sven Stock?
Man, if I didn't know somebody and they put a bang sticker on me after a huge pot off me, it's not going to end well.
Why, is that what he does?
Yeah, he does it sometimes. But I think it mostly to people that are in on it, but you know.
I would love it though if he's just randomly stacking people in EPT main and putting stickers on it.
Yeah, we need a little bit more of that. I personally wouldn't just take it very well myself. I think.
Fold again. Might have been tempted myself there.
Yeah, that was a small. Well, not that small, I guess.
Was that TikTok-y enough for you?
There you go. For the kids.
Well, Wolfgang was in Monte Carlo, and here's a little bit of inside info then. Coming soon to the PokerStars YouTube channel is a new season of the Mystery Cash Challenge. You might remember the show from last year. Sam took part. A high-stakes cash game that adds a mystery bounty element. In the new lineup are Wolfgang Poker and one of the 2 men sat next to me, Lex Veldhaus.
Yep, it was good fun.
Other players in the game, Barney Boatman, Spraggy, Tonka, and Olga Imolcheva. So there'll be new episodes of the Mystery Cash Challenge coming to the PokerStars YouTube channel later this month.
You like my big blind. Twice in a row.
Really?
Barbosa.
Come on, punish him, Nasruddin.
Yeah.
You can't have him coming after your big blind. Let's go.
Preston says, you had me at Lex, you lost me at Spraggy. He's not in it much, he folds a lot. Well, she defends and has flopped a straight draw.
In honor of Doyle.
Backdoor spades. Calls the C-bet of 5,000. Barbosa obviously with top pair and the straight draw himself. Now she has a pair of deuces.
The backdoor deuces.
Whole 5%. Second bar, 12,000.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess if you knew her hand, you'd bet even smaller than this, but laying her a nice price. Of course, it's deceptive because of exactly this sort of thing where, you know, your outs aren't always exactly clean. Sometimes you're just drawing to a chop. Where are the bluffs from the under the gun, etc., etc.
10% chance of a chop.
Tough spot.
What did she say?
Tough. It's tough. It's a tough fold.
He's mortal.
The thing is, it'd be really ugly if I won with my way. Like, if
That's not a board for your big blind, huh? Ace King Jack.
An ugly win is still a win. Just saying.
This is the last level, right?
Oh, also, there was a prospect
There are no
of a
chance at all
chop.
that we
I don't know
might
how
play
much
to win money.
Lex
They stand us on dinner break and we got like...
Everyone does.
I mean, I hope so.
It's my favorite song.
7 p.m. ending so early. That's crazy.
On Jose.
Yeah.
Because they're having a party.
I think it's like they're having a party. Where?
I don't know, I heard someone say that.
Are we having a party, James?
Every day's
Are you
part of
ambassador
the
for
EPT.
PokerStars?
James Partigan.
Oh, I'm
Partigan
I'm just
has made one appearance this week, not ruling out another.
Like a team pro.
It's Barcelona.
But you have like the fancy schmancy,
They put it on me.
so they love you. So ask them when the party's
Super
happening.
high rollers, your friends denied us access to the actual players' party because they played until 2 in the morning.
That's rude of them.
I thought the party was the other night.
Rude of them.
I don't know. I could be wrong though.
Snyberg, who's online reg.
Is there a party tonight? Yeah.
Wolfgang,
Hey, where'd you get that
10-9.
Oh, sorry.
When I'm watching this, I'm just
Such a weird thing to
wanting to and to play. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just excited. He's just box office. To me, he's box office.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's like, yesterday
have
we
the
were
last hand?
recording the league
I'll
for
tell you what I
Double
had.
Coop,
I'm gonna
and
leave
there
it.
are
I
people
can
around
find
us who are obviously playing day 1B and had already busted 2 bullets in the
What?
1A. Oh, and I was just looking around and I just hated everybody.
Guess what I had? 10, 2 of spades. So I had a gut shot. All I had was a gut shot. And a pair of 2s.
So the free roll is now underway. If you like winning stuff, by the way, Lex just referenced the W Coupe League there. There's the chance to win power passes by backing one of the 6 teams in that
So,
league.
like,
Very
the
soon,
opposite of all the other
we'll
tables.
find out who
Nice.
Vincent, Lex, Spraggy, and Tonka have drafted. We'll also reveal the 2 new team captains. There are 6 captains, 6 teams in the W Coupe League.
Can I give a small spoiler, like a tiny, tiny spoiler? I'm gonna win again.
Wow.
I have the best team.
This is said with 100% confidence.
I am going to win again.
Guys spitting facts. Here we go.
Yes, a little bit of tone.
Love that.
Put people in the blender tone.
There we go.
Make them regret waking up for this tournament.
Spirit of the horse. After his deep run in EPT Prague a couple of years back, Joe and I were keen to get him on the podcast, and he was open to it, but we had no way of getting in touch with him because he doesn't have a phone.
End of the day, right? Like,
what?
He does not
also then
have
still people
a
in who
mobile
want to
phone.
play the 3K mystery if they were to bust and stuff like that.
Turnmulder does not have a phone.
Are
He
you
has an
serious?
iPad. He has an iPad that he carries around with him,
Oh, we're
but he
gonna
does not
find
have a
out,
phone.
62
I'm kind of jealous of that.
Yeah, what a way to live.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be impossible as well, but. I've been thinking about getting a Nokia, like an old one that only has WhatsApp, just because it's just, you know, no more chess on my phone, no social media, whatever.
You're so wholesome, Lex. Your greatest addiction on your phone, chess.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's definitely people looking at worse stuff, I guess. Using the internet for worse things than, oh my God, I can't stop playing online chess. Oh, you're such a dreamboat, aren't you? Toxic characteristics. Likes chess too much.
Likes chess. Well, whenever somebody punts their queen versus me, I type like, there's this unicorn that I type in the chat, and I get chat banned like every other week for it.
Yeah, because as ambassador, you can't really go off at people, whereas in the chess streets, you can just
I can let loose.
badmouth people.
So we're going back to the main stage, back to the main feature table, where Alexandre Reard is all in with kings. Has been called by Ramon Callias with ace-4.
GG, bud.
Obviously, Reard super short.
There we go. That's why you wait for the free hands.
And kings are holding. On this occasion, there is not an ace on the desk.
We'll allow Riyadh to win here for this amazing moustache she's sporting. Just beautiful. Very, very French.
Just has to fade the ace on the river. Does not want an appearance from Mr. Greenstein. He will double up. Not too big a dent in Ramon's stack, still playing 75 bigs.
Did you hang out with Barry Greenstein a little bit back in the day, Lex?
Played with him a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah, played at the same table as him a lot, because I used to grind Vegas really hard. I would always play like 40 events every summer.
Sure.
So.
And he was.
And he was at the, and you know, obviously he played a ton of EPTs, PCA events.
Yeah.
So.
I sat next to him once in Isle of Manuka IPT. I was loving it. Honestly, I was honestly observing him very closely. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
You never got the book though? You never busted him and got the book?
No, I really enjoyed the book though. I did get it, by the way. I do have it. Yes, I did have it. Yeah.
Signed one?
Yeah, signed one. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It meant a lot to me, obviously, but.
Yeah, nice. Because people forget it was also a sort of. I mean, I didn't really read it. I think I got it and then I moved somewhere and went straight into storage. But it's like a lifestyle book as well. It's not like a strat book. It's like, this is what you should do, how you should.
Yeah, those are the best ones. Those are my favorites. There's Wisdoms of a Poker Pro by Doyle, and it's all these lessons that are ingrained in stories, right? Where where somebody has one big blind left, and then in the big blind, somebody in the small blind in a cash game folds aces face up as a joke, and then that one big blind person comes back and clears out the whole table, and then like obviously the moral of the story is no mercy at the poker table. But it's just like the way he wrote. It's a great book. It's fantastic.
Aesop's Fables as written by Doyle Brunson.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Nice little hand.
Kalabinchik raising the button with Jack-9 of diamonds. I mean, even after that double up, Riyadh's only got around 10 bigs.
Yeah, the Seth Davies Memorial hand here.
And he's got sixes.
Well, it's more than good enough. More than good enough. Actually delighted to find this holding.
35?
And Jack-9. Going to be close, does fold. Yeah, did you ever read Elements of Poker?
No.
That was really good. And there's a second half which is strategy about limit hold'em, which is completely redundant, but the first half is about how you conduct yourself as a poker player, and it's really good.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
I know some people from my day 1A that could use it.
If only, we'll hand it out with the comic. Here is a list of things of what's appropriate and what's not.
So action starts with Marcin Baranski. Watched the EPT Monte Carlo live stream. Was inspired to try and qualify for an EPT, and he did it. Worked his way up from a €5.50 sat.
Wow.
Won the package to play Barcelona.
Dreams coming true.
Folded to a short stack on the button.
Kind of tight.
Jack 4 of diamonds.
Yeah.
What are we doing here, Sam? A little limpy?
Yeah. Limpy could be cool.
Yeah.
I definitely don't think we want to raise it. this is all right as well.
Ray O'Connor, who's watching on YouTube, says, I'm literally reading Elements of Poker right now.
Wow. One thing that's, you know, so I play way more online, but one thing that I really like live is just every turn squeezing the, you know, like I love that moment of just looking at your cards, you know?
Sure.
And just like squeezing behind the queen or an ace or whatever. It's just...
Another memory I have is of playing the World Series. I went really deep in this 1500. It was like the first time as Vlado picking up the king-queen suited. Definitely good enough to raise. Beautiful hands. And so I was playing World Series deep, and Scott Seaver came to my table. It would be like my first year in Vegas, second year in Vegas. So obviously I was also sort of observing Scott. It's quite frustrating with Almeida. You ever want to do something with this ace-deuce? Limp re-raise.
Yeah.
Feels not that much fun to limp call. Yes, that's probably... Oh, he came in for a raise, Almeida?
Yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, I guess we're done.
Yeah, open to 9K, and now Ivanišević has made it 28K.
Oh, that's quite fruity, actually, with the king-queen. Go on, Almeida, do something rogue. It's quite a loose raise from the small blind with the ace-deuce off, I think. Man of my tastes.
Yeah. It's like 40 big blinds deep.
Kind of in a bad spot now. He's reluctant to release our guy Almeida.
I love it. I mean, king queen here is so strong, you can just call it off, right? Like the four bets all in, yeah.
Of course, you have to call it that.
I mean, I don't think a lot of people realize like how strong king queen performs in those spots. Okay.
Yeah, so Scott came to the table, whatever, and anyway, he 3-bet and then he C-bet, whatever, and it was like second on the table. And he stood up, he slammed over pocket aces, and he was like, doesn't matter how much poker I play. Like, you know, he's like giving us a Shakespeare monologue. He goes, the feeling of squeezing aces, it's the greatest feeling in all of poker. I still get chills like this. And I was like, wow, is this Falstaff? Is this Macbeth? It was amazing.
We've come to the outer tables because Griffin's in a hand. Griffin Benja in a blind v blind confrontation with Vittorio Marghini. Marghini limped the small, Griffin's raised to 7K, and looks like Marghini is counting out a re-raise. Yep, 3 bets to 25,000.
Yeah, so this is the old limp re-raise, I guess.
Actually, that's 30,000, isn't it? There's 2 blue fun discs on top there.
Yeah.
It's so funny to see Griff in serious mode. It's a rare occurrence. Looks the part, though, by the way.
Throws it away. He's focused, Sam. He's in the zone.
He's raise folding. Like a champ.
Coward.
Oh, you won't be laughing when once a year Benja lifts the trophy on Sunday.
Well, I actually will be laughing because he had twice as many chips as me and he said swap 5%, and I was like, well, okay, I can't say no to that. So I'll be absolutely loving it.
Yeah.
They're very formative, those early interactions with poker players. You know what I mean? Like when you first play with a sort of name poker player or whatever. Scott Seaver's a great one to play with. And he's such a character.
I love Scott. Like he's just.
Yeah, he's
like when people say like who loves it more, then his name should come up. You know, he's
a showman as well.
Yeah.
He's like amazing.
Yeah, he gets very theatrical and wears his emotions on his sleeve when he's like happy or amazed or whatever. Yeah. done it all as well. I think those guys are also sort of the unsung heroes, right? The people that just grind Bobby's room like that, and these days, I mean, I feel like it was a lot more notorious back in the day.
I mean, he just broke out. I mean,
Yeah.
I think Bobby's room game died a little bit this year, and so he just went and got Player of the Year at World Series. You know?
Yeah.
It's just like, all right, I'll pick up 3 bracelets instead.
Yeah.
And earn my crust that way.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing. But yeah, I mean, you know, I'm friends with Chris Kruk, and no one speaks of him because he's doing it behind closed doors.
That's another good example.
So Alan Melsom open under the gun with King Queen. Alex Riard with Ace Queen, all in for his last 15 big blinds.
Yeah, this is kind of the dream as the short stack. Kings, sixes, Ace Queen.
So, yeah.
Really, really strong hands.
Annoying decision for Melson there. And I say annoying because I would say that this is one of my worst areas in poker, is calling off 10 to 17 big blind shows.
Yeah, especially when it's like under the gun, mid position, or something hijack, low jack, where it's just not a bit less clear.
I've started learning about tournaments relatively late, where I really tried to get better at them, you know? And I feel like I'm trying to get all these sort of like overarching concepts, but all the work that people just have done throughout the years, and just like all this reviewing of these all-ins and that's the stuff I've skipped.
Yes, that's interesting, yeah.
Because it's like a lot of people came from sitting goes and did that, or that's kind of the only thing that you could really solve back in the day, right?
Imagine the foundation Tonka has from playing sit and goes, where all the pre-flop mechanics would just blind on, the profitability of blind on blind actions, even if we're now playing a bit more sophisticated strategy. He must know really well.
So Andreas Antonio joining the table. One of the biggest stacks, 193K, 64 big blinds. Round to Baranski on the button, Jack 9 of clubs.
This is the qualified margin.
It is indeed. Raises to 6,000. As Erlen Melsom in the big blind, Jack 4 of diamonds. He defends. Eight, 6 deuce. The monster that is Jack 9 high is ahead.
C3, 10, 7, 5.
I always love getting like the worst hands you can call within the big blind, and then if you there's like, let's say you get like whatever 8-5 off or something, right? And you call with that, and then you flop a pair and they bet, and you check it down. And I love it because there's so many people that will give you like sort of like a look as like 8-5 off. Are you serious? You know?
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know.
I'm starting to wonder if you're playing poker for the wrong reasons, Lex. It seems that you're more interested in kind of like disturbing people in some weird psychological way rather than winning money.
Yeah.
It's a very human game. Very human game.
So Marcin Baranski, the qualifier, is still table chip leader with 382K. Alexandra Riard still the shortest stack at the table with 20 big. Still got half this level to play, and a reminder, this will be the last level of the day. At the end of this session, we'll bag and come back for day 3.
This is what's great about poker. You've got this absolute beast in Alexandra, handcuffed with 15 big blinds, and then you got the table captain, his online qualifier, coming for like $8, and he's just got a mountainous stack.
Yeah.
Opening 7-5 off on the button. It's just an amazing game in that way.
It's such a nice way to get reps in. When you're like you're nervous, you've never played a big event like this, you're on day 2, but then there's nobody at the table that can bust you, and even if you lose an all-in, you still have a stack that you know, that can do very well. It's such a relaxing way to play, and then really sort of like ground your nerves, settle down.
Yeah, and this is a conservative approach from Mr. Melson, just calling with the ace-queen of hearts. I think a lot of players would re-raise, keeps in a dominated holding in the big blind.
Especially seeing the 9-8 offsuit earlier, right? Then I would I would expect him, you know, to then really go for it, to not even consider, you know, slowing down when you have it.
Yeah, and I mean we can see Ramon's pretty opening fully as wide as he can.
Checked around, 9 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah,
Melson with the nut flush draw now.
Yeah, remarkable card here as Melson picks up additional equity. You can see 36%.
And we're going to see a turn lead from Melson into a pot of 21,000. He bets full pot and gets the fold from Karabinicek.
Yeah, and this is a board that is very, very good for a small blind flatting range. And some of the bluffs maybe sort of underpairs this that not everyone's going to find. And Ramon is going to be concerned by this.
Yeah.
C5, C4, 4.
It's also like you could be drawing dead, and then when you're not, there's spades, straight outs,
half the dead,
and
yeah,
hearts to worry about.
Board breaks out for Melson. Ramon has a lock on this.
Yeah, and it's a difficult spot now for Melson. Those hearts sort of working against him a little bit. On the other hand, you know, what are our other bluffs? Did we bet full pot ever with 10-9 in order to fire again? Like, where are we pulling bluffs from?
Yeah.
And he waves the white flag. And Ramon doesn't immediately check.
Yeah, yeah.
He's considering turning his hand into a bluff against King 10 or Jack 9. No, he will just check. It's understandable. You can't bluff with a king.
Check to showdown.
Yeah.
And that will see Ramon add 36,000 chips to his stack. Ramon's still hovering around the 90 big blind mark.
Yeah, very fortuitous river card.
And we are going to one of the outer tables. EPT flashback. Mark Telcher versus Govert Matal.
Monte Carlo superstars.
So Telcher's checked the river.
Thank you.
And Matal is loading up. That's a bet of 50,000. The board, by the way, is Queen 8-8, Jack 6. No flush possible.
Matal's just an unbelievable character.
Yeah.
I spent so much time with him, and like meeting,
Nice.
him and his wife are just incredible.
Really?
Yeah. The stories. Unbelievable.
What does he do outside of poker? You could say without.
Entrepreneur owns, used to own like tons restaurant bars, like tons.
Wow.
I'm talking about like, you know, like 40 restaurants. Yeah. It's a really sharp mind, willing to, you know, put a lot of action.
Yeah.
Well, look at this. Mark Telcher side by side. I'm pretty sure that's Mark in EPT London when he won his title in 2005.
He looks like he's selling jewelry down a market in 2006. I've got, it's a deal, it's a steal, it's sale of the bloody century.
And there he is in Barcelona this year.
If we can't get him next week, they change the bloody locks.
315 players remain in the EPT Barcelona main event. Back to the action at the main feature table. Joe Stapleton coming in.
Yeah, we'll man the ship right now. It's just you and me, Lex. We're in full control for at least another 30 seconds.
Finally.
We can say whatever we like. And this is a flat with eights in position.
I like it. I think it's very easy when people have a little over or around like 25 big blinds. Oh wait, it's 1500 3K. Yeah, okay. They're pretty deep. Keep thinking because like somebody put out 6K at the start. I keep thinking it's 3K, 6K, but
yeah,
it's 1500, 3000.
Wow.
Oh,
okie dokie. Hands.
Yeah.
Like the bear.
And on the button, ace, king for Melsom.
10 calls, 25,000.
Antonio's in.
Yeah, and
Ivachevich is not much of a folder from what I've seen.
yeah, I mean, it causes a little bit of carnage if you come in with the eights. I think it's, in general, it's not the play here, despite the good pot odds. You need to just always, you know, in 3-bet pots, be able to win the pot unimproved at least some of the time.
Oh, yeah.
And for that reason, I don't think we can call here with eights. But, you know, we're playing cards. We came to Barcelona. We're on the feature table. We're dreaming of glory. I think it's also kind of
ESPN 8, the Ocho.
I do not mind it. Let's go.
You have to also just be the first person calling, like raising and then calling is a problem for you, right? Like that's a huge issue.
Yeah.
I think if they get out of the way, you have a relatively
Yeah, great call. As I said,
yeah.
Eights every time. You've got to be in there. Never fold.
The Ocho on the flop.
Yeah. And I wonder.
10 high board. Big trouble for Antonio.
Yeah, and I hope that Melsom can sort of decipher the ranges here in position. You're not going to have many bluffs, and so sometimes, yeah, this is nice, I think. He's just got a sense that there's 7s, 9s, etc.
Oh, I love that. Nice.
Why do you love it, Lex?
Because now, let's say there was a jack or 9, and then somebody's upset. I don't know.
It's a test of temperament and personality, poker. This is what we're here for.
Yeah.
The technical skills, we're not interested. How do these guys handle themselves? That's what we want to know. Yeah, and again, the problem of just calling pre out of position, it's very hard to exactly navigate. The queen now worried about ace queen, worried about
45,000.
Panachevich bets 45,000.
Wow.
Whoa. And gets 2 very fast folds.
Snap fold. Really nice. I mean, this is, again, maybe the downside is that people could put you on a hand a little bit, but it's a very impressive fold.
Yeah,
so
that's
quickly.
good. Y'all ready for another then and now?
Yes, please. Is it Lex?
Is it
Lex all dressed in white and then today?
Oh, man.
No. Who is it?
I'm keeping you in suspense.
Drum roll.
Time for the next then and now, right now. Oh my goodness.
Look at that.
Lex Veldhuis, EPT Berlin 2010. Check his ID, please.
Looking great, bro.
Lex Barcelona 2024. Check his AARP card.
It's also awesome because that haircut's right back in fashion now. It's just coming back. You look a bit like Wolfgang, actually.
Oh, Lex is gonna love that comparison.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a compliment.
In there like swimwear.
And yeah, that's cool.
What was that massive tournament you won when you were like 22, the 30K at the World Series of Poker, right?
No, I got 7.
7?
40K, yeah.
No. I thought you won that. Never mind.
It's okay, bro.
It was won by Vitaly Lunkin.
Yeah.
Spelunkin with Lunkin. I forgot about that.
So many puns that have just disappeared down the memory. Some of your greatest work, it'll never be. We're archiving all this footage somewhere so that future historians, you know, can come back. It's like a Shakespeare first
It's like
folio.
Prometheus when they find the mural of the xenomorph.
Yeah.
It's just my bad jokes.
I didn't see that film, and neither did Lex. Just remember, you're not in
Lex
the.
is laughing at the nomenclature, at least.
You're not in the booth with Griff right now, so please don't if you want to reference,
I figured maybe you would have got tricked by the name Prometheus and seen the movie by accident.
God damn it! This isn't a Greek myth at all.
Spaceship.
What the fuck? Can you imagine the show starts and you see like stars and there's a spaceship and you hear somebody in the crowd. What the fuck?
And Sam slams his book shut because he's also reading at the same time.
Oh, dear.
Action folds to Ramon. King 6.
Ramon now.
He out. Oh, there's a couple of kings, a couple of cowboys for Melsom.
Yeah, Melsom needs to get back on the horse here. We've lost with ace queen. We've lost with ace king. Give us the cowboys and let's get cooking.
1 king is a half Melsom. 2 kings is a full Melsom.
That's why they pay him the big bucks.
And my favorite is that like Lex really doesn't want to laugh.
Yeah. That's so true.
And some days he's good at it. Some days he's really good at not laughing. You warmed him up, Sam.
I'm a sucker for bad jokes, though. Like I used to do this item on my stream where people would show me memes, and if I laughed, I would give them $10, and I would just pay out 10 out of 10 every time I did the segment, you know.
Yeah, and this is a problem here for Almeida.
Big problem.
Yeah, we're going to want to continue through 3-bet with a lot of holdings here, and Jack's going to be is just obviously one of the strongest of them. Oh, and he just calls, and people playing a little bit snugly in terms of and reluctant to 3-bet, and it's gonna mean that we don't get an all-in confrontation.
10-8 deuce, couple of clubs.
I mean, to the people that are watching, it might seem like, well, he's up against kings. This is great. Now he might get away, but that's jacks is so hard to play when you let in the big blind and you're just constantly up against these wide ranges. It's just not what the hand is made for, you know.
Yeah, in general, you want to just lower the SPR and then get it in on a 10-high board,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But
you're not avoiding problems by playing single raise pots with jacks. You're actually just in a lot of problems.
I would not have known how to articulate that, but absolutely.
Wow, and just goes for call here as well.
I'm just like, pocket jacks, this is great. This is a big, I play them like kings pre-flop.
Yeah.
Very under-wrapped.
And we do see a queen on the turn.
This is pretty much the same. Maybe he's going to just check snap fold.
Yeah, right.
As, he's got eights or ace queen. I'm out.
Very similar board.
Yeah, and Melsom here going to realize there's a lot of 10-9. I think he's thinking about jacks, but a lot of 8-9, 10-9, queen jack, hands that really can't fold to a big bet.
Yeah.
And still reasonably modest because of the 3-handed nature of it. Goes for half pot, and Almeida taking stock of his opponent. Very hard to get away from the hand yet. See, one problem with jacks here is we block the most obvious draws.
Yeah.
Although, you know, in general, I guess here you should be somewhat polar. As polar as you can anyway, 3-way.
But for the sizing is so important in the spot. If somebody bets 40K and you think like a or something, and that even with 40K, it's going to be very hard, I think, to fold instantly. But the 23 is just such a discount in a way. Nice.
And it's going to get paid.
Yeah, and this pot swelling now to 88K. The reason I would have liked to size up is it would be a bit more natural all in on the river. Now it's a little bit weird. And that's a brick river. Clubs miss. Ace, jack, king, jack, ace, king. You can see a lot of natural bluffs, all of which miss.
Yeah, and it's, you make a good point. It's so important to think about that, right? If you bet just 10k more on the turn, it serves your hand really well on the turn. But then also, you could just go all in for pot, and now you're just kind of like, wait, well, you know, now I'm shoving 1.5x pot, and it becomes a little bit iffy.
I guess it's going half pot, something like this.
65.
Seems to be a little bit of.
Yeah, and now a real decision point for Almeida. He's tried to keep this hand as low variance as possible, just flatting pre. But this pot has become very, very big nonetheless. 137,000 in the middle. And what properties do we want to call down here? You know.
Also, I mean, to me, and just reading the situation, Melsom very confidently put that bet out there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's just because he's got a great bluff candidate and he's just got, like, you know, something that he always wants to bluff. I don't know, ace 7 of hearts or something. I mean, it does seem that some of the sort of natural equity-driven bluffs, like king jack, ace jack, you know, we kind of interfere with. So again, it depends. Is our opponent the kind of player who's just betting flush draws and the like? You know, we don't have a club. And I think it's also, when you slow play a hand pre-flop, people get very attached to it. It's like, Almeida sort of feels, he doesn't know I've got jacks and I've got this really good hand. But on the other hand, you know, his hand sort of looks like king 10. But on the other hand, don't you have queen jack? Don't you have queen 9? You know, again, a lot of the value derived from queen 10, queen, king queen, ace queen. And this is a real, you know, I don't envy Almeida in this situation. This is a real tough spot. You know, we're on the feature table, under the lights. No one likes to get bluffed with the family watching at home. I think you can make a good fold here. One thing that really helps is that we are three-way pre-flop. You know, even just the C-bets, you know, gonna be quite natural to C-bet. Queen 10, and quite unnatural to C-bet ace 9 of hearts, let's say, or king 9 of hearts, which is going to make a really good treble barrel. Very difficult, and I don't blame him here for taking his time, working through the problem. A shake of the head is close to releasing, and with live poker as well, it's a sort of emotional attachment to the hand sometimes.
Yeah, I do think what you mentioned, like interfering with the jack, is one of the biggest problems.
And he does make the call.
Tough spot.
No good way to play him, Joe.
I saw a guy today really rock the jacks. Yeah. Not here, obviously. Not this time.
No good way to play him. Take a bit. Order another beer.
Yeah. Would that be nice?
Yeah, and finally, he does get paid, Melsom. The ace-king and ace-queen not working out, missing that big draw.
The full Melsom.
The full Melsom.
We got to say goodbye to Lex for a little bit. Thank you, Lex.
Thank you, guys. Good to see you.
Great having you, bro.
Enjoy.
I'll take the $10 for laughing at my memes whenever you're, whenever you have it on you.
Yeah.
Lex Veldhouse, everybody. Pablo Almeida down to 24 big, second shortest stack at the table now.
Yeah, it's a big swing from that sort of comfort zone of cruising along, playing small ball, to 24 big blinds where, you know, there's a lot more hands that just auto go all in. Again, another thing to say is, you know, occasionally you get stacked there. If you 3-bet, sometimes they 4-bet shove and you call off the jacks, and you know, there's a way, by the way, that I wouldn't have any big blinds left.
Absolutely. I mean, exactly what I was saying is that I tend to play jacks pretty hard pre-flop, and then it could have easily gone in there, and then you lose your whole stack.
Exactly. That's how I would have played them, indeed. So
6,000, 8 folds, 6 folds.
I guess I mean, he ended up with the wrong decision. One good thing he had going for him was that there's no clock in play yet.
Yes.
So he was able to take his time with that decision without chewing up a bunch of time bank cards.
Yeah, I mean, in the super high roller, we got to 15 seconds pre. It's Very intense, by the way. I mean, I think it's a great innovation, but it's very tough.
You know what else is very intense, Sam?
Your new comic book, Trapped.
Almost. Almost. We'll get to that in a second. Unfortunately, for my shilling, it's a then and now.
Oh, let's see.
Another intense passage of time.
He hasn't changed. What is his skincare routine, ladies and
Who did you
gentlemen?
pay off?
I mean,
to use two such similar photos. You do look a little bit like Home Alone on the left, though. I'm not gonna lie. You look like you're gonna be hanging up some paint cans to knock robbers over.
Yeah, Oil of Yule, if you're out there, I am available for sponsorship.
I mean, there
Incredible.
are so many pictures of Sam looking like Father Time, and somehow they ended up with that one.
Oh, that's a recent photo. That's a 2-day-old photo, mate. They're doing a great job there. God bless them.
I like the ones when
God
you're
bless
like
Danny
the big
Maxwell.
sweater, the gray beard, the pipe, which
Sure.
you never actually have, but it always seems like you should have.
I believe me.
Hands in your sweater pockets.
I'm a hipster. I've thought about smoking.
Ironically, smoking a pipe
as an affectation. It's just the ironic getting of lung cancer that is the price to pay on it.
You could put bubbles in it.
Yeah. But yeah, that was EPT Deauville, the first one that I traveled to. And actually, in the blog, they put Sam Graft and one of a whole bunch of up-and-coming 20-somethings along with Toby Lewis, blah, blah, blah. But I was already 31 in my debut season. Wow.
Anyway, yeah, let me get you a copy of Trapped, Sam. They're actually in that box over there if you want one.
Great, I'll take one for sure. And Almeida with the King 10 of spades, getting back on the horse. Disciplined fold with the King 9 suited. And Marcin with this huge stack. 10 deuce, a pretty spindly holding. I think rightly gets out the way. And that's nice. It's always a good feeling when you've been on the wrong end of a big pot. Even just picking up the blinds to steady the nerves, remind you where you are.
Chip counts here at the feature table. Baranski still on top, 124 big blinds. Melson with over 100. Everyone pretty deep, to be perfectly honest, when your shortest stack is 24 big blinds.
And by the way, I think that's one of the things that factored in to the flat there, actually. We are actually only, there's been a few tightish folds actually, which I've been like surprised by, but I forget, we really are approaching the bubble here. 20 away, when 15 are paid is nowhere near the bubble, but 20 away with 287 paid, is gonna really factor in to the pre-flop decisions, and I think that's the reason he opted to flat the jacks there.
I mean, that's one of the cool things about poker, and something I'm appreciating about this analysis is that there's a million different ways you could do something. Not all of them are wrong, just because they lose you the pot.
Yeah, and absolutely, and the particular moment of the tournament, it's a very dynamic game. Very few things are static. A decision that could be right in the early stages of the tournament can be wrong at a more delicate, precarious moment of the tournament.
It's a very interesting experiment in chaos theory. Infinite factors.
Yes, indeed.
But a walk for Ramon in the big blind. Ace-4 diamonds. Cool. I am R2D2 asks, today stream end? Yes. Thank you for your question. Let's see, we got some folks in chat who remember Sam from the gut shot in the International Club in London.
Yeah, happy days. He's skanking. Playing for my rent money.
Playing for your rent money or playing with your rent money?
Yes, both.
What was rent for you back then? What were we paying for a...
I think it was like, my room in Tottenham was like £500. So I was playing 1-2 and I had to get over the line for like 500.
Did you have an actual job also, or no?
No,
Okay.
that's what, I mean, at one point.
So where did the first money come from?
Well, I used to work in a nightclub, and I would get paid £90 or something quite generous at the end of the shift. Working on
They
the
would
door.
have to tip you out?
Working on the door, I collected the tickets, but it was my aunt's club, so she used to pay me well. And so I would take the money at...
Is your aunt Ronnie Scott?
No, if only. She is cool, though. And I would take the money and go play 1-1 or 1-2. And then when I took an internship, I thought, you know what, I can, instead of playing 1 or 2 nights a week, I can play 4 or 5 and cover the rent.
Those jobs are so dangerous when you're young, when you know you're just going to get paid again the next day. Like, it doesn't really matter what you do. You're like, I'm going to get £90 tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I was a young kid, free and easy.
Ace, Jack, 6, all spades here. Domination situation. Baranski with not a lot of paths to victory other than a bluff.
Yeah, and this is, again, a sort of bubble situation, I believe. I mean, although his opponent's got 50 big blinds, he sort of is the covering stack. Maybe even aware that... Oh, no, so... Yeah. Oh, yeah. I thought maybe he would try something there.
Aaron wants to know if the club was Rudolph's. No. Thank you for your question. I wonder what would make someone think that they were just going to know the one.
Just pig it off. I wonder what kind of clubs Rudolph's is, by the way. But yeah, those were happy times, very happy times. It was nice at UK EPT, actually, you know, like a lot of London faces still on the scene, to see people from the club.
Boy, that was fun. I wish I could have stuck around a little longer. The turnout for the Ambassador bounty was just phenomenal.
Right. That was one of the funnest nights of poker I've had in many years. Really, really great.
Action on Alexander Beard.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of gamesmanship, just taking his time, nothing egregious. Winding down that clock.
Jack 9 for Almeida. Manichevich, Ace 6, Baranski is out. Ramon. Blind on blind. King 7.
For Lord Melsom.
Lord Melsom.
Limping in.
Completes, and we've got Queen 7 for Karavinchik. Knuckles back. And away we go. Queen, Jack 9, top pair.
Wow, domination rotation.
That's right.
Unbelievable. Outflopped.
Rotate. Check, check. All right, Queen, let's go.
Yeah, that's something of a green light. And the smallest of bets.
All dealers for the second chance, day 1B, following the minimum for C3. Please put the button on C3.
Time running out on day 2. Everyone's gonna get out too early for dinner in Barcelona. Dinner at 8 p.m.? Are you nuts?
Yeah. It's a very late lunch. Not the most chatty of tables, this one, by the way, Joe.
Nah.
I guess the circumstances as well.
I have my issues with the US of A, but I will say the tables with Americans at them tend to be a little bit more of a lubricated.
Bring me Jesse Lonis. Let's put him in.
Jesse Lonis, Wolfgang Poker, Rania Nesreddin. These are the chatty
Ranya's
Cathys.
Absolute delight to watch on TV. That's for sure. Yeah, of course it's a serious situation approaching the bubble, but yeah, not much rapport. I think it's also sometimes is like how experienced the players are as well, a little bit. Sometimes people are a bit frozen up by the moment, and understandably so. It's demanding to play poker, let alone under the lights.
Ace Queen suited for Ramon. Yeah, I think also in that, like, look, it's fairly serious playing at a tournament, and maybe the other people don't want to chat.
Yeah.
Or you find someone to chat to, and then you're annoying the other people at the table who don't want to listen to your conversation. You know what we call this hand? 10-5 offsuit?
No.
The hand that never wins.
The hand that you don't even play.
You don't even play it. Yeah, just don't even bother.
Doesn't deserve a name. There's not much new names been on the scene, is there? Like, when was the last real caught fire?
I mean, there's some we've really tried to make happen. So we think we have eyes on a massive stack out in the field. That is a 700,000 chip stack.
Wow.
Belonging to Kian.
He's just taking this guy's name before he attempts to eliminate him.
Excuse me, sir. Can I just need this for my records?
I love we've got eyes on it, as if we've got a roving helicopter. You know, it's like, you know, we're in downtown LA trying to, you know, catch a Bronco. we got eyes on him.
We got eyes on Kiani.
Love the eliminator.
Ivanovic giving it a couple extra seconds with Queen 10 from early.
Yeah, everyone been reasonably cautious with their ranges so far, or not seen much out of line. Karabinicic here, I believe, covering the other stacks, can open that bit wider. Whether King Deuce makes it in, we'll have to see. I do think this blocker, just because Riyadh can only sort of go all in or fold, not going flat too much covered at this stage of the tournament, the blocker becomes real important. We got eyes on Riyadh's knitwear. Some swaggy looking cardigan. We can appreciate that, can't we?
I think I have to, I'm glad you brought that up, Sam, about this King Deuce here. Because, you know, look, I'm beyond an amateur.
Sure.
Right? I'm your average poker player.
So you're your average Joe, one might say.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll sit there getting dealt King Deuce all day and think, man, I haven't had a single hand to play.
Well, this is circumstantial because he covers both the other players. Oh, at this moment, we are how many people away?
Ooh, boy.
14 players away.
Speaking of circumstantial.
Yes.
Yikes. Kicker problems.
As I said, he should never play King Deuce bad open.
Hold on, I'll just cross this out of my notebook right now.
Yeah, and we'll begin with a C-bet. And the question now is, how does Almeida want to proceed? And I would imagine the answer is to raise. Plenty of draws out there that you can sort of, we can imagine the bluffs quite easily, 8-9s and 6-3s and such like. So raising now for value would seem to make sense.
8 raises, 19,000.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a problem for Karabinicic. You know, his opponent is supposed to play a bit more passively because of the moment that we're in the tournament. But I don't think we can get away from top pair just yet. Do have the deuce of diamonds for what that's worth.
Big old pot headed to the turn, 9 of hearts.
Yeah. So one very obvious draw at the 6-8 gets there.
And who's going to have the 6-8 more often?
Yeah, the big, well, I think both players.
In this spot, right? It could be either one.
Yes. Actually, in this specific spot, again, it's not exactly clear whether Karabinchik would open 6-8 off or what have you, but that's a factor. And he just jams. Yeah, and this is a product of the particular moment we're at in the tournament and the double flushing nature. You know, if he'd check raise 6-4 of hearts, let's say, we just want to be all in here.
So many draws on this board, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and so a lot of the value involves a king. King 5, king 7, and then there's just 7-5. King 9 not really going to check raise at this moment in the tournament, I don't believe. So having a king is just kind of interfering with the top pairs. There's some question, does he even defend king 5 off at this moment in the tournament? I would say probably he actually does.
So
on the other hand,
can you tell me more about why king 9 isn't?
Well, I think king 9 doesn't check raise the flop.
Right. It doesn't check raise the flop. Fair enough. Gotcha. Right.
So there's just these number of things. On the other hand, we do have better hands than king 2, right? We did make a straight. We do have king X of hearts. We do have 7-8 of diamonds. It's a very tricky decision. And the other thing is okay, this player is all in on the bubble. Are they going to just play their flush draws a bit more passively because of the moment that we're in the tournament? Like, is he going to just risk it all with queen jack of diamonds right here and now?
Yeah, that was where my next thought was going, was just 2 diamonds that called out of the big blind.
Yeah, and also it's a thing where we're either dead, right? King 2 is dead to king 7, or we're up against ace 8 of diamonds, which has a gut shot, an overcard, a flush draw. So that factors in as well. It does feel a little bit weak when you're opening so wide on the button, right? We said he's going to open huge number of hands here to bet top pair and then fold it. But I think circumstantially, you can make a really, really good fold here.
This seems really tough to get away from. Especially not for your tournament life, especially to see Almeida sort of make a bad call earlier. You're wondering a little bit, you know.
I mean, another question is, how do 5s and 7s play? 5s and 7s will jam at every other stage of the tournament. Here, he might actually just call with 5s because he doesn't want to put his whole tournament at risk. I mean, we saw him flat jack, so it's actually, I think, there's some now other combinations. So this is what Karabinchik is thinking about. And, you know, it's not huffing and puffing. But let's imagine the draws. 6-3 of diamonds, 8-4 of diamonds, 8-4 of hearts potentially. You know, the list goes on and on.
10-8 of diamonds.
Yes, 10-8 of diamonds would make perfect sense. Again, I feel like he would just check call 10-8 of diamonds on the flop though. Like
I think that I would think that there's so many draws here, but I don't think there's as many as I would just assume there are either.
Yeah, I think he's going to find the fold here. He just doesn't, he's feeling like a nit, but it's also like snap jam on the turn, like no thought. So it's probably, it's very unlikely to be queen 3 of diamonds, right? It's not going to be queen, it's not going to be just a bare flush draw because, yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
and he's
good
going to be
laydown.
very pleased when he sees this on the television. It's feeling like he's got maybe outplayed, but you know, poker is
check it on video.
A nice hand by Almeida. Getting it done.
And the clock has been paused.
It's just something, by the way, when people are all in with 10 players before they win 8,000 euros or whatever it is, you need to take it seriously. And you make some good folds.
Yeah, fair enough. So we're going to play 3 more hands
1500, please. Small blind.
before we close things out for the night. No more need for stalling.
This is done for the day.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, exciting for tomorrow to come back right on the bubble. I don't believe we've seen any eliminations. Am I right in saying that?
Not since I've been in here.
Yeah, maybe over the course of me, James, Alexa's time as well.
See one raises.
Oh no, so one guy bust with ace queen. One guy bust.
We've got an under the gun raise from Banichevich. Ace queen. Over to Karabinchik once again. This time, not going to play. And pocket eights again. Hand of the day.
Yeah, very interesting spot. Will call, and this is sort of deference to the early position raise, as we expect from a top pro. Gonna overplay the eights. Just happy to see a flop in position.
And what a flop it is for ace queen. Top 2.
Yeah. Nice eventuality for Vlado.
Or reared. Is the shortest stack and will not be adding to it on this particular hand. I do want to remind everybody out there, if you're people watching who are here in Barcelona tomorrow night, comedy night.
Comedy night?
Yeah.
Who's performing, Joe?
Joe Stapleton, headlining. And I don't think...
Dave Chappelle on the undercard or what?
The folks who were kind enough to arrange this comedy night were just like, all right, cool, it's a comedy night, but didn't really do anything else. I'm in the process of hiring a couple of local comics to come out and do some support acts.
Spanish stand-up.
I think they're going to be English speakers who live here in Barcelona.
Wow.
I wouldn't know how to tap into the Spanish-speaking comedy market.
If you're watching if you are a world-class comedian and you're tuning in and you're in Southern Europe, come along. We'll open up a spot for you.
That's right. I mean, I was putting it out there the last couple of days. Nobody volunteered.
5 raises, 6,000.
Whoa, the chat's really letting me have it. Comedy night with an unfunny headliner. You will be trapped in a room listening to Staves tell jokes. That one's pretty good, actually.
We'll allow it.
Oh, my goodness. What a hand.
Wow.
So close to the end of the day. Cooler alert.
Yeah. This is a delight for Karabinchik, who made that big fold. Also, by the way, that all-in was for a lot of his stack as well. Rewarded. And here we see a jack being passed, which is going to be a little significant, depending on how things go down. And Melsom, we can really go either way here with the jacks. A lot's going to depend on how we perceive our opponent.
Can you ever just fold?
No good way to play him. Even that isn't good.
Can you set mine with jacks here?
Yeah, it's not a case of set mining, of course. Gonna proceed on most flops. 51,000 in the middle, 87,000 behind. And in general, this is just a good board for the 3-better. Ace King, of course, the very natural hand that always 3-bets, or nearly always 3-bets, outdrawing. And some of the bluffs, like King Queen off, King Jack off.
17,000.
But it's hard to fold to 1-bet.
Yeah, one overcard too. Yeah, it's hard.
We do have a heart in hand. We can imagine ace-5 of spades, ace-6 of spades, etc. Although, of course, whether they give up, somewhat protected because we're going to have 8s and 7s ourselves.
Yeah, could have the hand of the day, could have 8s.
Yeah. And now the SPR, less than pot behind. I think flush is that much of a factor for either player. Melson going to check raise his heart draw certainly pretty often. Sometimes he will have king X of clubs. Karabinchik can go either way here. Half stacking, I think it could be quite nice. 40k with 30 or 35k with 35 back, or he can just move it all into the middle, which is what he does. And it's interesting because it's a very similar situation where Melson could really see the draws. Here actually having Jack of Hearts is a good, and Melson just lays it down. Really nice fold there. Again, I think the moment that we're at in the tournament plays into it a little bit, the ease with which folds, but it's good folds.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think it gets a little easier to make those folds when it's one hand to go at the end of day 2.
Yes.
Not to discredit it at all.
No, absolutely not.
You may make worse folds in that same situation.
Yeah.
So one hand to go. Before we put a pin, EPT 20 Barcelona for the evening.
I think they're doing damage to the brand. I mean, everyone's got an EPT Barcelona title now. They've given away 20 Barcelona titles now.
No,
what are we doing
not
with
quite.
this? We've given away 19. I mean,
We're really devaluing.
Really devaluing the EPT Barcelona title here.
There's 20 WSOP bracelets given away in a day.
We're just giving away one Barcelona title every year. I mean, does it even mean anything if you win it anymore? And this is a little heater for Karabinchik.
6,000.
Last hand.
Man, you're really praying nothing goes wrong. You just fold. Please just fold in the blinds. Oh, geez. All right, we got a 9-tray suited. It's Bransky. Got to make him work for it. Looks like it. Looks like it. Got a future so bright.
No, it's because he put him on because he's about to go side.
Chips here, bro. Oh, good. Should leave chips here, or
he doesn't carry a base king.
By the way, online qualifier finishing the day with 120 big blinds.
Pretty cool.
Hop, skip, and a jump going back to his hotel.
500s. Okay.
How much?
It's 10k. I think 10k, yeah.
A little accounting here as they do the chip race. His 500's not going to be in play tomorrow.
You know what is in play tomorrow? The money. The real money.
Yeah.
Should happen in the first level tomorrow.
Don't miss it.
Marcin Baranski will have to keep an eye on this fella.
It's the only time Lex tunes in, he just wants to see pain in people's faces.
Lex is a bit of a sadist. So we've got 295 players remaining. The min cash is at 287 for 8,700 euros.
Sorry, buddy.
And I'm sure we'll be seeing some of these players later on, but we are releasing them.
Back into the wild.
That's right.
Be free, Erlen Melson. You're off the clock.
And we can also release Sam Grafton.
Been a pleasure,
you so
mate.
much.
Enjoyed it. I may be back tomorrow.
I am looking forward to it. Thank you, Sammy G. See you at home. As far as these players, we are sending back into the wild. These are the chips they'll be taking with them with the new blind level. 2,000, 4,000 when we come back tomorrow. Alexander Reard with the shortest stack there. Everyone else fairly healthy. But yes, online qualifier, Marcin Baranski with 90 big blinds coming into day 3, coming into the bubble. And there is what they're all fighting for. Top 10 payouts, all 6 figures, more or less 7 figures for second place. 944,000 euros for the runner-up of this event. And the winner is gonna take home more than $1.5 million. To recap all of the action from today, some of the stuff that fell through the cracks of the live stream, the blog is on it. Go to the PokerStars blog for updates, stories, read about it. Join us tomorrow, 12:30 local time for day 3, when we will hit the money. For everyone here in the commentary team, it's good night from Barcelona.